Time to make some peace.
Peacemaker season 2. I hope that doesn't get claimed because it does have a little bit of music in it. Peacemaker season 2. It is back. The first installment in the DCU. The first
live action television show.
TV
the
show.
third project of the DCU.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
what did we think? Because I know that you had a little bit of a mixed idea of Peacemaker going into it. I know that I was pretty excited going into it. I really enjoyed the first season. We knew that there was going to be some aspects that they ended up retconning, changing from the first season just to make it actually fit the new DCU that they're trying to create.
Yeah.
We saw that right with the little recap at the beginning. So that big, coming right out of the gate, right? The big Justice League scene at the end of season 1 was changed up a little bit. So it is the Justice Gang there instead of the Justice League.
We talked about that in great detail. We had said that on multiple streams, that we said something like that was going to happen. I think it really threw me off because I don't know. I guess I was expecting it to be the end of the season, that they would create a scene kind of similar to that at the end of the season, just like they did in season 1, that like Superman would show up or something would show up, and it was very fascinating to kind of see like just that in the moment, like, holy shit, okay, we're doing it now. But also I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, he has said, for people wondering what's canon and what's not, just look at the previous eons. Which I will say, I did think it's pretty interesting that it wasn't previously on Peacemaker. It was previously on the DCU.
Previously in the DCU.
Which is, it's funny because that's what the MCU has been kind of like criticized for over the last couple of years, is being a TV show. For like every project feels like an episode of a TV show, and that definitely feels like that. It feels like well, Creatures was episode 1, Superman was episode 2. And Peacemaker's episode 3. So I think that's really interesting. But also it is like the pure definition of a retcon. It is like...
Yes. It is like the first legitimate retcon. In like a live action superhero thing. Like outside of like a small recast or something like that. It's like, no, this was actually changing an event that happened.
No, it's very interesting. Were you upset by this change? I know there was a lot of people.
Not at all. Not at all.
Pissed. They're like, they're erasing the Justice League. It's like, that's kind of the point.
That's kind of the whole point. Like, I'm not upset by it at all. Like, I think, does it create some questions? Sure. Like, when does this actually take place in relation to what we saw with the Superman movie? Like Supergirl is there as well. So obvious kind of elephant in the room. Like she's already teaming up with them too. So I'm guessing Supergirl is also very public when we meet her. Like, that was kind of a question that we had from the end of Superman, right? Is like, okay, is Clark kind of just hiding his cousin, or is she not really a public active hero? But obviously she is. Superman, Supergirl, kind of, freelance working for the Justice Gang, but it also shows that this is pre-Superman movie because Metamorpho's not there.
Yes.
So
I'd be curious. I think you could, if you want, I think you could show that scene in full, or like maybe not that scene exactly, but like have a scene in either Supergirl, maybe to open Supergirl, or even in the third installment that they're already working on. Like maybe that's how you intro the movie. It's like a flashback of like Superman, Supergirl, and the Justice Gang working together to stop a nuclear event or something, or something like that. But it is interesting that they're actively heroes together in the modern day, which does make sense. But it was cool to get like official confirmation of that. I'm just like what they're doing there.
No, I think that was a good way to start it. Honestly, again, I'm not upset by it at all. I'm not mad at it. It makes sense. We jump into the universe, and we kind of pick up pretty much right where we left off at the end of last season. Is Peacemaker's kind of struggling with the duality of his life. Like, hey, he's done some messed up things in the past. He's done some bad things, but he's trying to make up for it. He feels regret. He feels responsible for a lot of the
Mhm.
trauma that he's gone through, that he's put other people through. He very much so reminisces on the death of his brother and how, he ended up killing his father, and kind of the trail of bodies that he left, which then also parallels the story going on with Rick Flag Sr. Like, we get that scene of him being interviewed by the Justice Gang, by Maxwell Lord,
Yeah.
Green Lantern, Guy Gardner, as well as Hawkgirl, and we get that kind of brought up there, and like that's really the big
Yeah.
crux of what happens.
Yeah. I, wa-
Is Yeah, go
oh,
ahead.
sorry. I just wanted to hang a light on that scene in particular, though, because I have thought about that scene a lot. Like, that was our trailer scene, and like in the trailer, I didn't like that scene very much because I said that makes this team feel like terrible, horrible people. And I still stand by that. They are kind of really, really shitty asshole people, which I guess I only have a problem with the Hawkgirl because I just associate Hawkgirl with being a much different kind of character. But in the full context of it, like I think what they're doing is they're shine lining what Peacemaker was doing to other characters in season one. It's showing what he was doing to Astronomo and like a lot of the people in his life at the time, even in the Suicide Squad movie, and shining that right back on him, a character that's like, I'm trying to improve, I'm trying to do better, but sometimes you can't accept what you've done, and I think that's interesting for sure. I also think it's interesting they didn't say no, right? They didn't say, because by the trailer we assumed, oh, they just said no. They probably
Mm-hmm.
didn't accept them because of blank, 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 and blank, and maybe that's where it was going. But they didn't say no to literally anybody. It seems like everyone ran or walked out, or most people ran or walked out because they are insulting them and they're tearing
Yeah.
them down by that, which is interesting. I do wonder if the season will ultimately end with them saying yes or something like that. Like, I'm wondering if that's where it's going. If that's where it goes, and then maybe this is getting way ahead of myself, but like maybe we don't get a Peacemaker season 2. Maybe we get a Justice Gang season 1 or something like that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's the evolution of that story. And with them being so featured, I actually would not be shocked if it's like a season with like Hawkgirl, John Cena, Guy Gardner, and like all these various characters kind of building up to something. I could maybe see that being a direction that we go in.
Yeah, yeah, 100%, 100%. And I think as well, like that scene again is the big jumping off point for the season, for the episode, right? Is so they bring up the idea of, yes, you've hurt people, yes, you've killed people, mostly bad people, but like what about the people that didn't deserve
Yeah,
to die?
yeah,
And then that is the crux, that is the backbone of what Peacemaker ends up deciding to do. That also once again parallels Rick Flag Sr.'s story, with him out for revenge and out for
hmm
just any way to expose Peacemaker for who he truly is because of the death of his son. Um, we get a little bit more exploration of that kind of pocket dimension that Peacemaker's father had from last season. We
yeah,
follow Eagly in there. I think that was kind of fun. It was like, oh, it's too cold. Like, I'll just take you out in the pocket dimension. Go do your thing.
yeah.
Then he stumbles across a door that leads him to a parallel universe or a parallel Earth. Like they said both universe and Earth. So I'm guessing that this is opening up the multiverse. I know that this was a big
We talked about this a
question
lot.
going into it. We talked about this a lot too when the trailer first came out. Like, is this multiverse? Is this parallel timeline, parallel Earth, parallel universe?
Yeah.
What does that even mean
I
in the context of the show?
I'm still sticking with my, unless I'm proven wrong, and it could be, but like my current headcanon is that like this is alternate timeline. This is like, what
I
if
don't
our world
know.
was
I
slightly,
think it's post. I think it even post Superman.
I
This is
think it's
multiverse.
multiverse.
This is multiverse because again, they fought a interdimensional imp in Superman, right? Like Lex Luthor had his own pocket dimension. Like there
So
are
you
like
think
everybody's got a pocket dimension. What's up with that, by the way?
so
Everybody's got a pocket dimension.
so you think Chris could go in a door and find like Henry Cavill?
Yeah, yeah. I think it's the same idea
All
as
right.
like the Titans multiverse,
Okay.
right? Or the same idea as our Arrowverse multiverse, or The fact that the DCU is a slight variation of the DCEU, even to an extent, right? Like, I think maybe that is a way that they explain it too. It's like, yes, these are the events that we're showing you, but things happened slightly different in this universe. Like, yeah, I think they're retconning it in the fact that this is what we have always been following for the Peacemaker story.
No.
But there is a universe that exists that Peacemaker is still within the DCEU. This is just the DCU's version of Peacemaker, who has a similar backstory, but slight changes along the way.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be interesting, and I'm curious to see how we tackle the multiverse aspect of it, because like multiverse has been done a lot the last couple
Yeah,
of years.
It has.
I said when it was first announced that the DCU won't tackle multiverse for many years, like 10 plus years, and they instantly do it. They do it
again.
literally.
It's lived in universe, man. Lived in universe.
Project number 3. But I think what they're doing with it, and I could be wrong. Maybe there's a cameo fest like episode 7 or some shit. I don't know. They are keeping those final 3 episodes locked in. They said like those final 3 are insane. That they want no one to know anything. They're keeping those spoilers down out of lock. So maybe, I don't know, maybe Henry Cavill shows up. We're like, holy shit, this is crazy. But like, multiverse is one of my favorite sci-fi concepts in media, and it's really gotten drowned out in just how much it's been done. And I simply think it's just because it hasn't been done right. It's been used as an Easter egg machine, as a reference machine, as a cameo machine, instead of a prop for good storytelling. And some of my favorite versions of this is what the Arrowverse did with it, as being able to introduce various characters within that aren't just, hey, it's me, or it's, hey, it's blank person. It's like, no, so many various characters, or like so many various characters that are just different versions, different, just good characters. And then like, the old like Phineas and Ferb movie, and then like, a great example of this is Everything Everywhere All at Once, came out a couple years ago. Like that's like the gold standard one, where it's like, yeah, one of the greatest movies of all time, multiverse movie. You know what I mean? So it's like, I've been missing that a lot in this comic book sphere. And, like with the MCU literally being the multiverse saga, what Loki is, I'd say and there's been great ones too. But like, I think Loki is one of the ones that's like, oh yeah, they're doing something really special with this brand. Where do we want to take this? Because I feel like there's several avenues to this.
There's a lot of different directions, but I think broad strokes, right? So Peacemaker is feeling down and defeated, like he won't be accepted because of who he is and what he's done in his past, even though he saved the world. He wants to be different. He wants to be a hero. He wants to, end up, he wants to get the girl, right? Like he wants to live this normal life, but also live the life of a hero, is change the path that he was set on by his father. He wants to prove his father wrong. He wants to honor the memory of his brother. He wants to, again, make up for those past mistakes. And the big one that will come back to bite him this season is obviously the death of Rick Flag's son, of Rick Flag Jr. that we saw in in the Suicide Squad, a few years ago. And I think it's so interesting how that movie, that seems at the time very inconsequential, has become such a big jumping off point. Like in a lot of ways, Peacemaker killing Rick Flag in that movie is the reason why a lot of things happen the way that they did. It's the reason, it's a big reason why Creature Commandos, played out the way that it did. Big, motivation for why, Rick Flag Sr. is doing what he's doing in Superman and what he's doing now in Peacemaker with, that 24/7 surveillance on him, employing, Economos to take, to keep watch on him and everything like that. So I think it's interesting. I like the concept of the pocket dimension. I think it's cool that we see the random alien creatures. So it's not just, Peacemaker in there. I think in a way that this is also partially a retcon. Like I thought that in season 1, it was a big space, but I didn't realize that anybody had access to this pocket dimension. I thought it was just like a one-way door.
Who has access to it? Yeah.
But like it just seems like anybody can just get into this pocket dimension. So obviously it's not just Peacemaker's father like just created it. He just, I guess, found
tapped
the
into
code,
it,
right,
yeah.
tapped into it, found the right code or the right
Which is
coordinates.
better, right? Because it'd be
Yeah,
weird if he was the one in the entire multiverse that's like,
it's
I
like, yeah,
created this.
I've got a pocket dimension. Like, yeah,
Not
that
like
is,
Adam, not Mr. You
yeah,
know what I mean? Like
and
in
that
all
is
the
weird, right? Is so Peacemaker is such a street level character,
yeah,
but he's got a pocket dimension.
yeah.
So in a lot of ways, I feel like he knows more about now after this season. He's gonna learn a lot more about the wider universe and multiverse than even like Superman. I think, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Does Mister Terrific know about this pocket dimension?
I don't think
Does
so.
Lex Luthor know about this other pocket dimension? Is Lex Luthor responsible for this pocket dimension? I don't
Mm.
know. I don't know.
I'd be, but I do really think it's a very smart world building tactic. Like I do love the stuff where it's like, this is priority number one because something like this, if something what happened, last month happens again, we are responsible because we didn't do stuff. Like that is very smart writing. I think that
Yeah.
was like, okay, nice way to connect it. But I'll also like, it's not a thing where if you didn't watch Superman, you're like, what the hell? Oh my god! You know what I mean? Like I think
Yeah.
it's done enough for the people who know, and if you don't know, you're just missing out just a little tiny bit.
Yeah, I think if you say just watched Peacemaker, you didn't watch Superman, you go into the season and you're like, wait a second, like who are these guys? Why is the ending a little bit different?
Mm-hmm.
It does seem a little weird. Like, as much as I would like to say you can watch Peacemaker season 2 without have watching been, without have watched Superman in the
Yes.
past.
Yes.
It's tough to say
I think
general audiences will
so
actually
far.
care or understand. Like, it just seems like they're just, again, just throwing you into things, which as fans, we love
Mm-hmm.
because we love established universes. We love not having to tell a backstory again or start from ground zero. But again, if you just watched Suicide Squad, Peacemaker, didn't care about the new Superman, and then
Yeah.
went into Peacemaker season 2, who's the Justice Gang? Why did they replace the Justice League?
Yeah.
Why is Calendar Man Maxwell Lord? Like what's going on here? But I think overall it was a good starting point, a good jumping off point. I think they presented enough with that other universe as basically Peacemaker's life is kind of crap. He
Mm-hmm.
wants out of it. So he goes to the other world and he tries to assume the life that the other Peacemaker had, which is the
Yeah.
quote unquote perfect life. His brother's alive and he grew up. His dad seems like a good guy. They're all a superhero team together. In that universe, Peacemaker is with Harcourt, or will be, seems like it.
Yeah.
So he tries to assume that life. He it's very emotional too. Like I think
Yeah.
that one of the big critiques I think of the first season of Peacemaker was like, oh, it's just jokes. Oh, it's just, James Gunn humor,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. No, this episode had a lot of heart, a lot of tough morality choices, a lot of tough
Mm-hmm.
decisions, and a lot of big concepts and themes that all culminated in him having to make a split second decision that will not only alter the course of reality as he knows it, but an entirely different
Yes.
reality. Because what happens now that you have in your world killed your brother, killed your father, gone to this perfect world and killed yourself,
Yes.
and now is trying to assume what you believe to be the perfect life. And I can
Think
already
of it
see
like
where this is
this.
going, though. I can already see where this is going, right? Is he assumes the perfect life. He thinks that that's everything that he wanted, and then you're going to have our main team, our Vigilante and Economos and Harcourt and everybody be like, no, Chris, like, you got to come
Yeah.
back and you got to, be our Peacemaker again. Like,
Yes.
yes, that might be the perfect world, but
I don't
we were
think it's perfect.
the perfect world was the friends we made along the way, right?
I don't
Is
think it's a
our
perfect
world might
world.
not be right, exactly, is our world might not be the definition of perfect, but
Mm-hmm.
you are the way that you are because the world is not perfect. And I think that
I
that's the theme that they're trying to get across.
Yes. I think there's a twist. I think like the whole season, this feels like, oh, it's the perfect community, the perfect world, everyone's happy. I think the twist, it's like a Nazi world or something. Like I think
Yeah, I think his
they
dad is still
seem
evil.
so good because everyone is the same like-minded as them, and they are the normal, which means
Yeah.
they are normal. But when you like
Hmm.
look back a little bit,
Yeah, I
you're
think
like,
you're going to start seeing the cracks as the
yes,
season goes on.
yeah, no, for sure. No, I think we're doing that, and like I definitely agree with you that the heart's always been the best part about Peacemaker.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to go back and re-watch the first season because I still haven't had time to do that yet, but I really do want to. But I think this episode to me felt just like season one, and how I felt about the show is where the jokes don't always land for me in Peacemaker. There were several jokes in this episode where, and maybe we can talk about that in a second, that didn't work for me. That didn't land for me. Where I'm like, oh, come on, James. You know what I mean? It's like, that one didn't work for me. But then they will immediately follow it up by the most heartfelt, the most emotional scene I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I think a great example of this is the like heart court scene when she's in like with the therapist, that she's doing that, and it starts off as a joke where it's like, me, that can't be me. I have a vagina, that can't be me, and that's a very silly James Gunn joke. But then it's led up by like, what am I supposed to do with my life now? You've taken this away from me. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? And it's like, I got a little emotional. I got a little like, oh my god, this is really, really tough.
Right, as you wouldn't think that Peacemaker would be the show to present these tougher ideals and these tougher themes. But again, I guess you're right, is that was kind of the crux of last season too. Is like there was a lot more to the show than what it was presented on the surface, which was big, fun, silly, goofy, slightly self-aware action TV show with vulgar language and, super gory action sequences and stuff like that. Like there's more to the story there. It's like, it's a
contrast itself. Like,
right.
That was one of my some of my favorite moments of season one was like that damn intro. And like that damn intro was so good because each episode it meant something a little different, and and maybe talk about the intro like here in a second, but like they would do the most like I think what was it, episode 5 or like 4 or 5 when they do the whole "you killed your brother, you son of a bitch" scene, and you do that scene and then it cuts to them dancing all silly, and like when you're watching it from that POV, they're all saying something a little bit different that time. You're looking at their facial expressions. You're looking at how they're doing it, and it's like each episode it tells a different story.
Yeah, and to your credit, too, is the musical number for this season is less of a big fun production, and it is a story. It is telling a heartfelt story through song and dance.
Yes.
Which is very cool when you look at it from that perspective and from that angle. And
you like last season more or this season more?
Ooh, that's interesting. I think you can't really top the first season's intro. And I think that song is better too. I think it fits the show a little bit more, but I think that this fits the season though. It fits the idea of growth and change and character evolution.
Yeah. No, I think I enjoyed that first one a little bit more, but I think this one might be a little bit more. I think it might hit a little
more meaningful, a little bit more impactful. But I am so glad that I didn't watch the intro before I watched the show. Like that was the one thing that I wanted to avoid. Is like I didn't want to know anything about what the musical number was going to be for this season going into it.
We had a friend of of our community that was there at San Diego, and they got to go to Peace Fest, where like the band came out and they were like, this is going to be the song for Peacemaker season 2, and like I wish I hadn't heard it then, but I wish I was in the room when that happens because I can't imagine the energy in the room. You are hearing what the song for the first that's so.
Oh, it would have been great. It would have been great.
That's so special. But no, like I kind of want to talk about the scene that is getting everyone up in flames for the episode. Like I hadn't even watched the episode yet, and I had heard about the alleged orgy scene from people. And at first I kind of agreed with some people where like the main thing, I mean, people are pissed. People hate this scene. Like this scene's getting absolutely dragged by people. I saw a tweet today that really pissed me off where it's like anyone that defends this scene is getting blocked instantly. This is a disgrace on art itself. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? And I had to do some research because it can't be that scene. It can't be that you saw a penis. It can't be. And it seems like it was. And I know a lot of people said, oh, that just felt forced. It just felt random, and you didn't need that scene.
I mean, I thought I thought it was like it showed how far
Yes,
Peacemaker had like gone into this deep dark depression. Like
I
it
agree.
showed you that he hit rock bottom, man. Like that's all there is to it. That was the
Yes,
point of the scene. The scene was to show that his life was so far in the dumpster
that
that
this could
that is what he has resulted to at this
I
point.
I
I think that was
100%.
the point of the scene. It is that's it. That is the point of the scene.
No, I 100% agree. Like, I think just to break it down like a little bit more, like
Yeah,
he goes to the Justice Gang, and this family that he wants to gain has
yeah.
rejected him,
He's
and
been
then he
rejected
goes
by that
to
family. His found
family,
family
his found family,
is scattered.
and they
Harcourt wants
rejected
nothing to
him.
do with him. Vigilante's off doing his thing.
And
Economos is investigating him.
so he resorts to what he associates with comfort or happiness, with drugs, sex, parties, and you can't find it there either. So he resorts to his old family, and he doesn't know it yet, but he resorts to his old family. And
I like that.
I think that there is something really cool there with just someone who has improved so much that what used to help him no longer helps him, and he doesn't know how
Mm-hmm.
to handle that. So
How
like
to deal with that? He
the
feels
association of like
rejected.
my dad is there, let me try and find him
Yeah,
again. Like let me try and feel literally anything in that
yeah,
scene. I think that's
yeah.
honestly
No,
a
and
really cool thing.
it makes sense. The whole point was to show Peacemaker at his lowest point. He felt rejected by, like you said, the family he wanted to join, his found family from last season, and found himself without any actual blood family. So what do? You'd find the next best thing. Let's go to an alternate universe where my
Yeah.
family is still alive. Again, we've got a little bit of a skirmish between alt, alt universe Peacemaker and our Peacemaker, and he kills him. But it wasn't in the way that it was even presented when the trailers and stuff came out. It seemed
Mhm.
like, oh, he was basically going to assassinate himself,
It was an
but
accident,
it was
which
an
I'm
accident.
glad. I'm glad.
It
I'm
was an
really, really
accident,
glad.
but now he's going to have to either take advantage of the opportunity
Mhm.
that he has been given, or he is going to be kind of forced to cover it up. And I think in a lot of ways too, what is the other theme of this season going to end up being? And I think that this is the
Growth.
perfect spot to to leave it off is
Yeah.
be careful what you wish for, right?
Yes.
Be
Yeah.
careful what you wish for because it might come true. The grass is always greener on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Is be appreciative of what you have and why you have it. It
Yeah.
is the trauma and the tough life choices that have made Peacemaker who he is currently and who
Hmm.
have shifted him from being a
Yeah.
villain to an anti-hero to somebody who wants to be an actual hero.
And yeah, like I think it is fascinating because again, I think this whole season is about self-reflection and how we view oneself, and I think the perfect way to do that is literally him viewing the like looking glass and being like, oh, this is what my life could have been. And I think that comes across in their fighting styles in a very interesting ways where Peacemaker was more equipped for fighting. Like he knew this like he knew this stuff very well. He was moving, he was using his his helmet very well, but he wasn't as street smart. He didn't know how to fight as good as our Peacemaker, and that's all
No,
because
and
he
I
didn't
don't
have
think
to.
he's ever
He didn't have
had. I was gonna say he's never
yeah,
had to. He's
yeah.
never actually. I think
He's
he's
had a
never actually
team of
fought for
people
his life.
behind him. Like
Yeah,
he was properly trained. So it's like that's very fascinating to me, and I think there's going to be a self reflection where it's definitely the stuff with like Rick Flag, where it's like, well, you did this, you are a murderer, and he's like, no, I'm not, and it's like you can't say that, you literally just killed this man. And I think there's going to be something interesting, especially when they find out, because like they're obviously going to find out about it. They're going to be like, you son of a bitch, you killed our Chris, like you are a monster. Um, and I think there's going to be a great narrative there where like he killed both of this man's or like both of this man's sons. He killed on both worlds. He killed his son twice, and I
yeah.
think that is really going to
And
fuck
I
this
think
guy
he's
up.
also. I can just see this now. There's again, like his family turns out to not be who they thought or who he thought that they were, and he makes some sort of reference or one liner of like, oh, I'm glad I killed you in my world or something like that,
Yeah,
or I think that's gonna probably
yeah.
end up happening. But
I'm curious if
again,
they
Chris
stick
has to
around.
he has to go through this to then
Yes.
learn what he has to appreciate and to be thankful for on his world.
Yeah.
Um, and I guess one final little aside here.
Yeah.
Can we just take a second to give John Cena his
He's
props
doing
for how
fantastic.
good of an actor he
Yeah.
is? I know people
Yeah.
talk about this all the time, like who is the best wrestler turned actor?
It's
It's got to
John
be
Cena
Cena.
to me.
It's got to be
Yeah.
Cena. It's got to be Cena. I mean, Batista is a very close
Yeah.
second. Not Angel Batista, Dave Batista. But I think Cena, like, he brings it, man.
Yeah.
Like he really brings it. He's come a long way from being Fred's
Fred.
imaginary father.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
No, I
really
mean,
has.
there was that like huge ranking that came out, and like Dwayne Johnson came up before Cena. I was like, bullshit. I think that's so silly. But maybe he'll
Oh
prove
man,
himself this year.
I could have a whole live stream talking about how The Rock plays the same character in every movie, no matter what.
But he's in that new movie this year where it's like he's all like the face prosthetics. He's playing a very different character. So I'm
But
hoping
he's playing a wrestler. He's playing himself.
true, but it's a very different kind of wrestler. It
It's
seems
a
like
different kind of
like,
wrestler, yes.
different voice, different like he's doing at least something
Yes,
too.
yes,
So,
he is doing something different. Yes. Yeah.
final thoughts here as well. I do just want to give hardcore her flowers as well, because that actress gets so much shit.
Yeah.
Because she's just, it's James Gunn's wife. Oh my god, I can't believe, but like I think she might be one of the best actors in the show. Like her performance.
Yeah. Well, I did see somebody say too, is she's basically the second lead of the show now.
Oh yeah.
Is like, yeah, she had a much smaller role in the first season, but I think not a small role, but a smaller role in the first season, right? It was very much so
she's co-lead.
Peacemaker.
Yeah.
But now she is, for all intents and purposes, I think, co-lead. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. I asked this on Ronan's show this week, and now we can start doing these kind of questions now that we're 3 projects in. Was the hardcore bar fight scene this week the best DCU fight scene so far?
I would say no.
Okay.
No, because there were a lot of cuts. There were too many cuts for me, I think. I don't like choppy fight scenes. I still think my favorite one is the Mr. Terrific fight scene from Superman.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think that there's topping that right now. So it was good. It was a good fight scene. But again, it was too choppy for me.
Fair enough. Do we think she is in love with Pete? 100%.
Well, duh.
There's no doubt. But like I do appreciate the progression of that, I guess I'd say. Like it feels like, I feel like with some of these seasons when they don't want to progress a love story, sometimes it can feel very like, wait, why aren't we here yet? Right? Because like with where the season ended, you think, oh, next is dates. And I think it really works here because both characters are really, really bad at expressing how they feel, and both are reflecting, and both there's that terrific scene when they're both like, well, you said this and you said this and this doesn't matter. Oh yeah, well this doesn't matter. And it's like, oh, both are reflecting or deflecting so hardly. Like if they
deflecting and projecting.
Yes, and if they could just sit down and have a conversation about how they feel.
What about communication? Trust.
Yes. And she's still, I actually do think that's very fascinating, of just like her, the unableness to actually say how she feels, because she has to feel tough, she has to feel strong, is really interesting. I think that's going to be very different than a lot of like female characters we see in media, and I think it's very important to show different types of just any personality in media. It's just like, hey, sometimes this is something people deal with, and how do you move on from that, and like how do you deal with that's interesting, especially since we're going to be contrasting her with another hardcore. And it's like, okay, that person, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, well, this version is very open and honest and tells him how they're feeling, which is why they've been together. And hopefully she can, I don't want her to change, obviously, but I want her to be able to look at that and be able to be open about how she feels and how she's feeling. And again, I think it's going to be a big season for her as well. We have other characters we can go over, but I do want to move on, for we have time for our final our
Shout
final
out
show here.
Shout out Vigilante.
Vigilante. There was weird stuff with Waller as well. They refused to show her face, and that kind
Yeah,
of
you're right. You're right. But
this is like the final thing I will say. I promise. But like Waller was supposed to come out before Peacemaker, and then they announced this new universe, and now they won't even show her. And now, and I know she was in Creatures and stuff, but that's anime. So it's like,
yeah,
I wonder if she's on the fence. I wonder if she's on. Well, I don't know if I want to commit to a whole universe just yet. So I'm wondering if she's kind of. They're not showing her for a reason.
yeah.
Just in case they have to recast or something.
Oh, and then final thing.
Yes.
Chat. Type 1 for Rick Flag Senior silver hair. Type 2 for Rick Flag Senior dark hair.
It is funny because he said next time you see me, like going forward, it will all be the white hair, and it was not. But I guess he would. I guess.
Did you see the interview? Was that in the little end of season or end of the episode thing, or was that a separate thing? But I saw the clip.
Jared Leto thing.
No, I saw the clip of Gunn and Frank Grillo talking about it. It was basically just like, yeah, dude, I was on a different show that had priority.
Yeah.
Like that's why my hair was different. It means nothing, basically.
Yes.
It's like hairstyles change.
Yeah.
I think it's so silly that is like the biggest controversy is, Rick Flag Hairgate. You know?
But he said like going forward, his hair will be white in every DC project going forward, which is like, I personally don't give a shit, but I know some people do. So.
Oh, James Gunn self-insert silver hair.
I know it's so stupid.
Again, I'll keep saying this till the end of time. I love Gunn. I'd love to, the gun keeps firing and it won't stop.
I mean, all of his projects are like 88% on Rotten Tomatoes or higher. And this was 99% on Rotten Tomatoes, so it's like
you can't nerf the gun.
Can't nerf the gun. Alrighty. All right, but without further ado, we're gonna be hopping into our first show today. I'll say it up front. I didn't watch Alien this week. I'll try and make it up next week, but if not, I didn't watch it this week.
The aliens are on Earth. End of recap.
Yeah. I mean, speaking about a show that had aliens on Earth, let's talk about. Peacemaker, season 2, episode 2. It's nice having. Speaking of weekly shows, Peacemaker said, "Nah, we're airing week after week after week. We don't do 2-episode starts. No. We don't do binge drops. We are doing weekly." And can I just say it again? It makes me so happy that he's committing to that from the jump. So we don't have to worry about that with any of the DC shows going forward. He even did that with Creatures.
You could argue,
you could argue Creatures probably could have had a binge drop, but it's like, nope, we are committing to that, which I think is going to help. There's been so much conversation week to week with the show. Just episode 2, they introduced the thing that has had so much internet, like, I guess memeage, I guess is what I do. Like, there's been a meme that has surrounded this episode. I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about or not. But there's one joke that was around this episode that I've been seeing all over my TikTok and Twitter. That's been really fun to see.
What, the bird blindness?
The bird blindness thing. I've been seeing people. It's so funny. It's so good that it's like transcended this, and it's like confusing people. Like they'll just like take a photo of like a hummingbird and be like, "Look at this penguin, guys. This is crazy." It's like, that's so good. I love that so much. Yeah, Peacemaker season 2, episode 2. If you have not seen Peacemaker this week, head out of here. We are talking spoilers. Taz, what is your genuine thoughts on the second episode of Peacemaker?
I think, the ball kept rolling this week. I think after a strong start with episode 1, they doubled down on everything that they set up in that first episode. I think you will get those people that will say, oh, I do wish that it was a 2-episode premiere, because I think episode 1 and 2 are very complementary of each other. I do think having the two of them does really put a good, strong start and a big, strong kind of, first step forward into this new season, into this new story. They're both very much so setup episodes, though. So nothing major happens. There's no huge reveals or anything like that. It's just more so setting the stage where all of the characters are at. I really did like that we got a lot more background for Rick Flag Sr. this week, as well as we kind of had that death scene replayed for our Rick Flag from the Suicide Squad as well, which I really enjoyed. So Rick Flag Sr. takes the job as the new head of Argus because he needs to declassify the files on his son's death. He figures out what truly happened. He finds out that Peacemaker is responsible, and he is now hellbent on finding any dirt that he can on Peacemaker so he can send him back to prison for what he did to his son. And I think it's great setup. I really do. I think it plays all of those elements that Gunn has set up from his projects, and it's all kind of coming to a head here. You're seeing follow on, of course, from the Suicide Squad, follow on from Peacemaker season 1, follow on even from Creature Commandos, which I'm going to be very interested to see how that story plays out, because if I remember correctly, didn't Rick Flag Sr. kind of end off in a weird spot at the end of
in the hospital, wasn't
yeah,
he?
he was like in the hospital with like
Broken.
crazy injuries. And yeah, so it was a little weird.
We
But
talked about
obviously
this.
too, Superman happened before this. So the timeline right now is the Suicide Squad, Peacemaker season 1, then
Yes.
Creatures, then Superman, then Peacemaker 2. Right?
Maybe.
Probably.
We talked about this over on Eric's show, where like the lineup, especially with season 1 and where it fits into everything, doesn't. Let's be honest, it doesn't make sense. Like there is a bit of a timeline issue. And then my take was like, because what, like season 1 takes place in 2021, this takes place in 2025, and they said it's like aliens apart. People are like, wait, how does that work? And my thing is like, well, it's a new continuity, so they just events moved up. So like maybe season 1 takes place in 2023 instead, kind of thing, that kind of stuff, or something like that to kind of make it work.
Yeah, well, and also too, all of the fact that they retconned the Justice Gang, Superman and Supergirl into the end of Peacemaker season 1, and this is only a 6-month time jump. So you're telling me within those 6 months, Creature Commandos and the Superman movie happened?
Yeah,
maybe. But so then, how did Rick Flag Sr. go from broken back in the hospital to working as kind of a henchman for Argus in Superman? So then now he's the director of Argus in... Yeah, it's...
you just didn't have
it's a little...
You could cut out all the stuff with Clayface, because none of that makes sense. The stuff like what you're doing with Clayface, killing Clayface in the thing, but now we're currently filming a Clayface movie, and now people are like, wait, what happened to this? And that I
right. And is it a different? Is it going to be a different version of Clayface?
Just cut out that entire subplot, and all this makes better. Don't do Clayface.
Yeah.
Don't have him break his back. Cut that out, and put in other stuff to like connect the plot more, because those final episodes were a mess. Like we talked about how none of that final 2 episodes made any sense in the plan. So focus more on that. Cut that shit out. And if it is a different Clayface, like that, just, I mean, I guess that's fine if you explain it, but then I feel like that's just confusing. Like,
why are there 2 Clayfaces?
Pick a different villain. Just pick some other C-level Batman villain just to throw in there. Be like, it's Mad Hat. I don't know. Just do other one that you're not going to use.
It should have been like Killer Croc or something. I don't know. I mean, I know we've already used Killer Croc, but not in this one technically.
Not in this one, no. I mean, you can even just have it be like an OG character. Like it's someone that, I don't know. It's Puppet Man. I don't know. Some random ass villain that you want to use. I don't know. Listen, it's fine. It doesn't bother me too much, but I know I have friends that are like, no, this has to line up. I'm like, I get it. It doesn't make sense. It's fine.
So here's the thing, right? Is if you look at it too hard, the continuity does not line up currently, at least the way that it's explained to us at this point. But looking past that, great episode again. Very much so, more introspective than I remember the first season being. Like, I remember the first season, it did have some hard themes, some tough lessons, that sort of thing. But I remember it being a lot more lighthearted, a lot more fun, I guess is the best way to put it. But this season is just depressing. Like, there's no sugarcoating it. Like, it's not a feel-good show. It's not meant to make you feel good. It's meant to I don't want to say bring you down to Chris's level, but that's kind of what it's doing for you,
Mm.
right? Is it's trying to let you sit in his
A
pain
much
and
sadder
sit
season
in
for
his
sure.
sorrow, right? And that's again, we talked about this last week, the new theme song. Like I think
Hmm.
that again, it tells that story. It tells a more emotional, deep
Right.
setup and story for this season, which again is reflected very well in the story of these first
Right.
couple of episodes. Like he really, Peacemaker is at his lowest possible point, and he keeps looking in any way for
Yeah.
looking in any direction and at anyone for some semblance of connection. Like I think that's the biggest thing is he's lacking a connection to people. He's lacking a
Mhm.
connection to the world. And I think in a lot of ways, I think, that can be fairly relatable for an audience, right? Is like,
Mhm.
everybody feels lost or out of place at certain times or, maybe feels like they're not, included with certain groups as much as they would like to be. And I think that that's where Peacemaker is sitting right now. He's lost his family, his blood family, right? He's grown this new found family, which again, I think we're both kind of suckers for a good found family story. But everybody's kind of off doing their own thing. Like Economos is is unwittingly kind of a double agent right
I
now.
like him.
Harcourt is doing her own thing. Um, uh, Waller's daughter has her storyline going on. Like it seems like she's trying to like make her own security firm or something like that.
Yeah.
Um, and then of course you've got Vigilante doing whatever Vigilante does, and
Hmm.
getting upset that he was not invited to the party, which I thought was kind of hilarious as
It's
well.
really good. Yeah.
Um, that also reminds me, super small side tangent. So when Peacemaker and Vigilante go through the portal to go clean up the body of the other world's Peacemaker, did you or did you not get strong Dexter vibes with him in the apron and them chopping up the body?
I got
Like I
more
was like, there's
you vibes a
oh
little bit because like Dexter doesn't typically cut up the bodies, right? I mean, he
yeah,
does
he
sometimes,
does.
but
Chop the body into 9 pieces and
I guess
bag the
you're
bloody
right.
bits in
I guess you're
hefties. Come
right.
on.
I guess you're right. I don't know. I guess I associate that more with like you, where like he was always in the room sawing away
Yeah.
at bodies, and I was like, I feel like that was more. I guess we don't get to see it as much on Dexter. Like it's more of implied a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Um, because of the kind of show but with like Netflix, they were like, oh no, we're gonna show it. And I feel like you grossed me out way more than it ever did. And like here, like seeing it action, I was like, oh God, and
Yeah.
like the
But it's just like
contrast.
again, it's such a moral dilemma too. Like you just murdered yourself, dude, and having to sit there and look yourself in the
Mhm.
eyes while you're chopping up your own body is kind of
It's
sick.
it's an
It's like
insane.
that's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, I was trying to think like, have I ever seen that before in media where someone has? I guess I've seen murder of self before, but I guess I've never seen like, I don't know, it done
In
in
a
that
weird
way.
in a
Yeah.
weird way. I know I kind of rag on the show a lot, but the closest comparison I can see is to early seasons of Rick and Morty. Like
Ugh.
if you've seen like what I think it was
Yeah.
in the first season where they literally screw up their entire universe and then they just pop to another dimension,
It's like, oh, this one now. Yeah.
replace themselves that just died in that universe and just live like nothing happened, which is like the craziest concept to think about, right? Yes, me. Sorry, that's my day job.
Yeah. Yeah. He's the secret murderer and killer.
But
I
no,
will
it's
say. Oh, sorry.
no,
Go ahead.
yeah. So to that point though, is I think that that's kind of the story that they're telling here, right? Is
Mhm.
again, is if you replace yourself in another dimension, can you ever truly be happy with the life you live there? Because yes,
Yes.
the people who surround you are technically the same people, but they're not. Their memories are slightly different, their upbringings are slightly different, and this is a much
Mhm.
larger
Yeah.
gap as far as like how things have changed. But again, I think that is the biggest crux of this season is like what is the morality of shortcutting yourself to the quote unquote perfect life?
Right.
Is it truly the perfect life, or is the perfect life the one that you
Yeah.
had to fight very hard for in your original universe?
Yeah. And I think like there's going to be this constant reminder. Like we talked about it last week about how he's previously killed his brother and his father. Now he's also killed himself. So he has Peacemaker has killed every member of his own family
Yeah.
in one way or another, and that has to fuck with you. That has to mess with you. And I think while being over there, it's only going to be a consistent reminder of what he's done, and he's going to have to literally stare in the face of his own mistakes, which is such
Yeah.
a. We talked about it last week, or maybe I talked about it on a different show. I'm not sure, but like, it's such a great way to tell the multiverse stories. I've been so a little frustrated with some of the multiverse storytelling, and I think a lot of it has kind of ruined the like term multiverse for many people. It's my favorite sci-fi concept. I think multiverse can be one of the richest sci-fi storytelling tools in your shed. I think it allows you to do so many cool things, but it's been ruined by cameo, and like even me, like I'm sitting here being like, okay, could we get this cameo or this cameo? It's like that's not what this is about. That's not what we're doing here. And I'm not saying you can't do that stuff here. You can. You just have to tell a really good story with it. And it feels like that's what they're doing here. I really liked. I'm gonna say I liked Vigilante this week. He is the one character I will say I'm a bit. I don't know if I want to say worried about, but he's the one that feels like he has the least to do right now, and has the least, I guess, main story. He's just kind of like, which now it's fine as long as they have plans with him. Right? Like right now he is the like silly side character who's a bit clingy. I was like, okay, give him growth this season.
Give him a little bit something, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think already there's a little bit more growth this season because he's being Adrian Chase a lot more than he is being Vigilante. Like, remember last season, he was in the suit all the time.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what. Like, I think the funniest thing that I think about is that no. Well,
yes.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yes.
You're right. That's how it was filmed. Oh,
different person. And then they had to reshoot stuff with their new
You're right. You're right. So that's why. Okay. Yeah. You're right. That's why they did it. Okay, then I'm maybe looking way too deep into that. I'm like, oh, you barely saw Adrian Chase last season, and okay.
Yeah.
You know what? You are 100% right. Okay, maybe scrap that theory that it's growth, that he's being himself more and all of this. But another aspect of that though is that I saw somebody break down kind of like the contacts in his phone in the alternate Peacemaker's phone list. Adrian Chase was not in there.
Interesting.
So something that could be an element is that on that other world, Vigilante is not only maybe not his friend, but maybe a big villain or a big bad for him to take down, and that will also help him realize how good he has it by having this friend. Like, yeah, maybe he's a little clingy. Maybe it's like he's a little overwhelming, but, you know, it would be so much better to have that clingy, overwhelming friend than no friend at all. I think that is kind of the angle that they're trying to play with that.
I don't remember where I pitched this, but I think that world's Vigilante is a more comic accurate version of the character, because that was a big. I'm not going to pretend I know the comic version of him that well. I truly don't. But like coming out of season 1, that was the big complaint for many people. Is like Vigilante is fun, but that's not Vigilante. That's not who he is. And I'm like, fair enough, but I enjoyed this character for just as an original character. I enjoyed him a lot.
Yeah.
But I think that'd be such a cool element, because they like even said it again this week and maybe in the trailer as well, where it's like, I wonder what my version of me is like. And I think you have to make this version of him very drastically different. I think that'd be such a cool element to be like, okay, this is our take on the character, and we're going a different direction. He's a lot darker, a lot grittier. He's a lot sadder. He's a much sadder character. And I think that'd be a really cool way to kind of have your cake and eat it too, to like please the fans who are sad that we didn't get the comic book accurate character.
Because right now, for all intents and purposes, he's basically DC Deadpool.
He's an original character. Yeah. Outside of the suit a little bit.
Yes.
It's like
outside the suit, and he's Vigilante only in suit and name.
In name
personality,
only,
personality wise, nowhere near there. Like the true Vigilante is somewhere between what we saw in Arrow and what we're seeing here, right?
Right. Yeah. And like I even pitched on another show this week. I was like, people were like, if you had to kill one character off, who would it be? And I did say Vigilante if it paves for a story for Chris's, like,
Yeah.
almost as a, oh, I didn't appreciate what I had. I looked on the other side of the fence and I saw what was greener, and Peacemaker, I'm sorry, Vigilante was like so upset about this, and he goes over and he's, you know, trying to get him back, and in the process of such, he gets himself killed, and that's a lesson to him of like, I am now going to appreciate what I have on my world,
Right.
and if I wouldn't have done that, he never would have died.
Right.
Of thing.
It's be careful what you wish for, you
right.
know, hold on to what you've got, that sort of thing. And I do think,
underappreciated you and now you're gone, I think could be a
yeah,
very like sad ending.
yeah,
But it's also a sad season, so I could maybe see it working out if they want to go that route.
100%. I think also too a theme of this season is that you can't rush a relationship, right? He's trying to speed run things and take the place of his alternate self. And I think that a lot of that is going to come back to bite him on both worlds. You know, is he's not it. He is going to fall into this like web of lies between both parties and forget who he's supposed to be around which people. You know, I think that is also going to be an element of things there.
Yeah.
But I did also see an interesting theory that potentially that the reason why, so I think Gunn has said something about like the last, 3-4 episodes are crazy, insane, mind-blowing. That's why the critics have not been able to see them yet.
Keeping up Lock and Key, he said there's a lot of surprises.
So what if we get a team up between Peacemaker and Argus? Like, what if the threat is so big that Chris and Flag have to put their differences aside and work together on a case? That could be interesting. That could be interesting, and maybe then that's too where we get some more tie-in. Maybe he gets Peacemaker to lead the Creature Commandos / New Task Force X. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
And he gets his own team instead of having to join the Justice Gang or whatever.
I have thoughts on the whole team aspect of it.
Okay.
That I'm pretty happy about. I do agree with you. I don't think he joins the Justice Gang by the end.
Oh, absolutely not.
No, and I think Creatures could be fun. That'd be actually a fun season of Creatures if you like do it in a way. I don't want it to be done now, but maybe in a couple seasons time you can have it be like he joins for a season or something and he's along with Red. Like that could actually be really fun. Even though he's not a creature, I think that could be fun. But no, like I think a big theme to all the characters is like there's a big career theme for all the characters, and they're all either unhappy at their jobs or jobless. And like there's that line this episode saying, why don't you fucking quit your job? And I think that's how the season will end, is that like let me pull up all the names just so I get it right. Leota is starting her own little firm of team. Adrian's not happy at his job. It's just a 9 to 5 that he doesn't give a shit about. Amelia can't find a job.
So they basically do DC Heroes for Hire.
They all come together. I think the season ends with them all, with her being like, fuck it, why don't we just work together? Like, I'm starting my own business. Join my business. And
they basically start like a private security firm or a private almost like a private military corporation or something.
Yeah. And I think the season might end with like maybe it's either Guy Gardner or probably Maxwell Lord coming to Chris and being like, listen, I saw you to save the world again. We'd love you to have you on our team. He's like, fuck you, I have my own. Like, I'm already part of a team or something. And then me and Ronan were talking about this the other day. It'd be a really cool aspect of like they then go and recruit all the people that were rejected or ran out of
that's
the
a good idea.
Gang. So they have their own little superhero unit that they're employing now. Like I think that would be kind of really sick. And then we have a new team in the DC universe that we can go to every now and again. Maybe that's the show. Maybe you change the name of Peacemaker or something, or like that's just Peacemaker season 2 is him leading this group of heroes or something.
Yeah.
And you know, you can give it a random ass name from the comics, some comic team that's in the comics that I've never heard of. Like, oh, it's the Team Rocket. I don't know, some random ass team from the corner that we've never heard of.
Chris and the Peacemakers.
Yeah, so just some comic name. I think would be really cool. That's my pitch.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think that is definitely a route that they could go, especially with everything that they talked about at the party and things. I do think that their little social gathering was very nice. Like it was good to see them all hanging out like that. But also to me, again, maybe it's just been so long since I've seen season 1, but I don't
Mhm.
really remember them all being that close
They're
by
not.
the end of season 1. Like they're not, they acted like they were like old friends that have like
Mhm.
been hanging out for years.
Well, it's like by the end, like by the end, they
Yeah.
get very close after everything, and
Hmm.
Chris just continues to hang out with them post everything, which
Right.
I was my favorite part of the episode. Is like when they were
Yeah.
all hanging out, chilling, having a good time, having drinks together. It reminded me of. It honestly reminded me of an Arrowverse show a little bit because
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
streaming shows don't really have the opportunity to just have characters have time to just hang out, go to a party, relax, bond with each other. And I think that's what's missing from 90% of comic book superhero television is like like just real
Downtime.
characters living their
Good. Yeah.
life,
Good
going to
downtime.
jobs, developing characters, just standing still for an episode. And I know there's some people being like this was a filler episode, and I can understand that to an extent, but like it is, I think it's
Episode
needed.
2 cannot be a filler episode.
It's needed. I
But
think it's needed.
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
like elements of it I could be like, okay, I get what you're
Like
getting at, but like,
yes, again, I would say as much as it's not a filler episode. I would not necessarily call it a bridging episode because we're not at that kind of point of the season either. It's still it's another setup episode. It's another stage. It's a staging episode. I guess would be the best
yes.
way to put it. Right?
Next episode's gonna be a lot bigger in terms of
if
scale, I think.
if 1 and 2 were released at the same time, like most shows are,
Mhm.
then people will be like, okay, cool,
It
complete
makes for a
story.
good
We know
premiere.
exactly
Yeah.
where, we know exactly where we're going this season. But since they dropped the episodes individually, it seemed like, okay, it took us a whole episode to discover the new world. Now it took us a whole nother episode for Chris to decide to fully
Go
commit
over.
and go to that new world. Then the next episode will probably be, okay, our main Earth people are, where is Peacemaker? Wow,
Where's Chris?
Peacemaker,
Yeah.
where's Chris? While he's on the other world trying to fit in and trying not to blow his cover on day 1, that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah. No, I think it's being paced pretty well. I feel like this is a pretty good transition. I will say, I didn't think this was a perfect episode for me.
Yeah.
And I think one of my negatives a little bit is also a positive a little bit. I want to start off by saying I think this episode is very, very funny. I think it's really funny. I was laughing my ass off this episode. Sometimes it is a little much for me sometimes. And this is something
it did
I think
somewhat feel like a stand-up comedy routine at times.
that is my exact point. Let me say, Tim Meadows is one of the funniest working actors of all time, in my opinion. He is fucking hilarious. He is so good. If you over on Brooklyn Nine-Nine, he's one of my favorite like support not supporting, but like guest characters they get on the show every season or so. He is so good, and his jokes this week and his performances had me dying. Did it sometimes take me out of the episode a little bit? Yes, it did. There were some times where I was like, what the hell are we doing? There was like, I said it out loud during the like Muppet bit they did in the episode with like Hardcore, where it's like, you look like blah blah blah. If they ended it there, fine. But they're like, who's Beaker? He's like, it's a Muppet. Is that a good thing? It's not a, blah blah. It's like too much. Too
Right.
much.
It's the Marvel humor a little bit. Like it's more elevated Marvel humor, but like it's the dragging a joke through the mud longer than it needs to. Is like, say the thing, it's funny, we don't need to harp on it and keep moving. Like I think those are the funniest kinds of jokes, is you say it and if you blink you'll miss it.
It definitely feels like you're trying out funny bits. You're like trying out good things. Again, they are funny. They are damn funny. Though, like again, like I already complimented it at the start of the thing about like the bird blindness thing. So funny. It's so good. But sometimes while it's happening, it's like, oh, all right. This doesn't feel like he doesn't feel like a real character. He doesn't feel like a genuine real character. He feels like someone who's there just to tell jokes, and like it's not always a bad thing. I think one of the biggest examples of this was the like party gag where he's like, okay, if I was him, I would go back for a gift. I would do this. And like, this is a whole, like, this is like a 2-minute long scene of just them talking about this. And it is funny. It really is. But I'm like, what are we doing? Guys,
we didn't need to spend this time. Yeah.
This is kind of a lot right now. And again, it's funny, but sometimes it does throw off the tone and the pacing of the episode. And as season 1, they did this a lot too. Like, this isn't a new thing. Guardians 2 also falls into the same thing. Like this is the like James Gunn curse of being incredibly funny, but sometimes not knowing where to place his jokes. There was that scene in season 1 that I really hate where he just kills his father, and like Vigilante comes in and is like, what's that wet stuff on your face? Like, you know, what are you doing? It's like, this is arguably the most important scene of the show, and we're undercutting it by a gag.
And that is the big thing, the big argument with a lot of superhero projects nowadays is not allowing emotional beats to take a pause, is trying to undercut it with a joke or a quick cutaway or change the subject, that sort of thing. Is we don't ever get time to actually sit in sorrow, which it's so weird because they did both this episode, right? Is you gave us that time to sit in the sorrow. I liked how they basically answered our big debate question from last week in this episode as well. Is Peacemaker sits there and explains why he did what he did as far as having his freaky party and everything, right? Is he's like, okay, maybe I'm, this or whatever, and I don't even feel anything anymore and all of that. And I think, okay, perfect, great, like we're on the right track. To your credit as well, back to the party scene. Everybody's, having a good time. Vigilante's, dancing in his underwear, getting beer poured all over him. And Peacemaker's just sitting there, like, drinking by himself.
Yeah.
He's zoning out. He feels alone. Harcourt just shut him down for the umpteenth time. And he stumbles his way on home. He feels like he's lost all his friends. And he's like, screw it. We're going to see what life is like on the other side. Yeah. Yeah, really.
Yeah. No, it's like, again, that stuff was again beautiful. Like, again, like I think everything in this episode works excellently in isolation, but sometimes the like combination of both sometimes butt heads just a little bit for me. Not in a way where I'm like, oh, this episode, it's a very good episode. It's just like little things in my brain that's like, I wish I would have polished it up with just a little bit. Harrison said Tim Meadows fits James Gunn's style of humor really well. 100%, no argument there whatsoever. I 100% agree. I think my problems with Tim Meadows so far is he's right now not grounded in any sort of reality. He is there for joke only. He is a joke.
Yeah, character. Like it very much so. Any of his scenes felt so not out of character, but I guess like out of
reality
for the show. Yeah.
It's just like,
again, like I felt like I was watching a different show. Yeah. Like he's like the whole, again, funny joke, but the whole bird blindness thing, like,
I didn't know if it was real. I thought it was, and like I think it actually kind of works until it's revealed that everything he's saying is truth, right? Because I went in thinking like, oh, he's trying to get him off his game.
Like he's messing with him.
He's fucking with him. And I think some of it he was. The whole thing with like him like Harcourt being like, which is also very funny, but also it's like, oh, he's trying to get under her skin. He's trying to, and I think he was a little bit. Then I also thought the whole like bird blindness thing, where it's like, oh, it's a bit. He's fucking with them. It's like, oh no, it's not.
Committed. Or he's just really committed to the bit.
Committed to the bit, which again is hilarious when he's like, the fucking duck attacked me. It's like, so, I died laughing. Like, it's so good.
I was like, I don't know where to shoot. I can't tell how big he is.
Stupid. Yeah, it is so stupid. But like again, when you're kind of, I think that's an interesting thing when it comes into like a shared universe bit where it's like that stuff works as an isolated thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like when you're connected to like Batman and stuff like that, where it's like, I don't know how exactly that works in the universe. Like we dealt with. But again,
it's a fun random one-off issue in a giant comic book universe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's funny. It's like again, I'm glad he didn't die because because I am excited to see him do more stand-up. But it's like it's a mixed bag for me for sure.
I will say as well, Eagly is easily the MVP standout of the episode. Dude was going to town. I thought he just
That
soloed the entire Argus Special Forces team.
kind of did, yeah.
I
And
thought he killed everybody.
and
To be
that's another
honest.
thing that like I actually really love that scene. That's a really badass scene. I do really love. I think that's a good balance of the comedy when he's like slow walking to the beat of the music. I was like, all right, this fucking sick as
Yeah.
hell.
And then
But then I also
he
have
like rips the eyeball out and the
rips the
blood
eye out.
spatter in the like the reflection of the moon. Like
I do have questions about like what does that mean for Argus? Like, and I no longer take Argus seriously now. And if that's the point, then fair enough. But like these are supposed to be some of your strongest agents in canon. Like this is Argus. These are the same people that are sent to take down like a
yeah.
Superboy if they go rogue or some like these
Yeah, you
are
might as well have sent the detectives Batista and Quinn out to go stop
this
Peacemaker.
like these are supposed to be your like top of the line agents. And I did find I had to take myself out of it a little bit, being like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Why?
you gotta
Blah, blah, blah.
suspend your
It's like
disbelief a little bit.
it's not the end of the world. It is fine. It is fine. It did bug me a little bit because again, because again, like, okay, these guys again show up in what's the lanterns, and they're here and they're taking down a giant monster that they're taking on. Okay, I'm no longer going to trust you're able to do that because an eagle took like 60 of your men out with these. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. It's fine. It's not the end of the world, but it did bug me just a little bit. And Eagly is the goat. Eagly was very badass. He was very cool this episode.
But is he the size of a goat?
No, I don't think so. He's the size of a hummingbird. Let me read through a couple of these comments. Thoughts on an Eagly trap situation, like Parent Trap, but the Chris's Eagly swap places at some point.
Oh,
Interesting. So that's not our Eagly. That's a different one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I never thought about him also having an Eagly.
Yeah,
If
but that would make
we don't
sense.
do that, it would make sense. Although I could also see a situation where he goes over there and that Eagly doesn't like this Chris all the time. Like he knows it's not him. He's like, no. And they're like, what's wrong, Eagly? Come on. It's me. You know, like I could see that being a thing. Maybe that's how he gets caught. Is that like, why is Eagly
Eagly is like apprehensive, right? And
yeah,
Eagly
like,
only reacts like that to people who he doesn't know.
He can't trust. Yeah. He like smells the blood on his hands or something. I don't know.
Basically.
Do eagles smell? They smell, right?
I would assume. I guess I'm not an eagle expert, but dude, how about that? I'm a hummingbird expert. No.
Oh yeah. I assume they can smell.
Yeah, can.
I know they have great eyesight.
Smell. Yes, eagles can smell, but they have very poorly developed sense of smell compared to their exceptional eyesight.
Interesting.
Thank you, Google overview.
I did love that line of dialogue, and with he's like, what's an eagle? He's like, you don't know that's an eagle? The symbol of the United States of America. And I was like, that is really funny. As someone in government not knowing what a bald eagle is really funny to me.
I did also think Economos was pretty great in this episode.
I liked him a lot. Yeah, I think he's one of the stronger characters this season.
Yeah,
I think it's Chris, Hardcore, and him. I really like this like conflicted, like he's not ready to admit those are his friends, but they're like those are also his ride or dies, and like even in like the first couple minutes where he's like, I mean, you have to know like everything that was done was behind a mailer wall. It's like just show me the files. It's like fine, all right. But no, I think I feel like this episode doesn't have as much to go over. Again, it was like it was a bridging episode. I'm curious because like this episode caused a lot of new discussion about like the Suicide Squad as well, and like is it just canon? And like he has said no multiple times, but I'm really at a point where I basically just want to put Blue Beetle and Suicide Squad on my DCU ranking. Like I know it's not completely canon, but part of me just wants to kind of include it in the sense of like, is season 1 of the Flash still Arrowverse, even though there is like multiple flashpoints and like crises that change it, where it's like it's not completely canon because that timeline's gone, but it's still part of that universe. And I kind of feel like it's a similar bag where it's like you're not going to get the full DCU experience without them at this point, or at least the Suicide Squad. We don't know what's all going to happen with Blue Beetle yet, but
it's, if nothing else, supplementary material. You know, it's good to have that background.
Yeah. I don't think you can enjoy the season of Peacemaker without the Suicide Squad.
No,
like I think you could, but you're not going to enjoy it as much.
Right. Well, you're not going to have. Well, and to that point as well, you're not going to have a connection to Rick Flag from the Suicide Squad. Yeah, from the Suicide Squad. If you have not watched the original Suicide Squad,
you're
So we could just keep going down that rabbit hole now.
Go down the rabbit hole, yeah.
And again, all this stuff, the stuff with Amanda Waller, right? That was all Suicide Squad 1.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting. I haven't talked to anyone who's like, I don't know, not done the Suicide Squad beforehand. Like I think that'd be interesting. Yeah. Just like.
But I mean, how many general audiences though? Like that's our space.
But I mean, I will say, like I'm streaming with someone on another show that hasn't seen season 1, which is interesting. Like he's only going into season 2. That's all he has.
Interesting.
And he seems to be enjoying it, but also he's a comic fan too, so he probably has a bit of insight. Like I'd be so fascinated someone just jumping into. That's what I would be interested in. Nothing else. Not Superman. Not Suicide Squad. You watch Peacemaker season 1. You go into season 2. That's what I would be interested in, to see like what is there. It's like, wait, what black hole? Like, what are they talking? You know what I mean? Like just their reaction to like the Justice League team being changed, having no context, being like,
it's like
what the fuck?
Like, why? Yeah,
it was like what? It literally wasn't like that a day ago. What are you doing to me? You have any?
Do I have Justice League blindness?
Yeah.
How does he see Hawkgirl? By the way,
interesting. I have seen those memes where it's like Pigeon Girl or something.
Seagull Girl.
Yeah. Do you have any final thoughts on this episode of Peacemaker?
No, other than again, I'm excited to see where the season goes. I think again, good setup. I just hope that they carry on the momentum and that they're not hyping up the back half of the season more than it needs to be hyped up. Because we have fallen in that trap before.
We have.
Very often where it's going to be something big, crazy, revolutionary, game-changing, but then it's not. And not saying that it's not going to be, but just temper your expectations, I think is the best way to go about it.
Let's go the other way a little bit, because I do want to ask you, like, I want to put theories down now. So just like what we're doing with Dexter, we could be like, I called it. Harrison said Blue Beetle turning up this season would be the dream for me. James Gunn recently said something along the lines of like, well, just kind of like a wait and see. He kind of hinted at maybe the appearance of him. We don't know what's happening.
I need to watch Blue Beetle.
You haven't seen Blue Beetle?
No.
That could be fun. That could actually be really fun.
I keep wanting to watch it, and I just like every time it's on my list to watch, I just never end up watching it. So
it's not insane.
It's not
like an insane movie. It doesn't like. It's a superhero movie. It's like a Hollywood superhero movie, but I think it has a lot of damn heart. But I don't know. Maybe after Peacemaker, we could pull out some time. All right, we're doing Blue Beetle or something. Now that it's kind of in the DCU. Okay. I don't want this season to go hell with like cameos and stuff like that, but I do think there are some in here. He has said there's at least one more Superman character showing up. He said there's going to be a lot of appearances. We're kind of building out our DCU through this. What are some characters you think could show up in this season of Peacemaker?
I would say we're pretty much guaranteed to get a larger Superman and or Supergirl cameo.
Yeah,
I would say.
I think Clark himself. I think Superman himself shows up at some point.
I think Amanda Waller potentially, because is this Waller show still happening?
It's not happening. There's been zero updates, and I don't know if I said it on here somewhere else, but like they didn't show any clips of her in like the previous season, and she was in last season. Like they didn't show. They are refusing to show any footage of her,
which is interesting.
I've pitched it like Waller was supposed to be at first. It was supposed to be Waller was like the first live action show of the DCU, and then Peacemaker season 2, and now that's no longer the case.
But she was back in Creature Commandos.
Yeah, but that's voiceover stuff, and that was kind of already like in the works before the DCU, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it was already kind of in her contract or something. She was already down for it, and that's animation. You could easily just switch it to some other actress.
Yeah, but you wouldn't go through. I think in the same vein, it's animation, so it would have been so easy to get a different voice actress.
That's true.
Right? Why would you go through all that trouble of having Viola Davis voice a character in an animated project if you weren't going to bring her back into live action?
Yeah. Again, it could have literally been contract stuff, right? Because like this was in works before Peacemaker season 1, or it seems like it was in some sort of development. So maybe she was already contracted because this was supposed to be a DCEU project. That's why it came out so quickly. So maybe it was already just, in her portfolio, things that she was connected to. And then when she heard the reboot was happening, she's like, okay, I'm not sure I want to sign up. I'm not saying that's what it is. Please don't take this as Darren says she's not in the DCU. I'm just saying I have slight concerns about her future and if she wants to commit, which I think would be valid. She's already been part of one DC universe that didn't go so well, critically or financially. She's a very big actress. I could see her being like, maybe I don't want to be part of another one. Maybe I want to do something else by time, which would be valid. But it's a possibility. I think Waller could.
Yeah.
I think Blue Beetle could.
I think we might get some more flashback stuff with Rick Flag and Rick Flag potentially. Maybe some stuff that we haven't seen. Yeah.
Yeah, the version for sure.
Yeah, and here's another idea too. Maybe one of the big twists is that Rick Flag Jr. is a large player on the other Earth.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think he's the ex. Or I think he's the current boyfriend of Hardcore.
Yeah.
I think playing to that trauma of the girlfriend I want is dating the guy I killed. Right?
Yeah.
Playing to that and just
that'd be yeah. So he is ruining his life in both universes. Mm-hmm. One universe where he's alive and one universe where he's dead. Yeah, that would be very interesting.
And then you have the guilt where he gets our current Rick Flag senior gets to grieve a little bit. He gets to have final moments with them. Because I do think the season's about grief. I think the season's about both Peacemaker and Rick Flag are grieving, and they're on opposite sides of the fence about it.
Yeah.
I think and also
it just brought something up to me is what if things are swapped in that world, right? What if Peacemaker killed Rick Flag Sr. on that world, and Rick Flag Jr. is the one that's alive, and then maybe they have to or would like to make some sort of choice. It's like, okay, well, I lost my son, I lost my father. Which universe we staying at, right?
Yeah. Are there consequences for that? Is this I
don't know. Is there going to be an incursion?
That's what I was going to say. Is this Arrowverse style, where if one person, there's two versions of a character on another? I don't know. I guess that doesn't work on this scenario, but does something happen if you?
I don't know. Tell Michael Keaton to grab the spaghetti.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of interesting elements. I think there will be one surprise, the Suicide Squad canon in here as well, or a character come up. If that's, I think
Polka Dot
Bloodsport
Man
would be great. I think Bloodsport that would get me really excited.
Polka Dot Man, David Desmalchin again. Let's go.
Ratcatcher could be cool. If you really want to blow up the internet, have Margot Robbie show up.
Yeah,
everyone's been very coy about is Margot Robbie still Harley Quinn. She did a thing recently. She's I haven't heard either way. Blah blah blah. She's also one that would keep that shit a secret though. She's one that would be I don't know. And to play it knowing she can't say anything yet. That would be that would be a cool reaction. I'm just oh my god, she's here. And then I think there will be one big cast. I think one character will be casted by showing up in the show. One big one where yo, what the fuck?
Okay.
People have been saying Batman. I do not think it's Batman. I don't think they want Batman or Wonder Woman to be announced through Peacemaker.
No.
But I could see another A-list character. They've said no Flash anytime soon, but I could maybe possibly see it.
Green Arrow.
Maybe in Green Arrow. That would actually that could fit. with it too, because they've been playing very coy with its Green Arrow canon, like something like that, where it's like a big member of the DC universe that's not Batman, Wonder Woman, maybe Booster Gold, like Booster, let's look at the shows that have been announced: Booster Gold, Swamp Thing, Teen Titans has been announced. Pick any one of those. I don't know. Someone in the comments said like Dick Grayson,
they did mention Bloodhaven,
one of the Robins. Yeah, I mean Damian Wayne. Did you have like a Damian Wayne show up?
Ooh,
don't do that. You can't do that because then you have casted him and now he's too young and you're not filming for another 5 years. So don't have him be Damian Wayne, but Dick Grayson maybe.
Yeah,
it was saying Dick Grayson. Yeah, and then you can have him show up in Clayface next year, which would be very sick. Actually, I'd love that. I want one member of the Bat family to show up in Clayface, or at least some tease of them, like a Batmobile or something. Just be like, oh, it is our, our universe.
It's so funny. It's like I feel like they're waiting for the perfect time to introduce Batman, and there never is going to be a perfect time. And that almost in a weird way makes me think he just needs to show up in the most random way possible. Just get the first appearance over with, so we can start making. You know what? That'd be great. No, that would actually be great. No, that'd be great. Imagine Supergirl ends. Imagine Supergirl ends, and it's Bruce and Clark sitting down with Kara and being like, and he's like, I had to call him back up, but we need to. No, I had to call him back up, but like we need to talk about your partying habits, your off-world adventures, and that sort of thing. And then she's like, oh well, I've got a story for you. And that's the story of the movie.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. No, I'm it's gonna be interesting. I'm excited. Got some fun stuff.
I like that. Let's put Crypto in here. Crypto and Eagly team up.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
That'd
be awesome.
Be sick. Do you have any last theories on just characters you'd like to see?
No, I think that pretty much hits everything except the cameo of Batista. Yeah, exactly. Batista will show up.
We are going to be hopping into our first main show of the night. I just realized I don't have any of my graphics here because it's on the Pipeline server. But we're just going to go with it. We're talking about Peacemaker, episode 3 of the second season. We are chugging along. By this time Thursday, we will be halfway through the season of Peacemaker, which is kind of insane to say, but that's kind of what you get with those 8-episode seasons. Alan, I want to start with you. This is kind of your first time with us while talking Peacemaker.
Yeah.
What has your kind of overall thoughts on this season of Peacemaker been so far?
So far, I've really enjoyed it. The way I watched it was kind of weird. I watched obviously the first episode when it dropped, and then I did not watch episode 2 last week, and then I watched episode 2 and 3 back to back. And I'll be honest, after the first episode, I felt a little underwhelmed.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know if it's just because we waited so long for the show, and I was just like, okay, it didn't really, blow me away or anything. But after watching those episodes 2 and 3 back to back, I'm starting to see the vision a little bit more clearly. I love the use of the multiverse, if you want to call it that. I know they're kind of referencing it to as a dimension. But the way that they're using the multiverse to kind of tell a more personal story with Chris, with the relationship with Harcourt, with his brother who's dead in his universe, alive and well in this one, his dad seemingly, being a good person, quote unquote, but we'll see how that, transpires for the rest of the season. Yeah. I mean, obviously I'm assuming you have seen all the theories that I've seen as well online about what's going on in that universe.
I have many thoughts. Yeah.
And then, the big twist, obviously, of episode 3, that was really, I think, the one where I'm like, okay, I'm on board with this, finding out about Harcourt and Rick Flag Jr.'s, past relationship.
Yes.
Kind of just recontextualizes Chris's and Harcourt's relationship and how she has that animosity towards him constantly. So, overall, by episode 3, I'm locked in. I'm ready to go, and I'm on board.
That is definitely, I think, the big thing. That like I kind of like me and I think we really talked about this, Taz, and like I had that theory that like they were a thing on the other Earth. I was like, okay, that's going to be the twist. They mentioned that she has an ex. I was like, oh, that's clearly going to be the twist. Is that like the girl that he likes is dating the man he killed, and there's going to be like that aspect of it. And there's a little bit of that, but on the other world, it seems like a non-factor. Where it is on our Earth is where it's a big deal. Where it's like, oh, everything is making a little bit more sense. And now I really want to go back and rewatch season 1 and see their dynamic from
through
day
that lens,
1.
Yeah.
Because now it makes because she was a dick to him from literally the very start. Like she kind of hated him from the jump. And, she's a little bit of a dick to everybody, but now it makes so much more sense of like, I get it. I'm starting to understand.
Yeah.
And it's not that she can't open up to him, which she can't. That's still true. But it's like there's a little bit more brewing there that we didn't know before that makes it very fascinating.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's obviously the fact that she went into things wanting to hate his guts, but realizing throughout the course of the season that, oh, maybe he's not such a bad guy. Maybe I'm kind of, enjoying hanging out with this guy, or maybe more than that. And then she's kicking herself for like, oh, what am I falling into, kind of, And I think that's it's such an interesting twist. I think it's also very much so a hilarious creative choice that they're canonizing 2016 Suicide Squad with the Enchantress name drop, which I thought was great. Also, I kind of forgot how much Rick Flag, he's kind of a goof. Like obviously Earth 2 is what we're trying to go.
Yeah,
right. He seemed like
there,
even our Earth's version, he was kind of like a little silly. A little silly. Like I thought he was a lot more serious in the Suicide Squad, right?
Yeah.
Or especially 2016 , but like
yeah.
And it's
I think
almost
it was just
like
the setting. Like it was like the stakes and everything involved with that movie maybe made him have a little more serious of a tone, and then in this.
Well, I think also I guess this humanizes him a little bit more, right? So he's not just the straight and narrow military man. Like he's got he's got some quirks. He's got some feelings. He's just like all of us. He doesn't want to get up and go to work. He wants to just, lounge around in bed all day. Like, I think that's kind of fun. That's kind of a fun aspect.
Yeah. I will say, while we're on it, and this is jumping way ahead into the things we have this episode, I do have a theory about Rick Flag Jr. I do think it's a little bit of a facade, what we're seeing right now. Like, from our POV right now, he's this, like, kind of goofy little silly guy who's, like, doesn't want Chris to date his what is now fling, that whatever he has going on with him. I think we may be reading that a bit wrong. I think that the group that Chris is dealing with at the end of the episode, that like terrorist group, I think the big twist of the season is going to be, well, they're actually secretly the good guys. This is a Nazi world. This is our resistance. And I think Rick Flag is on that team. And so I think when Chris comes in, he's like, oh, fuck, a hero is here. Or like, like they're here. He's going to fucking stop this. He's going to mess this whole thing up. So that's when he's like, what are you doing here, Chris? What's going on? Like, you have to leave, like, I think it's that energy.
You know what? I do like that angle, that Chris thinks that he's on this world where they're all heroes and everything like that, and he's taking out the quote-unquote bad guys. But the bad guys on this world are actually who we would consider to be the good guys. And then that's a whole other moral dilemma that he's just slapped with. He's like, oh, shoot, did I just kill more innocent people?
You just killed a whole resistance group of people.
Yeah.
That's definitely
but also,
back.
Earth X, but also, too, so we're the terrorist resistance group. They were called the Sons of Liberty, right?
Sons of Liberty.
So are we getting? Is it Agent Liberty?
Agent Liberty. I thought the same thing.
Yeah. So is Rick Flag on this universe? Agent
Sam Witwer's
Liberty
here. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I think that'd be cool. I think that would be really cool. That was what my mind immediately went to.
Yeah.
But that's if that is the twist that Gunn has been kind of teeing up and saving, I think that'd be such a good direction to take it. Because, again, we talked about this at the end of the first episode, right?
Yeah.
Is the whole point of this season seems to be Chris coming to terms with his past trauma, thinking that the grass is greener on the other side, but when you look a little bit deeper, he realizes the bad things that happened in his life, the trauma that he's endured, had to happen for him to turn out the way that he did. And without that kind of trauma, he would never have gone through the phases of, villain to anti-hero to now full-fledged, I want to be a hero.
Right.
And he's going to have to separate that from the emotional connection of seeing his family on this other Earth. But once again, like you said, once he realizes, okay, my family is not who they seem, I think he's already kind of starting to see that a little bit too with Harcourt, is like, she's different. Like, she's more spacey, more ditzy, I guess, is the best way to put it. Like, she doesn't have her stuff together like our version.
Yeah.
Right, like our version of Harcourt. Like, she was kind of like, oh, explosion. Like, oh no, Chris, don't go in the building. You don't even have your suit. Like, she seems a little bit more timid, I guess, is the best way to put it.
I think that's also
right?
a front. I think... like tinfoil hat theory, I think she's the villain of this season. I think like alternate Harcourt is the ultimate big bad. And like if this is a Nazi world, if this is a super like not a huge women's world, right? It's going to be a very man focused like environment. She might be like, well, I have to pretend to be like this, or no one will take me seriously, or like I'm just kind of hiding my control from the back kind of thing. Because I think it does kind of make sense that like she's kind of the entire reason Chris is here in the first place. And there's a part of him that's like, well, I almost like this version better, can actually be with him. And so I think that dilemma where it's like the version I want sucks. The version that I thought I wanted is a horrible person. And you are not who I fell in love with. You are not the woman I love. Like, I think that dynamic could be very interesting. If she's like
it's gonna be
the head of everything or something that we just don't know about it yet.
And it's gonna be crazy when Chris has to kill his family again.
We talked about this last week. He's killed himself, his father, and his brother. Like, that gotta fuck you up. Like, like he is pretty well put together considering what he's had to do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Also, the other aspect of things, I think, speaking of Peacemaker making peace, I really enjoyed that action sequence with him in building and him using his environment, like very John Wicky. He picked up the pencils and things like that. I loved that.
Yeah.
I had a sneaking suspicion. I'm glad that they didn't go this direction. I thought that he was going to go through, kill all these guys, and everybody was going to freak out because Peacemaker and them on this Earth don't kill people. Like that, I thought that was maybe going to be a twist, is like, because they're heroes, they don't kill people, and they're like, what the heck? Like, why is Peacemaker all of a sudden killing people? And then that would be like a moral dilemma of like, some of the citizens like it, some of them don't, but I'm glad that they kind of skipped over that.
Yeah.
I did kind of feel like they set it up that way, like in the way that they were showing him killing the people. It was like
it was like
this
so
seems excessive.
overly, like so excessively overly brutal that like people were not going to be down with it, but everybody was like, "Oh yeah, Peacemaker, you just saved the day."
Yeah.
So
which on like the normal Earth, he's been criticized in the past for just straight killing people. So it kind of shows you, what the world that they're building here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
No, it does go into like, why do they like him so much for doing this?
Yeah.
Like, why is that so okay? I also thought it was very interesting, like, how popular Chris is. Like, Superman didn't even get this much praise on, like, in the Superman movie, and, like, that led me to be like, I wonder if they're the only heroes in this continuity. Like, there's no Superman, there's no Batman, there's no Wonder Woman, which would make sense if this is a Nazi world, because if it is Nazi, either... One, we're doing like Nazi Superman. We're doing like Brightburn Superman.
Homelander.
Or
what if they What if they killed the Justice League? Suicide Squad killed the Justice League? Confirmed.
Yeah. Hey.
Although like that'd be one hell of a twist if like we're doing like, because we know final 3 episodes they've teased we're having like it's gonna be they're hiding everything.
Yeah.
Like, are we doing like Flashpoint Superman? Where like Superman's down in a bunker somewhere with like red sun and he can't escape, like something like that, where like all the heroes are in cages or something like that, and we just have like that's where you have your cameos, where it's like is that freaking, the Flash in a cage? Who, like, what's that actor? Like, that's how you do it kind of thing.
Or even to kind of go further on that, like, what if, like, the villains are the heroes of this world?
Sure.
Like, you get, there's, like, a
Crime
Justice
Syndicate.
League with, like,
Yeah.
And maybe that's what makes Chris start realizing, like, okay, wait a minute. These are all the bad guys on my world.
Peacemaker escaped the Midnight Circus?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I don't really want this because I like them being kind of like their solo things, but like James Gunn did recently say that Peacemaker goes directly into Man of Tomorrow, which was officially announced this week, as we haven't talked about that since that kind of come out. But like there was that whole controversy with like James Gunn battling people online, being like, "No, this is what I meant by the statement," and James having to correct himself. But it's like, I don't know, like how does it end? That leads to Superman. What does that mean? So like maybe. Like again, I don't want Man of Tomorrow to be some multiverse. I seriously don't want that. But like, maybe
I did also like how there was a slight Superman reference this week with the like Metropolis event and kind of putting a little bit of a time frame on it. So we're a few months separated from that, and that's interesting that is also caused obviously Argus to up their security, that sort of thing, and be more vigilant of things like that potentially happening.
I think that was maybe why I didn't like the first episode as much, was because I felt like it was
out of time.
overly trying to be like, hey, we're a part of the DCU. We're a part of the DCU, and trying to retcon what
right, and this was a lot more subtle.
Now we're kind of getting into the nitty-gritty of the story and kind of getting away from that. Yeah.
Honestly, I wonder if one of the cameos we're going to see is going to be Lex. Because maybe they go talk to Lex, be like, okay, well, you had this, pocket dimension technology.
Yes.
Tell us how this works, smart guy.
A rated R Nicholas Hoult Lex, I am definitely down for that. I want to see that.
Yeah, there's a scene from the trailer where it's like Rick Flag being like, set up the like jail cell. I need to talk with, and it kind of cuts. It's like, ooh, which. Could be a lot of people. Like, there's a lot, like, especially in the Peacemaker world where you have, like, all the Creature Commandos, you have all the Suicide Squad guys. Like, there's some people that, like, I think the main theory a lot of people are like, well, it's Bloodsport from the Suicide Squad. I'll be like, listen, I'm down for that too. That'd be awesome to get, like, a Idris Elba or, like, a Margot Robbie or something in here. Like, that'd be insane. But I think Lex is probably the best theory where it kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
and he keeps saying that like there's another Superman actor in here, like there's multiple, and I think Superman's in it already. Like I think that's like at this point it's like of course
those behind the scenes
photos of them.
There's a photo. This
I was like,
what are you doing?
Yeah,
like,
it's like this could be from. I mean, this could be from the set of Superman, but like probably not.
Yeah, although he was wearing
from what it sounded like. What it sounded like is that he filmed his Superman cameo during the filming of Peacemaker Season 2. Yeah. So it was separate from that principal photography, at least.
I'd kind of love if it was a misdirect. They're like, we're going to get these fuckers. They're going to think it's from set when he's actually not in it at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just like when we saw the picture of what with Supergirl on the Riverdale set, like it's just, sets are close to each other, right? It's like she's not going to show up on Riverdale.
Yeah.
You had the like Supergirl and like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. photo.
You're right.
With like Chloe Bennett, it was Chloe Bennett, Clark Gregg, and Melissa. Which I'd kill for that crossover. That'd be awesome.
the picture of Stephen Amell and Tyler Hoechlin when he first played Superman in that in Supergirl Season 2. So
yeah, stuff happens for sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think because like. I did like this episode, but it was a much more like straightforward episode where like there's not a lot of like the side characters doing side character things. Like you have individual scenes I really liked. Like I loved the like hardcore and Amelia scene that they have where it's just like her trying to be the best sidekick that she possibly can for Chris and her being like no. And I think that scene works so much better than it did like last week where they have a kind of a similar scene to that where it's like well, now we know. So, like, in contrast to what it was, it automatically works a lot better now.
Yeah.
So that one was really cool as well.
And Vigilante and Economos.
Yeah, that fun. Back and forth was great. Yeah.
I know everything there is to know about spiders. Ask me a question.
It's the first one wrong. Yeah.
I'm still, like, I like him this season, but, like, again, I will say it again. and I'm waiting. It's not a problem yet. I have no problem
Yeah.
with anything they're doing with him. But if it is just this for the next 5 episodes, I will have a grievance by the end of the season where he didn't add anything. Which again, I think they are.
No, he did add something. He took Economos's jeans, washed them, folded
Sure.
them, and put them on the kitchen counter for him.
And then gave him a little smooch, which was
Yeah.
adorable. That was such a cute scene.
So have either of you heard about the theory about Vigilante in the other universe?
I have I have the theory that it's going to be like comic book, very accurate Vigilante. So it's like, oh, that's the reason why they went totally different with this one comparatively to the comics, which is such a good idea. And if they don't do it, I'm going to be pissed because it's like, well,
I honestly think he's going to be dead. I think he's going to be dead on the other Earth because again, it'll show Chris why this perfect world is not perfect. Right? His family might be there, but his new family isn't.
Yeah.
Or at least not in the ways that he would need them or want them to be.
Right.
I've seen some theories that he's actually the leader of the Liberty Group or whatever it was. And I'm like,
that would be interesting.
Because that would obviously would give Chris the moral thing, and thinking to himself like, okay, maybe this is not the world that I thought it was.
It'd be again a good juxtaposition as well.
Do you think it's like the same actor? Do you think it's like?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because like I was even thinking like maybe you can do a bit of like both of yours combined, where like he is dead and someone has to take over the vigilante mantle, like a brother or something. Because in his the comics, his brother is dead. So maybe in this world, I don't know, like he's dead, he takes him over. In this version of Vigilante is a lot darker, a lot more grittier, a lot more violent, and he's like, oh, this is one of the downfalls of this world or something. I don't know. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, because he's basically DC Deadpool and in the main universe. So
which like I enjoy for like what it is. Like I have friends that hate Peacemaker because of what they did with that character, because they love the comic version, and I think that's valid. I think that's fair. Yeah. I like him as an original character just because he's a funny little goofball. But like that's such a good way to like kind of meet halfway. I'd be like, hey, we did this, but here's this for you guys. If you guys can enjoy this.
Yeah, here's your comic accurate version.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let me go through some comments here really quickly. Here seems like a good place to start. Do you think the big secret in the final 3 episodes is going to be live action Creature Commandos? Maybe.
That would be overhyped on James Gunn's
I don't
parts.
think. I don't think it's the big secret. I think maybe they might pop up if we go to like Argus Holding or something like that.
Right.
But I doubt.
I don't think
that's
it can
the
just
big,
be the live
that can't be the. It's not really a twist. It's a cameo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think. I'd like to see 1 or 2. I think The Bride would be really cool to see in live action, and just to establish, like he said that like Peacemaker is kind of setting an example for what the DC is going to be going forward. So I do think they want to like show off what they've said about like animated being played by the same actors as your live action. So I do think having Creature show up makes sense to like really set that tone. That's why Superman I think is going to be there too, because you want to show, okay, movie people can show up in TV things as well. Like I think they want to show that off day one. So I think we'll get some Creature people. I don't think that's the big thing they want to show off.
No,
I told Taz last week, I think they cast someone for the show. I think there's a big DC character that's cast via Peacemaker, and they show up and we're like, oh, blank is playing blank. That's crazy. And Batman would be nuts. I don't think it's Batman.
No, that would definitely break the internet if that was.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
What he did, but
that'd be such an unceremonious way to introduce him.
Crazy.
That would be a James Gunn thing to do, though.
That'd be like if Superman's first appearance was in Creature Commandos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although Batman's first appearance was in Creature Commandos.
I was going to say technically, and technically Superman was in there too.
Yeah.
I think it's like a high. I think it's like a low S tier character where it's like a Flash or a Green Lantern or a Cyborg or something, but not like Wonder Woman or Batman. Like I think those two need to be saved elsewhere, and then literally anyone else, I'll be like, okay, cool, like that's fine. I'm okay with that. Ted Cord cameo calling it. Zolo probably going to show up. I do think Sholo might show up. Just comments. I wish James Gunn didn't respond to that comment the way he did. He's like, "You're not going to be disappointed." I was like, just don't answer that question.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to. What? Like, if he isn't,
I'm not saying you're. I'm not saying you're a suspect.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to know that. Like, that would have been such a cooler reaction if I didn't know anything. I was like, what the hell? He's in this? That's awesome.
I think the current climate and culture of teasing things has almost gotten too out of hand.
It's really
like
bad.
Nobody knows how to keep a secret or surprise you anymore.
Yeah.
I think No Way Home kind of changed the landscape when it came to that because they realized how much hype that created beforehand.
Yeah.
Without even really doing anything.
So then literally they're not allowed to like hide anything anymore. Like there's nothing. Like imagine just for a second for say Doomsday, right? Imagine we knew that it was Doctor Doom, but we didn't know who was playing Doom.
Yeah.
And that reveal didn't come until you're sitting in the theater opening night watching it.
Yeah. Awesome.
Like that if somehow you could find a way to keep that a secret, which again is really, really tough to do, but it's Marvel. They could find a way. And DC, they could find a way, to keep something like that a secret. It would literally break the internet. Smaller scale was DC EU Flash showing up in Crisis, right?
Yeah,
that's
like
the most
that is
shocked
something
I've
that they
ever been.
kept. Yeah, exactly. Is that
no
something
idea.
that they kept very, very secret, tight-lipped, and it popped up, and everybody was like, "What the actual heck?"
Yeah.
I think the attention level though is so vastly different to a show like that compared to these big blockbusters. Like, there's so many people looking at it, trying to find out things that be the leakers and be the scoopers, and it's exhausting.
It is.
But I'd even go like further to say I actually think No Way Home is one of the rare situations where, like, we knew, but they didn't say anything, right?
They
like,
put a little doubt there. They put a little bit of doubt. Yeah,
that was my favorite because like going in, we're like, okay, they're obviously in this movie. But we didn't know. We technically didn't know. The most we knew was the John Campea clip where it's like, all right, look closely at Roman McGuire's dick, and it's like that's technically it. And then you have like Charlie Cox, which we did not know about. Like that was like it was rumored, but like we didn't know. So like do more.
That got leaked too.
That.
But that was
that is true. Okay, let me zoom through a couple of these comments here. Longshot here, what if we have an Earth X Flash? And Grant Gustin, because he got he never got to be in the Earth? EA? What's EA?
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Oh, maybe the second part of it.
He
never got to be an Earth X character in the Arrowverse. I know it won't happen, but
that'd be hilarious. I would actually
I
would be happy with that.
Listen, I was on the basis for a long time up until this point where I was like, Grant, he should be someone new. I love Grant Gustin. He's my Flash, but he should be someone new. But as of recently, I've just been kind of like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, he wants to do more. It seems like, James Gunn recently shouted him out. He loves the movie. Seems like that's what everyone wants anyway. I've been kind of at a point where it's like, especially if we're focusing on Wall-E anyway, I've been kind of like, you know what? Fuck it. Just let him do it. I don't know. Like, I'm not surprised at this point because, like, I think James Gunn is very in tune with what the fans want at times. Like, he listens a lot, so I could see him being like, "People are begging for this guy. Let's just throw him a bone."
And it's very clear, like the line that he has, pretty much crossed when it comes to what is canon and what's not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him to do something like that, honestly.
I think that's less messy than Peacemaker. And like his people, like if you can bring in like Enchantress from like Suicide Squad, I was like, why not at this point? Like bring in Grant Gustin, bring in Matt Ryan as Constantine at this point. I was like, you know what, whatever, it's fine.
Well, there's some people theorizing that because of them canonizing Suicide Squad 2016, that the DCU Batman is going to be Ben Affleck, and I'm like, absolutely not. I don't even want to see any comment sections if that was ever confirmed. I'm good. No. And I love Ben Affleck as Batman, but no,
me too.
Keep it away. Keep it away.
Made it clear he is done.
He's done. Yeah,
he is done.
He's done.
On his
and he definitely ain't coming back for a James Gunn universe. That's definitely
no. In his press for I forget what it was called, but the Jordan Shoes movie that he did last year.
Yeah.
It was Air. He made it clear. He's like, listen, I'm done. Like, don't ask me shit.
Yeah.
he's
like, oh yeah, he's doing something great over there, but I'm good. I'm not doing anything with it. So.
Yeah. They did say they're going to Belle Reeves. That's what I was talking about. So that's exciting. Very, very out there theory, but after the theories that Ultraman ended up on Bizarro World, what if Peacemaker finds himself on Bizarro World, meeting Ultraman? That did cross my mind a little bit, but I was like, is it the same? Like, is Lex's tech and Peacemaker's tech the same tech?
I feel like they were implying that with
they
were talking about
is all this interdimensional pocket
are they
dimension
connected?
kind of is that it's all similar, and that's why it sparked or piqued their interest, is because it does have that same kind of energy signature, or it same kind of technology, or at least that's the running in-universe theory right now.
And then they said then that could lead into Man of Tomorrow. I could see it. I would not be completely shocked that that's what they do. Although I'd kind of wish they'd wait a little bit for the Bizarro thing to hit a bit harder. Like, I think that needs to be, like, 5 years down the line. I want an actual Justice League where we can do, like... People say Bizarro, but I think I'd rather just, like, Crime Syndicate. Like, he gets sent to this other world where everything's back. Like, I think that'd be a lot more hype for me, personally. I don't... Brainiac... Yeah, they're mentioning Brainiac or Superman 2 or Man of Tomorrow. Let's see, is there anything else I want to bring up here? I sometimes think the best surprises are the ones where they're coming, but they just don't confirm it yet, like No Way Home. I would agree. It's like the Dokes meme that's been going around right now. It's like, I know blank, but I just can't prove it.
Yeah. I saw one with Chris Evans. I thought that was the best, where he's like, I know he's in Doomsday, but I just can't confirm it. It's the Dokes meme. Like, it's so
good. Yeah, that's actually like a great example, because he's in the movie. Like, he's in the movie, but it's like, gotta keep that secret. Not
to mention, though, too, like, No Way Home, like, that was such a, that's never really going to be recreated on that level, I don't think, again. Just, it was how long we hadn't seen those characters, the hype going into it. If it wasn't for Jamie Foxx, I feel like they wouldn't have went that route, with pretty much spoiling everything. But, it's hard. It's going to be hard to ever recreate that type of hype going into a movie.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone, like, there's no one in Secret Wars that's cooler than they've already introduced, right? Like, I think they've already done all the big ones, and a lot of them are coming back, and that's fine, but, like, Hugh Jackman was, one of the big ones. Toby, Andrew, your Professor Xavier's. Yeah, like, you've kind of already done that, which is why...
there's actually... They have no cameos left.
Which is why...
I think Marvel's kind of done everything.
Yeah.
Like, there's some. Like, I think their last big one for me was a James Marsden as Cyclops. And bringing him back, giving him the suit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're doing everything.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, Fassbender back as Magneto.
Right.
Maybe, but we've already got Ian McKellen.
Ian McKellen, yeah.
Yeah, so, again, what else are we going to do?
I think
why... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I think for me, like, the only thing I think of that was, like, can wow me from what they've already done is, like, seeing Hugh Jackman and Tobey Maguire and the Ghost Rider and all those original characters all together, because we never got that.
Ben Affleck Daredevil.
That would be great.
That's kind of. I think that's the element that I think might work about Secret Wars if they do it properly, where it's not about having cameos, it's about having characters. It's like,
getting them all together.
We've slowly bbeen reintroducing them, and now they're all coming together so they can work together and format together. And then I think the cameos, like, you're gonna have the little ones. You're gonna have your Portal ass scene where it's like, oh, it's all the stuff we haven't seen. I think you're going with all the reference characters and this is from this thing, and I think animation is going to be a big one. Like, once you open that pocket where it's like, okay, it's Miles from the Spider-Verse movies, and it's X-Men 97, and it's Spectacular Spider-Man. It's like all those guys where it's like, oh, holy shit, this is crazy. But I agree that I think the meat and potatoes should be like the characters that we've met along the way getting to work together.
Yeah.
What up, Lance? How's it going, buddy? If you want that link for Dexter, let me know.
Is it Dexter o'clock yet?
I think it's Dexter o'clock. Is there anything? I know we kind of went off on a tangent there outside of Peacemaker, but is there anything we haven't talked about yet for Peacemaker that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, outside of them continuing the bird blindness running gag, which I'm already starting to. I'm honestly already starting to get kind of tired of it.
Oh, really?
I'll be completely honest. I feel like they're kind of dragging it too much.
I didn't like it in episode 2, but I liked the joke in episode 3 with Economist, where he was like, I don't remember what he was like. You used my disability against me, and was it funny? Yes, but you almost got titties killed. I was like,
his performance. It's his performance. That's it for me.
Yeah.
It's like is it that funny of a joke? No, it's
Tim
Meadows.
I mean, it's a great performance,
so
but it just feels like it belongs in a different show. Like it almost feels too silly.
Too kiddie
for this show. Again, it doesn't, break the immersion for me, but like when you've got Chris dealing with all of his like super deep emotional trauma,
about timing,
and then you've got this other dude talking about bird blindness and that, what kind of a name is Eagly and he looks like a duck and and then you've got Michael Rooker back as like his 12th character of the universe.
Yeah.
And as an eagle hunter, like
I wasn't a fan of that.
That's another thing.
Here? Yeah.
That's another
thing.
And
then Judo Master's back too.
Judo Master's back, which I'm indifferent on. I thought he was fine in season 1.
Yeah.
Michael Rooker's character I'm nervous about. I've criticized James Gunn in the past for making some very, I guess, risque jokes about some of that kind of stuff. It's like, all right, a white man as an Indian character. Let's see where that goes. Because I think I think the punchline has to be, oh, he's a bad person. Like he is appropriating this culture where he should. Like I think that's hopefully the punchline.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's just a character, I'm like, well, that's a bit weird. That's a bit odd, especially to waste Michael Rooker.
Well, again, you're not wasting him. He's been like 5 characters already, and
that's
he'll
true.
just
But
keep
like
coming back.
In this universe, particularly, do you want to have him be a joke character, a one-off side guy? I'd rather give him like an actual role.
They'll probably bring him back as like honestly, probably his next role will be like a CG character where he's just voicing them.
True. That is probably true.
Yeah, they'll kill him off and then bring him back.
Well, isn't his character from Suicide Squad still alive?
No,
No, yeah.
Although
no, he's not.
he could be now. Like we don't know. Maybe he just didn't die, or maybe he wasn't on that mission this time around. So you could.
Or he just wasn't in that tank.
I don't know. Yeah, like with him here, maybe he just he's not that character in this continuity. Like he just, I don't know, something like that.
That's the thing I don't like about him picking and choosing what he wants to bring over. It's like, it gets a little confusing. I'm like, that's the only part of it that I haven't been a huge fan of with the show.
Mm-hmm.
My big issue will be if and when he decides to change his mind on certain things.
Yeah.
Because he's planting his feet in the sand on certain things right now that I almost feel like you didn't even need to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure how. What happened? Where'd we go?
There we go.
We're back. We went to the other dimension for a second.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's planting his feet in the sand on a lot of things that maybe don't necessarily even need to be addressed just yet. Like, just by name dropping Enchantress, you just opened up a whole can of worms of canonizing a whole other Suicide Squad movie with a whole other cast of characters.
Yeah.
So that means Will Smith, Deadshot, once again confirming, Margot Robbie, Harley Quinn, Jared Leto, Joker,
Ben Affleck, Batman,
Ben Affleck, Batman.
Like, I don't think I don't think that canonizes.
Well, I mean, again, no, it doesn't necessarily canonize the movie, but it means like similar events happened. Yes, like
all we know
he
is
was on a Suicide Squad mission. He met
Enchantress.
He met Enchantress. They were in a relationship. End of story. But like, it's implied, and that's what he wants us to think. He's like, oh, well, this Suicide Squad movie makes sense. So now, technically, the official DCU timeline starts with Suicide Squad.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, it's messy, it's weird. Again, we've preached this for almost 2 years now, Taz, where it's just like,
yeah. And then not to mention the comments that he's made about Blue Beetle on whether or not,
like,
I mean, he's gonna
the
bring
movie's
him in.
not, yeah, like Blue Beetle is not canon, but the character is. It's just
yeah.
like, why not just make the movie?
I just
because he doesn't want that to be the first movie. That's what it is.
Yeah, I just hope it all works out, because again, like I don't.
And then what if they bring in Robert Pattinson too? That would even throw it off more. Oh, where'd we go?
The other dimension again.
I'm trying to.
Now I'm gone.
We have someone else joining, so I was just trying to fix up the legs a little bit. But but yeah, no. Yeah, that's all I have. I thought it was a pretty straightforward week for the show. I'm excited. Like I think 2 and 3 were like big, like kind of bridging episodes where it's just kind of like we're like winding up that toy. We're just like, okay, here it comes, and next week it seems like it's going to be just based on the promo and stuff like that. We're like, oh, okay, this is a big one, and this is kind of where everything is kind of colliding with what we've been building up for the whole season.
It was a surprisingly short episode too, which kind of
a
little bit. Yeah.
Next couple are going to be, I think.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah, I think what is it? 3, 4, 5 are all like 38 minutes.
Wow.
And then the last couple are in like the 50s. I'm pretty sure. So.
Which that makes sense with what the comments that James has made about what's going to happen in those episodes.
Yeah, but it's like a tight story though, which I don't necessarily have an issue with.
The show. Well, welcome.
Oh yeah, it's always fun.
Welcome to the regular Darren and Taz show. I told people that you were eaten by a lion.
Oh wow!
Just kidding, I didn't.
It was actually an eagle. Oh no, actually, I think it was a duck.
It was a duck. So what's going on, my friend? What's been up?
Oh, nothing much. We've been chilling, trying to not be sick, which was nice. And now we're just we're back to our regularly scheduled program, and I feel overwhelmed in the fact that I still have 5 Dexter videos to post, but those will come out sooner rather than later. I think if I can stick to one a week, 1 to 2 a week for the next few weeks, then we'll be back on track.
Yeah.
And then back to our regularly scheduled content after that. So.
Yeah, the one we did for the was it earlier in the week? I had posted or last week I should say, I posted the
compilation.
Yeah, it did pretty well. Yeah, like
nice
views or something, which is
pretty
good for those. I also found out that there's a limit to how long a YouTube video could be.
Yeah, you sent me that message.
Yeah, it was for all the Ranger Nation fans out there. It was it's like 14 hours and 15 minutes or something. I was like, oh, it's gonna go up. It's gonna run all day. And I uploaded all night, and I was like, all right, time to put it up. And I was like, oh, nope, can't do it. It's too long. So now I have to cut that up in between two separate different videos. It's like, oh boy, all right.
Part 1 and part 2.
Been a couple of days, my friend. It's been because we didn't do an episode last week. We ended up canceling the episode.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's not your fault. No, it like genuinely wasn't, because I reached out to a couple people. I was like, okay, you want to do the show? You want to do a show? Didn't find much luck. And then I ultimately ended with I don't really have much to say about episode 4 of Peacemaker. I was going through all this trouble, and I was ultimately I don't really want to do the episode.
Well, that's kind of how I was feeling too. I was like, you know what? If I was gonna get sick and lose my voice, this was the perfect week to do it, because it was right after Dexter finished, and I jinxed myself. Like the Tuesday after, literally the day after that final Dexter stream, I was like, wow, I got through it. I was talking to my mom on the phone while I was at the gym. I was like, Mom, I can't believe I got through this without getting sick or anything like that. I didn't lose my voice. She's like, be careful, you're going to jinx yourself. I was like, no, I'll be fine. And then Wednesday, by the end of the workday, I was like, I can't talk. So, yeah.
We were... I think it's funny that you made it through Dexter. You were like, we must stay healthy for Dexter, and then the week after Dexter ends, it's like,
nope, yep, yeah. Yeah, all this that you would have felt during Dexter season, nope, you're gonna get smacked with it now. So
yeah. All right, we're just gonna jump into some Peacemaker, and then there's some stuff at the end if we have time that I'll run through and we can talk about some trailers and like another bonus show if we have time. I'll go over.
Nice.
But Peacemaker episode.
I guess episodes 4 and 5.
Yeah, because you weren't there for this, but I said over on Rodan stream by the end of episode 4, and I'll like enhance that now that I've seen 5. Should have been one episode. Should have cut what didn't work, cut out some of the side stuff, made this one long episode because they work. It does kind of feel like you just kind of stop the one episode and split it up into 2. It feels like kind of one chunk that they should have cut down into like 50 minutes, I think.
And okay, so before we even continue with any of this, I actually had this conversation with a friend of mine like yesterday, 2 days ago. I have a real problem with the runtimes of these episodes being so short, and the runtime including ads, the trailer for the next episode, and the little like podcasty breakdown interview with the cast as well. So like this most recent episode was like 47 minutes or something like that. But if you cut all the extra fluff out of it, it's like maybe 35 minutes of content, if that.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that we fell into with seasons of The Mandalorian. Is like, I very much so, this season of Peacemaker feels, tying into something that we might talk about a little bit later, very much so feels like The Mandalorian in a way. Is like these episodes like build, and then they just cut off. And it just, I'm like, okay, I'm missing like 15, 20 minutes worth of content here. Like, why are we cutting ourselves so short? And obviously this is a creative choice from Gunn.
Yeah.
Because he is the studio. There's no studio mandates telling him to make it a certain way. So why are we doing this?
I saw a theory from someone recently that I could see maybe being the truth, where it's like, I wonder if it was written as a movie, because the way
and he didn't have enough.
It kind of feels like it is like a movie template. Like it feels like you kind of have the first act with the first 2 episodes, and it feels like this a little bit's like your second act, and then whatever they're doing in the final 3. But it does feel like a lot of 4 and 5 is them. Like 4 is literally has a character stalling for time, and that feels like a good representation
of this show.
It's literally them stalling for being like, we need.
So maybe this show would have been better if it was only like 6 episodes.
Yeah.
Like 6 longer episodes, which again breaks our thought of like, okay, I want 8 to 13 episodes.
It just comes down to your story, man. Like
does.
What is best for the story you're telling. And like, you had that with like Creatures, where we said Creatures should have been longer. Those needed longer episodes and longer runtimes.
And I'm not liking that trend. Is now 2 out of 2 DCU shows have felt like they just are cutting themselves short. Is like there's not enough, and I don't.
8, Maddie. 8.
I don't love the breadcrumb aspect. Is like they're just giving you a little, and that's why there's this weekly drop format. And again, that's something that we have advocated for. But this show feels like it was almost made to be watched on a binge, just like Creatures.
I loved what they were doing in those first 3. Like,
yes.
I think I was way more positive than I was negative. I was like, what you said about pacing, I was like, I actually thought the pacing was feeling pretty incredible. I liked the way we were pacing this season. It felt like they were taking their time, but it was like, it felt like it was building to something.
I did too. I think the first 2 episodes had decent pacing, but I think where it started to derail for me was episode 3. Again, not that there was anything wrong with it, but I think also too, I had to sit there and think for a second before coming on the stream tonight. I was like, what even happened in episode 4? Yeah. Like episode 4 and 5 just like bled together for me. And I'm like, oh, okay. Episode 4 was all about moving the dimensional breach thingy, right?
Yeah.
And then episode 5 is fallout of moving the dimensional breach thingy. And that's it.
Or it could have been 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
15 minutes.
It could have been, but like you said, I think 4 and 5, maybe in one version of this show, it was one episode.
Yeah.
Just like I think in a lot of ways, while episodes 1 and 2 I think, are the longest episodes of the season, they are, again, complementary episodes. Like, we kind of talked about that a week or so ago, is that they work to complement each other, but they should also stand alone.
Yeah.
Which I feel like outside of episodes 1 and 2, nothing else really does. And again, not that the content that we're getting in those episodes is bad.
No.
I think it's a good sign that we're saying we want more from these episodes. It just, again, is such an odd choice to, as the studio head of the new DCU, you wrote all of these episodes, directed some of them. Why are we shortchanging ourselves here? Like, you should have the freedom to do all the things that you want to do, yet it feels like a project that has been studio mandated to be stretched to 8 episodes, confined to 35 to 45-minute episodes, and not give the audience too much in the first half of the show, or first 2/3 of the show.
Yeah.
And save all the big stuff for the last few episodes. This is very much so reminding me a lot of Daredevil, Born Again. You know?
Oh, interesting.
Like, it started off fairly strong. The middle of the season kind of lost me. And it seems like the end of the season is going to be the big hook, because next week we're going to get the big reveal that everybody's been hyping up, but it's not going to hit as well because we already figured it out. You know?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, is it
going to be as big as they've hyped it up to be? And my answer to that, unfortunately, is no. Because again, if the twist is what we think the twist is, it's going to just be Chris being like, "Oh shoot, I should have seen that before. Eagly, why didn't you tell me?"
I hope it's more about the consequences of the twist and less about the twist itself. I really hope it doesn't pave it out as this like big plot twist that like.
Did you see what the title is for episode 6?
Something Chris. It's like
ignorance is Chris.
It's 100%.
So it's literally it literally tells you. It's just because he's so.
And like with who's going over next week, like with the whole team going over next week. There's one character that is going to be more affected by that world than the others.
Two characters, actually.
Which two?
Judo Master's also maybe over there. Well, I guess the other theory is that Judo Master went to the wrong Earth. Like, Judo Master just probably went to some random dimension.
That would be... Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean...
because the scenes in the trailers, so it seems like next week Argus is probably going to get in there in some capacity. Or maybe not next week, but at some point they're going to get in there, because we still haven't seen the scene of like the hell dimension. So...
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I definitely need these episodes to really blow my socks off, because like right now it's in a spot where like it can either be a great season or it could be a mid-season. I haven't made up my mind what that's going to be yet. If these final couple drop the balls, then I'll be like, okay, it wasn't the greatest, but like it hasn't.
It's been great for character development, I think, and like it almost just feels like not a filler show, but a bridging show. Like it's made to give these characters specific arcs so that they're set up properly for the next projects that they show up in, right? Is like, we need Rick Flag Sr. to go through this kind of arc of seeking revenge for the death of his son, to then most likely at the end of it probably just coming to terms with it and agreeing to disagree and respecting Chris as a person who has wanted to change, and realizing that maybe his son would be more forgiving than he has been in a way. So I think that's probably where he's headed, and he's headed to being a better director of Argus than Amanda Waller ever was.
Yeah.
Right? Because I don't think he's not a villain. And like Frank Grillo has even said, like, you know, Rick Flag Sr. is not a villain. He's just a guy who is hurt and is trying to do what he thinks is best. Chris's arc obviously is the grass is not always greener on the other side. Your past pain and trauma is what has crafted and molded you into the person that you are today. Without his past traumas, he would not have been on his redemption arc and wanted to change and wanted to go down the path of becoming the hero that he is now. Then obviously there's the arc with Harcourt, with her feeling like she's at, at the bottom point of her life, like she's at her lowest point. She can't be hired by any of these other agencies, while she's also conflicted about her feelings for Chris because of, her connection with Rick Flag Jr. and Chris obviously being the one who killed him. And she's going to have to come to terms with that and seeing, okay, do I trust this guy that he actually changed, or do I stick to my guns and am I going to be this, closed off, reserved person forever? Then you got everybody else kind of sprinkled in there. I do love the vigilante stuff this season. Like, he's not gotten a ton. Like, he's kind of just comedy relief. But at the end of this episode, Vigilante sitting there crying almost made me want to cry. Like, I loved that. I'm like, okay, give us more of this. Like, Vigilante, he loves his friend.
Yeah. And he got nothing.
He
was the only, like, Chris got something for all the characters.
For everybody, and then Vigilante he just left out Vigilante. Yeah. So that was sad.
Adds to my I think he's dying theory. Right? Like, is like,
and well, because he mentioned again, he's like, oh, what do you think the alternate Mila is like? I don't think there is an alternate Vigilante.
What if alternate Vigilante kills this one?
Ooh.
Like, what if he murders him? And then the arc is like,
it's be careful what you wish for and be happy with what you have, because you never know when it's gonna be gone.
Yeah.
I think Adebayo's arc this season is also very interesting because she has grown a lot closer to Chris as a friend.
Yeah.
And it's been that kind of conflict, and I think James Gunn even mentioned it, is like Vigilante's biggest rival this season is her, because he's like battling for Chris's friendship and his affection basically. But I think it is interesting that he is kind of leaning on her as like his basically like his moral compass this season, all while she's trying to build up her security firm and that sort of thing. And I think that that's going to kind of lead everybody to working for her as basically like the new Amanda Waller, and she's basically going to make a adjacent Argus. Does that exist in the comics? Like, is there like a subsect of Argus, kind of like how we have Shield and Sword in Marvel?
I know people like said like Checkmate or something like that as a potential. Like, again, like I think I pitched this like a couple weeks ago, but yeah, I do think like everyone right now is either jobless or hates their job, and it's like, oh, she makes it this team, they all join up. And like this is his kind of finishing arc for not being part of the like Justice Gang. It's like they're going to want him as part of the team by the end, because he's going to end up saving the world again.
Yeah, and he's going to be like, absolutely not. No, like, I'm going to stick with my friends.
Yeah, I already have a team that I'm a part
of. The 11th Street Kids.
Yeah, which could lead.
Where did that even come from? Did they say that last season?
No. I think they said it last season, but I don't remember.
I feel like they did, but I don't remember the origin of that. Yeah.
Wasn't it like in the Chuck ride when they're all like in the back of the van?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Then, maybe I did not.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. Oh, and the biggest character that I forgot about. I saw your tweet about this. Economos, or actually, I saw. Did I send you the video where it was the actor? He was like, it's actually economists.
I saw that. Yeah.
Which is kind of funny. So economists.
The way I made that tweet, no idea why that blew up.
Well, no, but I mean, I think you're right. Like, he actually has had some really good stuff this season. I kind of always liked his character, but he's had some pretty good stuff this season, and he's had to go out of his comfort zone quite a bit, and he has stuck his neck out a lot for Chris this whole season. And again, he's put up with a lot of crap because of it as well. I did like how Fleury kind of gave him like a nod of approval. This episode was like, hey, you did the right thing with booking him and stuff like that.
Easily was Tim Meadows' best episode.
Yeah,
because he felt like an actual real character. It kind of
it's like he kind of came to terms with a lot of things. Like Judo Master flipped out on him, and he was like, "All right, Judo Master, good job."
It was like they added that foundation I was asking them.
Yeah, they added a little depth to them.
You can have fun characters, you can have goofy characters, you can have joke characters, but none of that works if you don't set a foundation for who they are outside of that bit. Because
he was a caricature. Not a character, but a caricature for the most part. Until this episode, he was a true character.
I loved it. I was like, oh, finally, there's those really good scenes. There's like even the bits with like him and Chris, like when they're on the like field fighting each other, felt like an actual agent. Didn't feel like some bit. They didn't do the bird blindness thing again. They didn't do, he was shooting some things back and forth, but like it felt like what a real agent would do. And like I'll be honest, like this episode, and we talked about this early on, but I think this season's made me lose all my respect for Argus literally on the jump. I do not take this group seriously whatsoever. And I think it's scenes like that finally you'd be like, okay, all right, I'm starting to come around a little bit.
Well, I think we're also not supposed to take Argus very seriously now either without Waller in charge.
Interesting. So you think it's done on purpose? You think it's like a narrative thing?
I do. No, okay, so number one, I do think it's done on purpose. Number two, what if Adebayo's security firm ends up getting bankrolled by a unknown benefactor, and it's her mother, Amanda Waller, pulling the strings in the background to try to basically make an Argus 2.0.
You think she would do that though?
And then maybe that could be the plot of the Waller series. Is she's basically like, okay, I got shoved out of Argus. We'll make Argus 2 Electric Boogaloo, even if they don't know they're making Argus 2. And that also ties in a little bit to, let me find the comments, to what Harrison said about Bordeaux possibly playing Rick Flag, manipulating everybody this season, and she'll end up as the head of Argus.
Ooh.
That could be very interesting, and that could play into the Rick Flag Sr. has to come to terms with Chris and make good and then team up. Yeah.
Which could
and what if he calls in the Creature Commandos?
I think they'll be here this season. I think we'll see them. I think they're in the season.
That'd be fun.
By the way,
I like that.
Talk about her character a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to. Okay. So
Bordeaux's been pretty great too.
He's been cool. Okay, so like I'm gonna be seen like the bad guy now because people are ruining it. Like I want to bring up the like her being a cyborg thing, comparatively to like there being a real world cyborg, and be like, okay, if this one exists, there could be other ones out there. Mm-hmm. But then that idiot on Twitter ruined it because he's like, there's that one of those grifter channels where like, oh my God, DC used Cyborg as a woman. They race gender swapped Cyborg. It's like,
oh no, it's like,
dude, Bordeaux's been a cyborg. Cyborg's a word. A
cyborg. Technically, the engineer was a cyborg. Also, fun fact: Did you see the interview? I think it was Brandon Davis, I believe. He's from like comic book, or is it Screen Rant? One of the two. Love his interviews. Either way, he was interviewing the actress that plays Bordeaux, and apparently she auditioned to play the engineer originally. Obviously didn't get that part, and then Gunn called her back for Peacemaker season 2 to play Bordeaux. So that's a cool little connection. But I wonder where this character goes, because she can play into a lot of things. Like there's the Batman connection, there's the Mr. Terrific connection as well. So, and if we are potentially building towards the Terrifics, like people have speculated on, that there's so many different routes. And again, I think that it's great that we are having these conversations and being excited about all the possibilities of where things can go. I just want us to actually commit to something and just stop giving us build up. Like, obviously, we're 3 projects in now, but I want a little bit of payoff. Like, in order for me to be satisfied at the end of this season, I need some sort of payoff to something, like something small. Yeah. Like, give us a carry on from Creature Commandos. Give us some carry on from the end of Superman. Give us some sort of tease of what could happen next with, with Batman or with the next Superman movie or something. Like, just give us a little bit of something outside of the 4th Michael Rooker character.
We'll talk about him.
We'll talk about him too.
I'll talk about him. Let me go through some comments and then hopefully we should tackle a bunch of things. Could be James Gunn is better at pacing movies rather than TV. It'll be interesting watching Lanterns to see how the tone of pacing shifts. Kind of what the MCU was in for a while, where it's like, well, they know how to write movies because they're from movies. Maybe shows aren't his cup of tea directly. I could see that. I mean, Creatures was meant to be a movie. I'm pretty positive by that statement. It felt like that was supposed to be a film, and then they're like, animated TV show, and they're like, okay, I'll take what I can get. I think James Gunn wants to do 8 episodes because I think he didn't want to do a Disney Plus way of having 6 episodes. That's also a fair point where it's like, I doubt he's against 6 episodes, but like if you start with 6 episodes, it's going to be like, oh, so like Disney, like that's going to be the whole narrative. And like, I would have said the same thing. I would have been like, really? Like Disney? Like I would have said the same thing. So. Yeah.
But it's just, I don't know. I would like to see, I guess it's a watch the space. We have to see how the actual show or how the season wraps up to know if he went the right route or not. Yeah. But if it still feels like the pacing was off by the end of the season, I'd like to know the justification in his mind as to why we had short episodes that didn't give us a ton that could have been combined into a singular episode. Why did he spread it out like that? Like, is it literally just to extend the story so it feels like it's happening over a longer period of time? Like, maybe that's the creative choice of it. But I don't know. It's certainly a creative choice.
This is also kind of a good point. James Gunn only directed 3 of the episodes. This is true. He wasn't on set all the time.
But he did write them all, though.
He did write them. But also, like, maybe, like, he didn't have the final cut for some of these things, because I think a lot of it is, like, honestly, on, like, editing. Because I think what's there is fine. It's good, even. It's, like, things that I think should have been cut. It's things that I don't love that were kept in.
Yeah, well, yeah, but also, too, yes, he's not directing. He wrote them, so obviously he had the say in what happened in the episodes. I think sometimes people put a little too much stake on the actual director, right? What is the director's job? 100%. It is to portray the vision of the writer and get the actors to do what's written on the page in the most believable and realistic way possible. And then where I think maybe we're having the issue with it is what happened in the editor's room.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Is if good content was written, good content was filmed. Yeah. There's just not enough good content in the final cut.
Sometimes you have to see it on paper. Like you have to actually see the like you can write all the live on day and it probably made incredible on paper, but you need to actually see the edit, see what it's like. Oh, maybe that's maybe that doesn't work the way we thought it was going to.
In a weird way, though, I think you might be onto something with, like, maybe it would have worked better as a movie. Maybe even if it wasn't intended to.
Right.
Maybe Gunn had this vision for this story, but there just wasn't quite enough content to make a full 8-episode show. But it wasn't such little content that you could squeeze it into a 2.5 hour movie.
It was too long for a movie, but too short
for a show. Studio was probably like, all right, well, Creatures was 8 episodes. Let's just, we're okay with you doing slightly shorter episodes. Just break this up into 8 episodes. Do whatever you got to do to stretch it. I think that might have been the call there, and Gunn had to decide, okay, do you want to cut some stuff and condense it to a movie, or do I expand on some of the things and maybe drag the pacing out a little bit just so everything of my story gets to be told? Even if it's not paced out exactly how I'd want it, I still eventually get to the point of the story, and you can enjoy it beginning, middle, end without missing any pieces.
So do you guys don't believe the Nightwing theory? I could see it going either direction. I would not be shocked, but I would not.
Is this based off of them name dropping Bloodhaven?
I don't even know where it's coming from, but it's a big, like, I think maybe it's rumor mill people, maybe it's whatever. I'm not actually sure, but there's people saying that Nightwing will appear in the final 3 episodes as one of your big cameos.
I doubt it.
I'm not ruling it out. I think there's going to be a big character. It could be that. I don't know.
I still think we're going to see either Superman and or Lex.
I think Lex is 100% at this point.
Especially if we're doing all this teasing for Man of Tomorrow. Shout out Brainiac.
Yeah. What do you think the twist is? I'm waiting for the show to release into all the episodes I watch, but I don't care about spoilers. They're racist. The twist is
long story short, the
racist.
Alternate Earth is Earth X, most likely. Or
Racist.
An Earth like Earth X.
Yeah. I got a theory Vigilante could have a heel turn after meeting his alternate self, or finding out that Chris is in that universe may have killed him, or that'd actually be kind of interesting. Hold on, that could actually be kind of interesting. Do we turn our Vigilante into the version from the comics, or a much similar version from the comics, a much darker version from the comics, because of how Chris has treated him, because he's been such a shitty friend and no one cares about him, and he's kind of the black sheep. Like, that could be kind of cool. I don't hate that. I don't hate
very
that.
Cool. Yeah.
He's a villain of season 3 or something. I feel like that's darker than they go, but like that'd be kind of awesome if done right. Like, that'd be kind of cool. Hardcore's been my MVP. I think it's him and Economos for me personally. I think those two are back and back to me. James Gunn's wife came up with the titles for episode 6. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
Great actress. We read that one. Checkmate. They said yes from a band. 11th Street Kids was a song name of the band. Econ had tatted on his arm. Okay, cool. The Sup John and Chris when going into the yard. Hey John, what's up?
Sup John.
I don't know him. Again, that stuff I think was some of my favorite of the episodes.
Yeah.
Like him and Hardcore's in there being like, you have to do this. No, I can't do this. Like, and I loved his like commitment to be like, sorry for doing what we're all supposed to do by law. Like, that stuff was so good. And then,
I loved him. He's like, I feel like an act of heroism is looking someone in the eyes during a conversation or something like that. And I was like, yeah, I kind of feel that.
And then of course, like Tim Meadows' scene where it's like, you did what was right. I was like, you did good, awesome. Kid. Like, that was great. I love that. Or Project Cadmus. I'd like to see Cadmus. I could see that happening in the semi-future. I reckon the only reason he wants to help Chris is because Chris called him that nickname he liked. Wait, who?
Who?
What's this a reference to?
Yeah. Need a little bit more context.
The Sup John, maybe? Is that Economos? I don't know what this is a reference to. Sorry.
Oh, Tim Meadows' character. Oh.
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
I'm trying to zoom through here. In the comics, Sasha is the head of Bruce's personal security. Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys still think Superman's going to show up this season? I think Lex is going to show up this season. I'm mixed on Superman at this point, just because I now doubt the photo that they put out. In my mind, would they post that photo if he was in it? Like, I could see this as like a misdirect to the fans. Like, he's not in it, and they're like, oh, everyone thinks he's in it, so put this out to throw people off of who's actually in it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? As like a oh, we got you kind of thing. But I could.
It's kind of like a reverse psychology. It's like, okay, post the picture so that they think he's in it, but then they second guess themselves because they're like, oh, that was probably just a picture from the Superman set. And then rug pull us and be like, oh no, actually he is in it. But I don't know. I still think it's 50-50. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he shows up, but also if he doesn't,
If it is Nightwing, it will make people want to know who plays Batman even more. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice to
I've been meaning to tell you guys I'm Batman.
You're Batman? Cool. I mean, it'd be nice to kind of hold us over, I guess, just to have like a piece of it. But you're right. Like, if we get this now and then we have to wait until like 2029 to like get Brave and the Bold, it's like.
To be honest, I saw earlier today, right? Is so now Man of Tomorrow and what's it called? Man of Tomorrow and the Batman Part 2 are supposed to both come out, what is it, 2027?
Mm-hmm.
I almost wouldn't put it past them to reveal who the next Batman is until after the Batman Part 2.
Okay.
So
that's not where I thought that was going.
No, so I'm thinking that we wait. No. I'm thinking we wait until after the Batman Part 2 because I still think, to the credit of people who want it to merge, maybe Gunn is still trying to figure out, does he want Pattinson to be Batman in his universe, or does he want to let Matt Reeves continue to do his thing, or do they want to just axe the Reeves verse after Batman Part 2 and not make it a trilogy? I know that we've said that it's going to be a trilogy, I think.
That's the like general vibe.
Like the general idea is for a trilogy, but I mean, maybe the ultimatum will be you make a third movie and we cast our own Batman, or you forego your third movie of the trilogy and merge. That could be interesting. What do you want to see happen? Because I have my position on the matter.
What you mean, just like merging and stuff like that?
Yeah. So would you rather them merge Pattinson into the DCU, or do you think that they should just cast somebody completely new and go down a completely different route?
I've talked about this so much. I literally, this is going to sound rude, so I apologize. I literally don't care because there are benefits on both sides. There are pluses
it doesn't matter.
And minuses to both. It is easier to merge, right? It is technically easier.
I think it would be harder to merge, actually,
because it's done, right? It's already established. You can just kind of throw it in. But on the bottom side of that, I want fantasy Batman. I want Dick Grayson. I want Damian Wayne. I want Teen Titans. That does not happen with Robert's Batman. It just simply doesn't. There's people being like, okay, so if you introduce this here and here, it's like, no. If you do Pattinson, you are scrapping everything you've said about Brave and the Bold. I've heard people be like, oh, Batman Part 2 is just Brave and the Bold. No. It is one or the other.
Not at all.
It merges and you cancel it. You have to cancel Brave and the Bold and everything you've said about Batman up until this point. Or they're two separate things. They're not one and the same. And again, there are benefits to, like, I think David and Robert look great together. Like, I love the edits. Like, when I see them together, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty fucking
it's like, awesome. Okay, yeah.
Like they work cool together. And part of me is like, I kind of want to see what it looks like. But I respect the goal because it's ballsy. Mm-hmm. It is a ballsy move. Any other studio would have been like, well, fuck Robert Pattinson, fuck Matt Reeves, we're doing our own thing. We've seen it time and time and time again. We saw it with, the DC EU. We saw it with Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man and arguably Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. This is a tale that's told us time. It's like, oh, when it's time to reboot, we just throw them out to the trash. And it would have been easy for them. It was a one-off thing. They didn't have to do more. They could have canned the Penguin. It could have, it would have been so easy. But they're like, no, we're committing to that. They made pretty good money. We're gonna give them a sequel, and we're also doing this over here. and it's complicated. It's weird. It's, you know, it's going to cause some issues in terms of like release with some of these stuff. But I think they have to, they've set it in motion. I think they have to stick to it. I think they have to stick to it being separate.
Yeah.
But if it was announced as like merging, I'd be like, okay, like I'm like,
okay,
cool.
fair enough.
Cool. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, I'm in the camp of adamantly against the merger. I think we still need to set that precedent that we can have Elseworld stories. I think it's so far established that Pattinson's Batman is the gritty, grounded detective Batman. And from what Gunn has said about the Brave and the Bold Batman, is this will be much closer to a comic book or a Justice League animated Batman, or even like kind of like an arc or like an Arkham Knight style Batman, right? Or like an Arkham series Batman, where we will lean a little bit more into the fantastical elements. Like that, I like the title of Brave and the Bold. Like, think about the Batman Brave and the Bold animated series. So much more fantastical for a Batman character versus something that is very grounded and gritty, like the Nolan trilogy and that sort of thing. Like, again, I think that there's a place for it, but we've now had two Batman universes that have been that dark, gritty, grounded, realistic takes that I think it's time that we can do, you know, some mystical, magical stuff with the League of Assassins. And, you know, maybe you have like, you know, they've name dropped Batmite already. Like, come on, like, let's do some silly stuff.
Okay, but here's my take as well, that I can disagree with people a lot, where it's like, I don't think there's anything saying Pattinson can't get there, right? Like I've heard people being like, oh, it's too grounded, they would never do that, or he could never do that.
It would have to, if it was still Pattinson, he would have to be distinctively a different version of Batman. I think that's the only way that I would like this merger, is if, again, the Matt Reeves version of Pattinson's Batman stays in his own universe, and then Robert Pattinson is just an alt universe version of Batman who just so happens to be
more confusing.
I mean,
I think like,
but general audiences know the multiverse now, and we have characters that are carrying over from the old multiverse. Like your big head, one of your big headliners.
Style, unless you do it as like literally like he jumps through a portal to fight Darkseid, you know, kind of thing. But then that's kind of weird in a sense. I mean, but like my take is like, I don't think there's anything wrong with this version of Pattinson fighting Man-Bat. I think he can, because this is how every Batman starts. Like, you mean like he's too grounded. This is too grounded.
Well, no, you could definitely get.
Batman always starts like that. Look at like, I feel like they all do. You know, like you can even argue the like Dark Knight trilogy starts with like Ra's al Ghul and ends with Bane, and I feel like that's a great example of that, where it's like it can.
But I think even so, that Bane was still so much more grounded than a Bane that we would see nowadays, probably, which would be a lot closer to like, you know, your Batman and Robin style Bane.
I just think people being like so anti, being like it would never work, because like I don't agree. Like, look at like Batman the Animated Series. You can have an episode that's very dark and grounded about mobsters, and then the next episode it's Man-Bat and Mr. Like,
and I don't even think the argument is that it won't work. I just think the argument is that I would like it to be, for me at least, my argument is just I would like them to stay distinct, and I would like to be able to continue the Pattinson Batman even when we do have Brave and the Bold Batman going, because I think having those two distinctive versions of Batman is a great way to go about it.
I also want more Matt Reeves TV shows as well. Like, he killed that show, like Penguin, so much, to the point, and I said this a couple weeks on Pipeline, I actually think the solution that would make a lot of sense to me, Rob Pattinson wouldn't do it, make The Batman a TV show.
Yes.
Like, make that
make it a high budget HBO show.
Yes.
Like, that's what people wanted Gotham to be.
You
like,
could do
honestly,
it
this is Gotham 2.0.
Yeah. It's like, you could, and
then maybe Batman isn't in every, maybe he's not in every episode though. Like, so you start it kind of like, an established Gotham. So how, you know, obviously Gotham started was Gotham City before Batman. Now this is Gotham City during Batman. And obviously we had the Penguin where we followed the Penguin, that sort of thing. But again, maybe make it kind of an anthology series where maybe there's like 1, 2, 3 episodes, or 3-episode arcs where you follow a specific villain, what they're doing, and then their eventual encounter with Batman and what that results in.
Yeah.
So that Pattinson maybe only has to be in, say, half the episodes if he doesn't want to be in the whole thing. Yeah. And maybe sometimes you will get that perspective of Batman and that sort of thing, but still maybe make it from the perspective of the villains. And Batman just pops up when he's needed. And then maybe do, more stuff with the GCPD and Gordon, because wasn't there a rumor there that we were supposed to be getting another Gordon GCPD series?
Yeah. I think I'd maybe want both. I'd be down for both. Like do your Batman show and then do like an anthology series following a bunch of characters could be really cool. Although I think DC should just do that in general. Like what they almost did that like Adam Strange or something, which was going to be like a DC like anthology series back in like 2014.
I forgot about that.
Would have loved.
Wasn't that supposed to be this? Was that supposed to be the same Adam Strange from Krypton, or was it a different?
I think it was separate. It was like
separate one.
It was part of the like DC universe stuff. It was like
you're right.
Like
you're right. You're right.
It was that
but they eventually put Krypton on the DC streaming service, I think, before
not as an original.
No, not as an original. No. But I think after it aired on, what was it, Sci-Fi or something?
That's true.
I think they.
I don't think it was canon, but maybe it was. Again, we never saw it. I don't even know if it got that far in the writing room. Yeah. Like it could have been. I have no idea.
Man, talk about shows that were canceled way too early. Krypton. Everybody's going. Really?
I watched it.
Okay, we should rewatch it at some point, or I should rewatch it. You should watch it. And everybody's going crazy over Brainiac, dude. We saw Brainiac like 4 years ago in there.
He looked cool. Like
he was really cool.
I remember that like trailer coming out and being like, "Holy shit!"
Dude, Brainiac, Lobo, Doomsday, General Zod. That show was kind of stacked.
Wasn't Zod Walter from Arrow?
Yes. It was actually great casting too. I loved him as Zod.
Someday we'll have to put it on that giant list that we were slowly.
That giant list of shows that we all need to watch.
Yeah. Okay, I do want to get back.
We just went on like the most random tangent of all time.
I'll clip it into a video throughout the week.
Yeah.
But okay, final things for Peacemaker, and then we're going to like speed run through a couple of mini things I want to cover. That's in the thumbnail. Look at that. Rooker's character, I want to talk about that because we got a lot in 4 and 5.
The Prime Eagle.
I hate him so much. I'm sorry. I tried. I think it's such a waste of time and energy and space for just the most nothing character that's ever been made. To me, I can't with him. And he's dead. Like,
is he though?
I was waiting. I was like,
is he though?
I hope so.
He apologized to Eagly.
He said
he was sorry.
And I'll say sorry if I'm about to be murdered by a flock of eagles. Which also, by the way, I'm about to get a hot take here. I'm going to get it out there. Did not like the Prime Eagle stuff. Was not a fan of that. I know.
I just see all the memes of people like, dude, Eagly's a god. Why is he hanging out with Peacemaker?
I don't know.
So what is this? Is this comic
I don't get it.
Accurate? Like, where did this come from?
You know what it reminds me of a little bit? And like, I was on the other side of it when that show happened. Like, when that happened in that other show, I was like, oh, this is awesome. And like, everyone else is like, this is stupid. Bebo, a little bit. When the giant Bebo happened in Legends.
A little bit.
I was like, hell yeah. And everyone's like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And I'm kind of here with this, where I'm like...
You know what this kind of reminds me of for anybody that's played it is Assassin's Creed, in a way. So, like, Eagle vision, like, there's a lot of, like, eagle imagery, I guess, in that. And there's, like, some, spiritual visions and stuff like that. More specifically, like, Assassin's Creed 3. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of funky. I think it's kind of cool to have let's just go crazy, right? We've got, interdimensional portals. We've got, Earth X racist universe that we're probably going to. And then we've got
Yeah.
Eagly that has undisclosed
Mystical
cosmic powers. Yeah.
I think like I'm willing to come around on it. If I like, I am willing by the end of the season, or maybe season 3, or maybe even Man of Tomorrow, I could potentially see me being like, oh, okay, that's cool now, or like, okay, I grown to love it. Right now, I don't. Right now, I think it's kind of random and stupid, and like.
Do you think we get a live action Super Pets at some point? We have Crypto, we have Eagly, we need to get Ace the Bat Hound.
Yeah.
Let's just do a crazy multiversal crossover and bring Scooby-Doo over.
Lantern Squirrel.
Yes. Streaky the cat.
Yeah.
The Red Lantern cat.
Yeah. Let's
and then bring Scooby-Doo over, because James Gunn did the 2 Scooby-Doo movies. Yeah.
Do multiverse it.
Oh yeah,
and, like, have
Weasel.
Rocket. Yeah.
Weasel as well.
Yeah. Is Weasel an animal though?
Yeah.
Is he?
I would assume so.
Did we get his origin?
He's a creature.
Did we see his birth?
No.
No.
I think he's just.
Okay, we need that.
I think he's just like a
though.
crazy weasel. Like.
Is he a real weasel though? I thought he was like.
Oh no! Wait, no. Was he a person? No, wasn't he a person that turned into a? I don't know.
I don't know. I could see him being just like a mutated weasel. He's like the Ninja Turtles, but like a weasel.
Yeah. But yeah, James Gunn, hire me, please.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
James Gunn, hire me and let me.
Batcow.
Let me. Batcow. Ooh, it's a good one too.
I would actually like Batcow. That'd be fun.
I don't know, what animal would you like to voice? Even though like they don't have. Like, who would you like to voice? Crypto, Eagly, Ace the Bat Hound, Batcow.
Batcow sounds, I think, would fit my voice better than most.
Okay.
Yeah.
I kind of. You know what? We're gonna follow in the Rock's footsteps. Let's voice Crypto.
I could see an Ace out of you. I feel like that you have Ace vibes.
Okay.
Chuck the Weasel in here? Who's Chuck the Weasel? Oh
no.
I thought you said Chuck
my
the
favorite,
Weasel.
my favorite DC character, Chuck the Weasel.
First name Chuck, last name Weasel. I was like, who's Chuck Weasel? And oh, it's so good. Chuck Weasel in there. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I didn't love 4 and 5. I liked it. There's moments I liked. I loved the fight scene on like the field with Peacemaker. I thought that was awesome. When he has like
that was
the
very good.
on his shoulder, he's killing. He's awesome. Incredible scene. I was like, that's.
I did also like the shot at the end of 5 with him, his brother, his father, and Eagly all flying up above the suspicious universe.
Yeah, we had the kaiju from
Oh yes, you're right.
Superman. Which speaking of Bebo, there was like a second in my mind I was like, oh, Bebo, giant kaiju. I was like, oh, obviously it's this one. Oh,
did you see the theory that sprouted from that is the fact that the top trio had to take down this kaiju means that there's no Superman in this universe?
Yeah, or Justice Gang. He's
locked up somewhere. Like maybe they're doing some sort of Red Sun kind of thing with him in a way.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
So I'm definitely down on that theory as of now as well, and that could be how we see David Corn sweat.
It'd be cool.
It's not our Superman.
Imagine you cast like a big character, but it's like the alternate version in chains or whatever. It's like, oh my god, all right, that's the Flash is here, whatever. Yeah. Grant Gustin is in a cage. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Constantine. I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna just throw that right now. Let's just say Matt Ryan Constantine shows up, because again, like I said, I watched because of the Tomorrowverse, right? He's in that, and he's the connective tissue about all the multiversal stuff. So
he's in Harley Quinn as well.
Yeah. Oh, is he? Wait, Matt Ryan as Constantine is in the Harley Quinn series?
He is, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's kind of the closest we have to like a Kevin Conroy. He's like the Kevin Conroy for the.
Oh, that's awesome.
He's just him at this point. Like,
yeah, well,
if we can have John Cena transfer over, we can have Matt Ryan. That's fine.
By the way, again, second time I've name dropped Assassin's Creed tonight, but he is.
But yeah, with that being said, we're going to transition into our next show because we have a lot to go over today. Obviously, Lance, you are more than welcome to stick around and talk Peacemaker with us.
About to talk Peacemaker for a little bit.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice.
One got out. It's a black.
Welcome to Earth X.
Peacemaker. If you guys have not seen this season, go off and watch it. We are going to be going into this. What is it? Episode. Is it six?
Yes. Episode.
We're in the final 3 episodes. We are in what James Gunn has been hyping up all season long. He has teased these to be. He said that this episode is one of his favorite things that he has ever made.
Yeah, I think he said 6 and 8.
6 and 8 are some of the favorite things he's ever made, which is kind of been the same statement to me. Like that is like, whoa, you made Guardians of the Galaxy, bro.
That's a it's a big statement, but I mean, I know he's very proud of how this season turned out, and it's so funny is the way we talked about this season leading up until this episode last week, right? Is we're like, this is kind of the make or break. Is if they don't stick the landing on the reveal, then it will have kind of made the first 2/3 of the season feel not necessarily like wasted time, but kind of stalling until we get to that reveal. Yeah. I will say, before getting into full details on the episode itself, I was not only satisfied by the reveal, even though it was something that we predicted a while ago, but also it made me actually kind of look at the rest of the season in a slightly different light. And I think knowing the twist and then going back and rewatching the show, number one, will be a enriched and enhanced viewing experience. But also, I think for fans of the show that are not fans of the comics, that did not realize or did not know that this was a possibility, I think their minds were probably blown by the reveal. So all of those aspects to say, in addition to the fact that James Gunn is very proud of this, I listened to the kind of like after show podcast that he did. I listened to the podcast that he did with Brandon Davis as well. He seemed so passionate about the story that he created. He talked about all the different ways in which it could have gone and that sort of thing, but he seems to be so committed to the story that he's telling here. And I think we owe it to the Gun to watch it fully unload, you know?
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I got something of, and then I just remembered.
Oh, a baby? This is weird. No, I'd say this is probably the best episode of this season so far. I think I've been more critic. Jesus. I think I've been more critical on this season than I haven't been. This season has been the like definition of a mixed bag for me. It has so much that I love and adore, and I think what they're doing is awesome. And then, like, every episode, there'll be these little things where I'm like, God damn it, James Gunn, why'd you do this one thing? And I think this episode is, like, no exception to that. Like, this episode was really, really solid. But then there'll be these couple of things where I'm like, I did not like that. I did not like the direction of that. And we'll get into that a little bit as we kind of dive in. Like, there's one thing I'm thinking of where I was so disappointed in that I paused it and left the room. There was one thing, and this may be like a WandaVision like expectation thing, maybe, where I'm like, I really wanted them to go this direction and they didn't. And obviously he owes nothing to theories, right? He's telling his own story. Like, I don't want to be one of those crybabies that are like, I didn't get what I want, so it sucks. Like, I'm not trying to do that. But there are these little things where I'm like, man, I really wish they pushed this thing a little further. But no, like I think this episode, like I understand why this is one of his favorite things. Would I agree it's one of my favorite things he's ever done? No, I personally would not. I might even like. I think some of those first 3 episodes I really loved. I think just on par as this episode, and then you have the Suicide Squad, and you have elements of creatures, and you have Guardians, especially 1 and 3 for me, that I think really blows
and the
things
holiday
away.
special too.
Holiday special, yeah, like he makes such good work. And maybe that's even maybe an element where maybe some of it didn't hit as hard for me, because maybe I had that expectation where, like, when someone tells me this is one of the greatest things of all time, I'm like, well, it can't be that good. Like, that's just how my brain works. It's like, well, like, you know, we'll see about that, Mr. Gunn.
I mean, it can't all be Scooby-Doo 1 and 2. Like,
yeah, of course. Taz, well, I mean, I feel like I'm kind of jumping around a lot of elements and stuff like that, but like, what's just like general thoughts on this episode? Like how are you feeling kind of coming out of it? Just
I mean, like, generally, like, I think that it makes a lot of things from the season a lot more clear, right? It makes it, you know, you kind of connect the dots. Like, I think something that I sent you immediately when watching the episode is I was like, oh, I just looked at that intro a little bit closer, and they've been foreshadowing it from the beginning. And I think the funniest thing is people online realize, number one, Fortnite pulling it from the game. Number 2, seeing people online that have recreated the dance realize, like, oh,
I've seen the Stitch being like,
they're
apology videos being like, guys, I didn't know, I swear to God.
So I think that is simultaneously hilarious but amazing foreshadowing. And I think, again, is if you go back and rewatch this season from the beginning, there's going to be so much additional foreshadowing that we might not have picked up on, even though after the first couple of episodes, we kind of figured that Earth X was the direction that they were going in. I think as well, character-wise, this was so satisfying in a lot of ways. Is we got, I think, probably the best emotional scene of the entire series in a lot of ways, which was the sit-down between Peacemaker and our Earth's version of Harcourt. Like, I think that scene between the two of them, and again, James Gunn talked about this at lengths, that their connection in this scene and the kind of fact that Peacemaker was being so vulnerable and Harcourt wanted to kind of be on that level, but she wasn't going to say anything more than just come home. Like, go back. Let's go back to Earth 1, right? Like, let's go back to our Earth and we can discuss things a little bit further there. But that shows progress even in that regard, is because we were led to believe kind of this whole season, like, oh, she doesn't care. Oh, she's, you know, hung up on Rick Flag Jr., all of this stuff. But at the core of the story, they both care about each other in this maybe wacky way, unconventional maybe, but it I think it works very well. There were other elements, obviously, the silly James Gunn stuff, the vigilante meeting his alternate Earth doppelganger and going through the house, and, you know, it's like, oh, they spelled Cheerios weird here. Oh, my dad's here. Oh, like this, that, and the other. Like, I think that was kind of fun.
My
like,
dad's
that was
not
fun.
gay here.
Yeah.
That actually is one of my favorite details of like this world so far, because that's like a little thing of like, honey, your dad is gay. You just can't say it here. You poor thing. Poor baby. But the vigilante thing was kind of the thing I was saying before.
We did the Spider-Man meme.
It's as wholesome as it is. I was really disappointed. Our theory wasn't right. I was so sad. I paused.
What was your theory?
It was kind of right. We had the idea that he was going to be working for the Sons of Liberty, or at least, you know, the Sons of Liberty would end up being the good guys.
I just think the fact that it's the same character, kind of like, I think it's kind of the lamest version of how that storyline could have went personally. Like, I was really, again, I'm not, like, again, tell whatever story you want. Again, I am not owed that. But there was a little disappointment that we didn't do, like, comic accurate vigilante, where this version is just a lot darker, a lot more violent.
Yeah.
I mean, like, but that's not what this story is about. You know, at the end of the day, this story really is about Chris, and it's about Harcourt, right?
Yeah.
And everybody else is
Sure.
just kind of living in that world. It's like, how does their story affect everybody else, right? Is yes, obviously we have to develop side characters like
Sure.
economists and like
Oh,
vigilante.
Economos is dead, by the way. He's dying. He's gonna be dead.
I just think like
No,
there's
no
been
way.
just like so much setup this season for like I can't wait to see my alternate self. I can't wait to see him. I can't wait to see him. See him. See him. See him. And like this episode in particularly, I thought there was such a push to make him like the most unlikable character around. Like the scene with his mom, I was like,
oh
I think
yeah,
I
was like,
I might hate
yeah,
this character.
I cringed the entire
It
time. I
was-
was like, oh my god, like
I've been on
yeah,
the fence with him all
Vigilante,
season.
like that is kind of a, that's not.
I've been on the fence all season, being like, I'm not really vibing with him this season,
Shut
and
the fuck
that
up,
was like
Mom.
my final straw.
Shut the fuck up, Mom.
I just like,
I mean,
does anyone else have a what was it, like a tick on their? Is anyone else's mom a tick on their dick? It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Be
yeah, it's
nice.
like,
for
dude,
just
it's like,
one
dude, your mom
second.
just kind of, your mom just cares.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah, that did definitely bother me a little bit, but I think too, again, that's who Adrian is in this universe, right? Like,
Yeah.
don't think too hard about it as far as like the intricacies with him. I think at the end of the day, he is a sociopath. Like, he's a sociopath that cares about Peacemaker. Like that, his
And
best
cares
friend is
about-
Peacemaker.
Getting drugs off the street, but
Yeah,
holding all the drugs and money.
yeah.
I will say that's one of their better jokes that they did in here, like this whole season. Because like some of the humor has been very hit and miss for me. But the like, I can't use this. It's blood money. You are so right. You do not want to use this. Like that. Perfect. It's
I don't know
short,
why-
it's simple.
That was one of those
doesn't
jokes
linger.
that made me think that he felt more like Deadpool. Again, like
Yeah.
he's very much so. He's just DC Deadpool at this
Yeah.
point. Like he doesn't necessarily have to be called vigilante. Like I think to your point, you are right about that. Like there is nothing that screams comic book vigilante here,
Yeah.
but also too on Arrow was there a lot that really screamed comic book vigilante
Sure.
outside of the suit. You
Listen,
know,
like I'm like and again, like I ultimately don't care too much because I don't know the comic
I was
books,
gonna say, I was
right?
like, how many real like diehard vigilante fans really are there?
We have a couple. We have like our friend Jake loves Vigilante. He thinks
Okay.
he's amazing, and like I've been almost wanting that for him this season. Just like like maybe he'll watch if we get comic book Vigilante up in here.
Oh, what would
And-
it? Imagine it would have been amazing if instead of being played by the same actor, they somehow got Josh Segarra to
Josh
play
Segarra,
an actual Adrian Chase vigilante on that. Like that'd
10
be
out of 10
ridiculous.
show. It's like
That'd be
no,
awesome,
no,
though.
So
yeah,
the one thing I noticed about this version of Vigilante, like I was looking, like somebody did a side by side comparison between the two. The Arrowverse costume was very comic book accurate. This one is it's accurate to the comics, except for the mask.
yeah.
And the mask is done purposely because it protrudes off his face.
So he can wear
Why?
glasses.
Because he wears glasses.
Yeah.
I noticed. I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "This man puts on a mask with glasses on."
And he can't build it. Why? Yeah. Why does he not build his prescription into his visor?
Exactly. Like he's weird. He's weird, but it's like, but no, like he's the same vigilante. There, I get what you're saying. He's the same
Yeah.
as in like, but once he said, "Are you friends with Peacemaker?" He snapped into that. Like
Yeah.
he snapped. He
I
snapped.
need
That
Yeah.
more.
So I do
yeah,
think that he
yeah.
is a little. He's definitely more
He's definitely
serious.
darkened. Yeah.
Yeah. I just think that he can get to the same level as our vigilante.
Sure. Yeah.
But I think on this earth, he is certainly a lot more put together,
sure.
a lot more genuinely heroic. I think as well.
Smarter, it seems.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
our
Well, also I saw.
vigilante-
Did you see the theory that that behind this Earth's vigilante were the materials for the bomb that Chris diffused back in episode like 3 or something like that? So
Oh,
vigilante made the bomb for the Sons of Liberty.
Yeah, that'd be
So
interesting.
he's most
He's
likely
working
a
with
lot-
he's working with the Sons of Liberty.
Yeah, no, he is. But that's what I'm just saying is he's definitely smarter than
Fighting
our
that-
Adrian.
No, he
Yeah.
is.
Fighting
Our
that
vigilante-
Nazi regime. Yeah.
I don't think he would notice anything was wrong. Like our vigilante is so in his. Actually, I think he's very like, and I see this as a compliment, as I kind of relate to him a bit, but he's definitely in his own world. He's very like autistic coded, where it's like his main thoughts are what's right in front of him, and like his passions are what he's really interested in. It's like, I don't care about this, this, and this, but these hyper fixations in front of me is what I love and what I pay attention to. And that's what kind of feels like Vigilante is. I was like, well, I don't care about sex, I don't do this, but I care about these specific things. And it's like being a hero, being friends with Peacemaker, having friends, and those are what he
if there's a murderer on the streets or someone doing some graffiti, do you think I take pleasure in killing them? Yes.
Shout out to our asexual king, like in this episode. I think confirms it officially, where it's like what's the worst feeling? What is it, like feeling human flesh? I was like, oh buddy, oh buddy.
They just both like shuddered. They're like, ugh.
Oh, poor buddy.
You know what was hilarious? You know what was hilarious though? When he's walking down the street and he's trying to find his house, and the reaction to jump in the bushes.
Maybe he's the Bushmaster.
But I will say, I think they did that for a reason. Someone in a vigilante costume gets less attention from people than a black woman. Like, I think
that's a good point.
Like, they passed them, they didn't care. That's normal, that's fine, whatever. But a black woman, no siree, I don't think so. So it's, don't clip that, don't put that out of context. But yeah, no, I'm
in the show.
Yes, in the show. No, it's like, listen, like, was I disappointed? Yes. I need to see what I do with it going forward, though, because I have just been a little frustrated with him because he hasn't really had an arc this season. He hasn't had much to do, and I was really looking forward to potentially doing some really cool back and forth with that.
I mean, there's definitely been less of him this season than last season, but again, it's not his season, right? Like, last season was very much so a Peacemaker season, which involved Vigilante a lot more.
Sure.
This is a Christopher Smith season that involves Adrian Chase and the rest of the 11th Street kids, but it doesn't need Vigilante as much, outside of maybe whatever the final battle is going to be.
I got to see where it goes, because if we don't get anything of more substance in these next couple, I am going to be disappointed by the end.
So I guess that's my big question, I guess, for you now too. Is continue, and then I'll say what I was going to say.
I'm just going to say, like, I think he's kind of in a similar, not as bad, but he's kind of in a similar spot that like Tim Meadows was in those first couple for me, where it's like he's all joke, not a lot of substance. And when they give him substance, he's really good. Like, I love the stuff at the end of, what was it, episode 5, when he's crying, bawling, because like Peacemaker didn't write about him in his letter. Good stuff, right?
Yes.
He has.
But then they do immediately kind of rug pull it though in this episode. They turn it into a joke. Adebayo mentions, it's like, Vigilante, you were crying. He's like, I wasn't crying. I was comforting you. You were crying.
But that kind of goes into the like denial of it all, and he kind of has
the deflection
a little bit, right? Like,
you're right. He
has these hyperfixations, and when those get taken away from you, that shakes you. Like this is something that I feel with too, where like, with like my autism, where like if I don't have my hyperfixations in front of me, I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to operate that. But he was back on the other Earth. He was on a team again. He was working with his friends. He's actively working to get Chris back. There's his hyperfixation again. He's back at it. He's not bothered. So like that, like it makes sense. And I guess in that aspect of it, I guess maybe that's an arc for him, is just like dealing with that, or like how, like I'm curious to see his reaction to what this world actually is, and what this Peacemaker is, or was, and like that's the stuff I really hope they lean into a lot this season, in just terms of the story they're telling. But yeah, I just have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess here's the other thing, right? Is where do you think we're going now that everything has been laid out on the table? We are officially on Earth X.
Yeah.
Chris now realizes, oh shoot, this isn't the perfect world. Obviously, his dad and his brother will become adversaries for him once again. We had the little tie to the broader DC universe with Rick Flag Sr. going to get help and forming an alliance with Lex, which I think was something that we kind of predicted. We're like, okay, we're either going to see Superman or Lex, and I prefer the fact that we saw Lex.
I'm pretty sure we called Lex pretty early because I was like, okay, he went to, was it Belle Reeves? I was like, okay,
Reeve, which is also Creature Commandos reference.
We know it's Belle Reeves. Who else does Rick Flag know in Belle Reeves? Yes, that could have been a couple people, but also we're doing multiverse stuff. Like, it just made sense that it wouldn't have been like, why would he get Bloodsport? Like, that wouldn't make sense.
And something that sat with me, right, is he was like, I can give you a shot. Like, I can't get you out of here, but I can give you a shot at redemption. And that kind of, perked his ears up. And then that makes me think, Man of Tomorrow means both. Is obviously it's both of them, right? Is the amount of times that Lex has been like, I'm the Man of Tomorrow, not Superman, and that sort of thing. So
not him.
I think Rick Flag Sr. is gonna force the two of them to work together and wear their big old get along sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Because there's gonna be a bigger threat with a bigger brain.
Yeah.
I think that's ultimately where we're headed. Lex hates aliens. Superman needs to fight threatening aliens.
Yeah.
Brainiac is threatening alien, so the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Definitely set up for like
Man of Tomorrow.
I'm not completely convinced it's Brainiac yet. I could see it. I also haven't taken it off the table yet that it's not literally what we're dealing with right now. I hope that's not where we go for obvious reasons, but there's a lot of storylines that still need to be wrapped up this season. There's a lot to be done. I would not be... I mean, I'd be a little shocked, but like, I would not be complete... I'm not ruling it out that we're not literally doing Crisis on Earth X again, where it's like the Nazi world comes to our world. And
I doubt it. I think it's just a plot device for this season.
I don't want that, but...
He said it's only for this season, though.
Yeah, and so, so something else that I just thought about, right? What was Creature Commandos all about? Is like this vision that Cersei had about the end of the world, all the heroes dying, that sort of thing. Who could have potentially caused it is maybe being retconned to be Brainiac. Not retconned, but now that things have kind of changed in the timeline, could be Brainiac.
That I
obviously not everybody's gonna die, but that could happen if Superman and Lex don't team up.
And Commandos has so much like it doesn't make sense to me that I do hope they help a lot. Like I hope they tie a lot of it in. But like, oh guys, it does make sense now. Don't worry, because if we never do any of that stuff again, it's like, what were they doing? Like what was the point of literally any of that?
Well, I mean, G.I. Robot has to show up. Like. They have to. The moment Rick Flag Sr. learns about, Earth X, he's like, oh, well, who's the perfect guy for the job?
If he doesn't show up in these final two, what was the... Like, there's no way you do two... like, you introduce a character who loves killing Nazis, you give him the biggest upgrade, and then you go to a Nazi Earth and you don't bring... There's no way!
No, dude, you know what I could actually see? I could see James Gunn making it a joke. I could see somebody talking to G.I. Robot about everything on Earth X, and G.I. Robot being like, "You guys killed Nazis without me?"
Without me? That would be so
and then he just like, and then he just like has a sad look at the
G.I. Robot. I don't think they
no, because he's a big boy now.
Yeah. I wonder if they regret making him big. Don't take that out of context either. But like, I wonder if there's like, damn it, we should have kept the tiny robot we had in Creature Commandos. We should have
made the more streamlined robot.
What up, Phil? What's going on, buddy?
What's up, Phil?
What's good?
I'm gonna speed run a lot of these comments because we have a lot of people commenting. Thank you, everyone who's contributing. I am watching all of them. I just don't want to ruin the rhythm of our conversations. But let's speed run through some of these. I fucking hope so. G.I. Robot deserves to come back. Out of all the characters introduced in that show, he's the one I want to see back the most. I think he might be my favorite character from that show, if I'm being honest. Keyblade said he's gonna kill all the Nazis, particularly aliens. Who does the next door to him? Yeah, G.I. Robot's coming. I loved what really got Lex's attention from Flag was a chance at redemption. Press Lex Lex Luthor definitely happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've said this multiple times. Like James Gunn said, there's like the secret main character in that was introduced in Superman. That's going to kind of be the main character of Gods and Monsters. I think that's Lex.
I think so too.
I think long term, not yet, not for a long time, but eventually we will do a Lex redemption, or if not a full redemption, a like a neutral Lex Luthor. Like I was talking about this on like one of the shows this week, but like I think we're building to President Lex. I think President Luthor is happening, and I like the idea that like he's not.
You think
wrong.
Flag will let that happen?
Does he have a choice? Does he have I don't know. Like, I really like the idea that like he's president.
I mean, strategically, maybe it might make sense though. In a lot of ways, right?
Keep someone in his pocket, right?
Again, is the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and also Rick Flag and Argus would then kind of have control of the U.S. government and not the other way around.
True.
Because they could send him right back to prison at any point. So if he crosses them, then he's screwed. But alternatively, basically the smartest man on the planet being in that position of power, being puppeteered by Argus.
Yeah. My good buddy Noah said Superman and Peacemaker season 2 definitely reassured me that James Gunn has what it takes to carry the DC universe. I had my doubts for real. I'm still kind of... Both were kind of 50-50 for me. Like,
yeah,
I loved a lot of Superman, but there's stuff I didn't like. Same with the season of Peacemaker. There's stuff so like I'm kind of like I'm down for a lot of it, but I also have my concerns. I am waiting for Lanterns. Lanterns is a big one for me. I need to see what the first DCU project that isn't helmed by James Gunn looks like. That is my big thing. I need to see what other flavors and styles there are involved. Because so far it's just been him. And if it was just him, as much as I love James, I think I'd get kind of tired very quickly. So I'm glad there's several different flavors kind of thrown around.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that is something that we've learned from the MCU even, is that you have to have different writers, directors, filmmakers at the helm and have different genres of films and movies and shows and everything in between.
I think next year is going to be the big test because we have Lanterns, we have Supergirl, and we have Clayface, which I think are all going to be
all very different
I guess actually
genres.
very dark. Actually, like they're all kind of probably going to be very dark projects comparatively to like.
Well, yeah, I think Lanterns will be kind of like the gritty cop drama, right?
Supergirl
space cop,
like, kind of gritty space drama.
Yes, but I think
Clayface.
Supergirl will maybe be more so in line with maybe in comparison to James Gunn stuff, like a Guardians kind of thing, but maybe more so Guardians Volume 2, right?
Oh, really? I think Guardians 2 is a bit too silly. Like,
well, there are some dark elements to Volume 2.
I was thinking more like Guardians 1, because like Guardians 1, yes, it's a little silly, it's fun, but like it's a dark movie. Like, you know, we're dealing with like genocide and stuff like that. Like it's a pretty it's a pretty dark one. What characters do we think Lex was referring to?
Killer Croc and Dr. Phosphorus.
Do we think it's Phosphorus? I think Killer Croc for sure. The other one I think is up for interpretation a little bit. Where it's
it's Dr. Phosphorus.
Yeah? Okay.
Glowing twink. Yeah.
Okay.
With cartoon eyes. Yeah.
Could be Dr. Light. Could be I don't know.
Mr. Mixes Pitalik.
I was thinking that like he might have cartoon
eyes.
Yeah. My God. Naruto said just finished Ranger Nation, and right towards the end, Darren brought up the stupid line I was hoping you discuss. I got permission from my parents. How'd you? Yeah, that was stupid. Very stupid. Tony said, I feel it's more focused on Christian and Amelia's love story. True. I don't want that to be it though. I like when all the characters can have a little something, little arcs of their own.
Yeah. I think we're building towards that. Like, I think there's going to be a lot more. I know, again, Gunn has said 6 and 8 are the big ones, but I think 7 is going to be very character driven. Like it has to be. Like we have to really get a good feel for how this is affecting everybody, right? Like how does being thrown into the worst possible timeline affect everybody? And how does that reflect in the fact that Chris was so blinded by his happiness that he had his family back?
Ignorance is Chris.
Exactly. That he didn't notice it, but Harcourt noticed it within 3 seconds of being outside. She on the car ride was like, something's a little off.
Yep.
I definitely do need them to do a lot of world building very quickly. Because this is something we were talking about over on Ronan's stream the other day that Mike kind of pointed out that I didn't really even think of until he pointed out. I was like, you're absolutely right. So far, it's not bad enough of a world yet, right? Up until this point, it's a pretty great reality, and I do think that's a problem, right? I do think that they aren't focused enough on the consequences of
I mean, I did see somebody bring up the fact is like, oh, Earth X, why is it bright and sunny and clean and all this? It's like that seems a little, but I think also too, to this point though, I think it's less about what that means as a reflection on the world itself, but more of like, how does Chris see the world, right? Is because his family is alive, maybe he sees it as better than it is, if that makes sense.
Oh, wait a minute.
Which is why, when they took the photo, right, it started drooping and whatever.
We're seeing this world through his eye.
Right. Which, again, and now that the veil has been lifted, and the facade is gone, then now we'll actually see Earth X for what it truly is.
That's
and it's going to look like it did in the Arrowverse.
They have to do a lot of world building. They have to show how bad this world really is. Because if it's just kind of this, I think that's a big insult. I know they mean well, but also where it's like, oh, it's just kind of our world, but these certain people aren't around. It's like, yes, that would have major consequences. Art and culture and the way we talk and the way we live our lives are different. The world is a fundamentally different place. People, I think the big one that people are kind of pointing out is like there wouldn't be a Spider-Man, right? Like Spider-Man would not exist, because of who made Spider-Man, who created the character. And you can always be like, well, it was made by a different person in this reality. But then it's like a butterfly effect thing. It was like, well, you wouldn't have the pointing name. Like it'd be, stuff like that. Where
yes. Yes, certain things for sure would not exist in the way that they do.
Darren, I'm replacing it with some pink.
Good. I freaking love that movie. I'm trying to think. I feel like we've kind of gone all over the place in terms of the episode itself. Going back to. Oh, good.
Go ahead. No, go. I was gonna say there's nothing really furthering the Prime Eagle subplot this week. So.
Good. Not good.
Yeah, not easily at all, honestly. No,
I mean, other than him picking, he was picking through the fridge.
Yeah, it's like, what, we traveled through the multiverse just to pick up Eagly's shit, and he's like, you son of a bitch.
No, I think, honestly, here's the thing. I think Eagly's going to save Adebayo and Economos as well. I think he's going to save both of them.
I think Economos is dead. I think Economos is dead.
They can't kill him.
Well, he's not going to be able to use that hand for a while.
God, what an idiot. I've loved him this season, but what an idiot.
There's tons of tech. He could get a robotic hand or something.
It's the fact that he's saying like a canary.
God, instantly.
Yeah, well, but he's not, he's just a guy. He's just a guy with no powers.
Where it's like, he's like, I don't want to do this. I'm just very susceptible for peer pressure. It's like, real, dude, real. I thought that was funny.
Yeah. It's like, all right, are we all in? No, I'm absolutely not in.
He didn't want to be here. I felt bad. But, he does want to be here. He just has to put on that hard coat of paint that, dismisses everybody.
Yeah.
But, to go back to that Chris and Amelia scene, that, again, I do think that's the strongest scene of the episode. I like the bits from her where it's like, where it's like, okay, so if I say I love you, you'll come back, but if I don't, you'll stay. And I think that's such a good logic, because it's like, that's not fair to her to just say yes to you to save his life or to bring him back. Like, that's not fair to her. That's not a good foundation to start a relationship, to be in a relationship because you feel like you have to. Terrible way to start it.
And even if she does feel that way, she has not emotionally matured to a point in which she's comfortable in saying that. Yes. Even if deep down she believes that. And I think that her telling Chris to go back home is the closest we'll get to it, right?
Yeah.
Is because he's either like, tell me to stay or tell me to come back home. And, that was her closest, parallel to that.
Yeah. No, I the scene was beautiful. I love how they're like, again, like, this show can be a little bit too silly for me sometimes, and sometimes it goes over the edge. But it seems like that where I'm like, man, you're cooking. Like, that's such a beautiful, genuine scene. Yeah.
And it was directed very well too, is something that Gunn mentioned in all the interviews that I saw with him, is he was like, usually any other director with this scene, it would just be static shot, static shot, static shot. They'd just be sitting and talking across the table, but they were getting up, they were moving around, they were interacting. There was a lot of, dynamism to that scene.
You can tell he directed this episode. Like,
yes.
He wasn't on set for most of the season. I think it's this episode and maybe 8 as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But like, there is a difference, I think, between this episode and I think he did the first episode as well, maybe.
Yeah, and I think from what he said, he edits all the episodes, he writes all the episodes, but obviously doesn't direct all of them, and it's tough to have that same carry on. But it shows how strong it is when he really does direct it. And I think this scene actually reminded me a lot of the Lois and Clark stuff that we got in Superman. I think just in a lot of ways is just how deep and emotional, like how deep and emotional their, just those interpersonal connection scenes and those relationship scenes are filmed and written and, blocked and everything like that. Is I think that it works so well.
Yeah, I agree. No, like, he's really, that's always been James's strength, though, are these personal moments, these genuine personal moments. And again, like, he just like conflicts my two feelings when it comes to just like writing as a whole, where it's like, I love when he does this and then I hate when he does these other things. And it's like, he will always be a very mixed director for me, I think, at its core. I think I won't say never, because I love Guardians 3 and I love Guardians 1, I love Suicide Squad, but I feel like peak James Gunn, I think, will very solemnly, I will love 100% all of the time. So it's going to be very interesting, kind of, again, going into some of these next couple projects, to be like, okay, what do these other directors have to say and have to do and all that jazz. Do we have any kind of things that we haven't mentioned yet? I feel like we sped around a lot here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've mentioned kind of all the big stuff. I mean, I think the song that they used at the end of the episode was pretty good.
I want to know where they're hiding all the black people. And also, Judo Master has 2 things against him. He's Asian and he's queer.
Yeah.
So I think he's like dead on sight. Like,
I'm curious, because someone mentioned, I think Eagly makes the initial save. Oh no, that wasn't it. Someone mentioned him, but they said he's gonna come in and save them. I think he's another one that has to have a major role, because then I'm gonna be like, so what was the point? Like, he has to have a big. I could see him being the one saving them. Like, I think he's crazy enough to just be like, I'm gonna kill all of you. Like you racist fucks. I'm gonna murder you. Yeah. So I think he might almost not fit in, obviously, but I think he might honestly do well here for at least a little while.
Yeah, join the Sons of Liberty.
Yeah, and someone asked earlier, is there anyone else from the Sons of Liberty that we think is involved? I think Rick Flag Jr. 100%. We talked about this earlier in the season. I think that reveal is going to happen next week, because there's a reason they haven't brought it back up yet. it's so clearly he's part of the Sons of Liberty, and when Chris broke into the thing, he's like, oh shit, he's gonna ruin fucking everything, and he did ruin everything. Do you think there's anyone else like a part of that team either we've seen or we haven't seen? Like, we haven't seen a Economos yet. We haven't seen an alternate Judo Master for obvious reasons. Adebayo for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Well, Gunn already said that they were gonna show an alternate Economos in this episode, but they didn't. Is they swapped it? Like, they were gonna have him be with Vigilante's mom.
Yeah.
Was the original idea. So I don't think we're gonna see an alternate version of him. And everybody else, again, I don't think that their doppelgangers are necessarily important. Again, I think that Earth X is more so a backdrop than anything else. It is to show the theme of the season, which is obviously the grass is not always greener. We've been talking about this every single week, right? Is that just because this world has an element of something that Chris wants or thinks he wants, it doesn't mean that it is the end-all be-all. Is he had to go through what he did in order to become the person that he is, and it shows him now that if his dad and his brother were around, then maybe he would have turned out to be even a much worse person than he thought he was.
Yeah.
You know? So, I mean, I guess he probably now doesn't feel too bad about killing his alternate self.
Jeffrey, I think we're getting... I think a couple are happening. I think there's 3 options right now. One, we call like reinforcements in to help the situation from our world. Like your creatures, maybe your Suicide Squad, maybe, I don't know, people are saying Nightwing. I'm not subscribing to that yet, but maybe, I don't know.
I don't know where people are getting that Nightwing rumor.
People keep saying it. I've seen no official source.
Yeah, I was going to say, just because you keep saying it doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah. 2 Nazi like variants. Right? Or we got, we doing like Overman, we doing, the like Justice Gang, but like Nazis, like that kind of stuff. Or 2, which is the darkest one. I don't know if they're balls enough to do it, in cages, right? Like all our heroes have been captured, like Flashpoint, like Superman style, where Superman's been stuck in a cave, like stuck in a cell his whole life.
I think the chances of seeing like an Agent Liberty or something would be?
Sam Witwer? Oh, dude, I'd be
It would be great to be played by Sam Witwer.
Oh, dude, I'd be so happy, bro. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, possible, right? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know much about the Sons of Liberty outside of the context of Supergirl. And
Yeah.
what we got there.
Yeah.
Like that's all.
Well, I'm honestly kind of thinking Vigilante is serving that Agent Liberty role. Most
you think
likely.
Like he's in charge? You think he's like leading the pack?
Ooh, or maybe we combine 2 theories into one. Rick Flag Jr. is Agent Liberty.
I could see that. That would actually make a lot of sense to me. And then
he's just acting soft.
100%. I 100% think that's what we're doing.
I wonder where his dad is on this world.
Maybe he's
a Nazi.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think we keep him, though.
I was gonna say do you think that
over.
our Earth's Rick Flag Sr. meets this world's Rick Flag Jr.?
I do. And I think we maybe keep him.
But if he's such a big part of the resistance of the Sons of Liberty, unless we somehow take down the entire Nazi regime in 2 episodes.
Yeah, that's my word.
Why would he come over to our Earth? Is like I think it's gonna end on one of those like, okay, we took out the 2, now the 2 big heroes of this world, like, now there's, chance for an uprising and all that kind of stuff, and just kind of leave them be and let them do their thing. Like, put them on the path to being a better world, but not necessarily because it's not, at that point, right, it's definitely not their responsibility, right? Like, Chris might have...
yourself, though? Like, I mean,
Chris made a mess. I mean, he made a mess of things by killing his alternate self, and I feel like by then helping the Sons of Liberty get to a point in which they are now reigning, and he takes out the rest of the top trio. Again, he's not freeing the whole world, but he's giving them the tools to then, okay, you're in a good spot. You can take it from here. You can handle it from here.
It has to be something like that, because if they don't fix something, I couldn't watch these characters going forward. I couldn't be just like, oh, well, we escaped. Wipe in our hands of it. We're done here. Well, there's still,
it's like lock this door, never to be opened ever again.
People still locked in cage. Like, no, that I could not. Those would become the most unlikable characters.
I was gonna say, but that would be the moral dilemma. I'm pretty sure some people are gonna be like, all right, let's just get out of here, like Vigilante. And
you have to do it like what Crisis did, where like they took out the big pillars of the universe, and they were like, well, now that they're taken care of, we can overthrow them and we can change. We can fix the world.
Nazi scum.
I've been wanting to like this week has made me want to watch Earth X again so bad. God, I love that. I've been thinking about that scene, the like comparison to this world and what we saw on Earth X. There's that scene when like they're taking the camps and they're on death row and they have the guns pointed at them and they're holding hands, Toy Story 3 style. It's like,
oh yeah,
the difference.
I forgot about that. Crisis on Earth X was kind of crazy.
Crisis on Earth X is dark as fuck
for the time. Like it's like, okay, it's Barry and Iris's wedding.
It's dark as hell, man. It is.
And then the officiator gets just like vaporized.
It's peak Arrowverse to me. It is Arrowverse at its peak.
Dude, remember when they dropped that photo of everybody like standing together on the street?
It's so good.
It's like all the heroes lined up. It was insane.
Okay, let me go through these last couple comments and then we'll wrap up our Peacemaker talk. By the way, Darren, do you still think we will get someone who hasn't been announced from the cast yet, like a big name casting? I think we'll get something. I have a feeling we're going to get. I think there is at least one big cameo left. If that's, it could be Creature Commandos, I guess. I'd be pretty satisfied with that.
I want to know who the guy is that they're hiding in the promo.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the guys from one of Lex's scientists.
No, the guy that they're talking to. The guy that they're talking to that they didn't show.
There's a shot from the promo where they won't show someone's face.
Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. Is I just think it's somebody, one of Lex's.
You think they would hype it up though?
They wouldn't. They wouldn't hype that up because we already saw the nerdy dude in the background.
I don't know. I think it's.
And why would Lex have a super secret scientist that's that jacked?
I don't know. I feel like it's a red herring. Like I don't think it's anything crazy. I think it's gonna be like, oh, I recognize that guy, but it's not gonna be like something insane.
Okay, maybe we'll see.
I would say a reveal like that would be saved for probably the finale.
Maybe. I probably still think there's a Blue Beetle cameo as well. They've kind of teased that for some reason. I wish James would have kept his mouth shut about that. Unless it is like.
But it sounds like it would be more so Ted Cord than Jaime. I believe.
Yeah. Maybe. We'll see. I think we might get a variation of the Justice Society. That'd be insane. That's my big Red Flag Junior theory. What up, Phil? Do you think Earth X Peacemaker was working with the Sons of Liberty? No.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Definitely not.
What if...
No, because...
But what if that was the reason why he...
They weren't really trying to attack him, though.
What if that's the reason, though, why he broke up with Harcourt in this universe?
Yeah, but Vigilante hates him, right? Like, he said that. Unless that's a misdirect where it's like, I joined the Son of Liberties because Peacemaker was doing such a shit job at leading them, or something. Like, like he was messing the shit up.
Like, I mean, but, like, maybe he was in the process of joining in, like, again, if Vigilante's not the leader, like, how would he know that Peacemaker's, like...
I don't know.
Swapping sides, is like, and they talked about it in this. It's like, oh, Chris was acting really weird. He was being distant from the rest of them. He was going off and doing things and disappearing.
Maybe. Okay.
And and again, then that ties into the Rick Flag Jr. stuff. Is like maybe again, Rick Flag Jr. recruited him. Oh, that would be such a gut punch, wouldn't it?
Oh, and
is that Chris? Like, not only did Chris kill the alternate version of himself, but he actually killed a version of himself that was trying to be good,
and that's why he stay, right? Like, is this an element where like they're trying to escape? Is like your other half was trying to help us, and you killed him. This is on you, man.
Yeah.
You fucked us, bro. You have to take this spot.
I like this theory.
Okay.
I really do.
I'm feeling it.
I'm on board with it. I can get down with it.
I feel like maybe that's too much. Like this is we have 2 episodes.
It's too many layers. Yeah, it's too many layers to peel back in 2 episodes.
This is like, I don't know if you guys haven't done Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? You guys aren't on that train?
No.
There's a really good arc in season 4 about this, where we spend like 8 episodes in this like virtual like Nazi like world, and it's a full like arc. And I almost feel like there needs to be another like 4 to 5 episodes in this world to explore it a little bit more.
Yeah, I think we're gonna end the season and wish it was 10 episodes again.
Yeah.
Part of me wishes they could just like continue it in season like 3. Like I kind of wish we got another season of this, but I don't think.
Did you see what they said, or what Gunn has said? Is it seems like these characters will continue, but not necessarily
in another show. Yeah,
Yeah.
they said, which I think that'll be Waller. I think Waller just makes sense.
Or Creature Commando season 2.
Crisis on Earth X is a mixed bag for me. For a lot of aspects of the writing, I found there are a couple things where I'm like, yeah, that's a little weird. But as a whole, I adore it. He was an Earth X vigilante, arch nemesis. He's the reason I joined the Sun. But again, that could be a misdirect. Like I could see it was like where you can be arch enemies on the same team. You can have enemies within the same group of people. But I get it. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
It's the guy with the big glasses in Superman. Maybe. Noah said it's funny how in the Arrowverse, the Earth X storyline, easily one of the darkest storylines, occurred during the Baron Iris wedding, foreshadowing how. No. Not going to read the rest of that. Harrison said the actor from the Nerdy Guy is friends with a lot of creators in the YouTube space, and some of them have said, yeah, that's his voice, but I'm not sure. That'd be such a weird thing to hide, though.
Yeah, it's again, I don't think it's as big of a deal as we think. Like we'll recognize the actor and the character, but it's not going to be anything huge, you know.
Jeffrey said, yeah, I think Ted Cord got trapped over there. That would be a cool way to tie it back in. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of. Do we see the well, there's a theory. Do we see these characters again in the Blue Beetle show instead? Like is that where we see some of these guys again?
Wasn't there talks that was going to be? Was that going to be animated, or is that?
It is animated. It is. Yeah.
Okay.
We saw these guys in like creatures as well. Like there's nothing.
It's so weird, right? In my mind, is like it's cool to see an upgrade of like animated to live action, but almost seeing them downgraded from live action to animation seems a little like
it's
almost like a disservice.
Upgrade. It's an upgrade.
Yeah. Like yes, okay, you get more freedom with animation as far as what you can do, but I think general audiences are gonna see like, oh, well, I was watching like a live action Peacemaker. Why do I want to watch these characters in an animated show? Which I think is going to be the only thing that people don't like about the way that this new DCU is, right? Like, do you have to get through all the very rated R-ness of Peacemaker in order to understand what's happening in the next Superman movie?
Yeah.
Like,
so far, I don't think that's the case. Like, people are freaking out about Lex being like, this is homework. It's like, I think you can go into Superman just being like, he was transferred and now he's here. Like, this is stuff with good dialogue and just basic context clues. You shouldn't have to understand. You can just like, you can explain it in a way that makes perfect sense, where it's not like, oh no, I missed this scene. This is just an extra treat.
Right. I will say though, is that it'll just cause more explaining to have to be done, right? So say if in Man of Tomorrow opens up and Lex is in a completely different prison. And it's like, Lex Luthor, how are you enjoying your new digs after you have been moved from Belle Reve to X prison because you helped us during the events of Peacemaker Season 2?
I think,
I feel like
you write it cleverly enough. I just think it kind of feels like context. Like, look at Daredevil Season 1 to Season 3. Right? Like, we just kind of find him in Season 3 in this new penthouse and all this kind of stuff. We're not like, wait, how did he get here? Where did they do this and this and this? You can just assume he's got here. You can if you're smart enough, you can just assume, hey, this happened off screen. I don't need to know every single little detail. Time jumps happen, things happen off screen.
I'm not smart enough because I don't remember where he lived at in the other show.
Well, I think it's one thing that if something happened off screen, but the fact that it actually did happen on screen in another project, I think that's the disconnect for some people sometimes, right? Is audiences that have seen it know it, and then will be annoyed in the fact that it is then repeated to us because audiences that have not seen said thing are going to have that retold to them.
Preach.
Like I think that happened honestly in a bit of Daredevil Born Again. Is like they had to like remind you of certain things of like, oh hey, this is this character's connection. Oh hey, this is this this thing. It's like, okay, I watched the rest of the show. I know this. I shouldn't have to have this explained to me again. But it's not for me. It is for those general audiences that have only seen this thing.
Again, I think it comes down to the writer and like who's writing it. Like I think if you are clever enough writing it, it's like it works. It's not a huge deal. I think comments are
right, but like think about it. Like what will the studio note be though? Right? I don't have any doubt that James Gunn can write it well. Yeah. But what is the studio like? Think about it from the seat of an executive, right? Mm-hmm. They're gonna be like, okay, great movie. Why is Lex not in the prison you said he was in at the end of the last Superman movie? Add some dialogue to tell us why he's not there.
Yeah,
sure.
Or give us an extra scene to show us why he's not there. James Gunn. Oh no, I explained it in Peacemaker.
Look at the start of Superman. Right, like, I think that's a prime example. They throw you in. There's a lot of things we don't know, and how we got there.
That's the difference between things and world building off screen versus world building in another project.
Sure.
That's my I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm not saying that that's necessarily how I think it's going to go down or how I'm perceiving it to go down. Again, I'm just trying to see it from both sides here. I think from our perspective, it doesn't need to be explained a ton, but I think from the general audience perspective and from the studio executive perspective and even the critical perspective, I think people can find issues with that. And the part that I will find an issue with is if they have to beat us over the head with why this is the thing. And like they even kind of did that in this season of Peacemaker with Rick Flag. Like wasn't there was like a one-off mention of like, oh, I thought you were injured or whatever. He's like, yeah, my back got broken, but I recovered. I'm fine now. It's like, we watched Creature Commandos.
I'm glad that they did reference that, though.
I am glad that they reference it, too. But it can get too in your face at times. I think that was done tastefully.
I think in this exact scenario, you don't even really have to I think you can mention it in such a nonchalant way that just makes sense for the characters. Like you have Lois be like, I can't believe he actually got out for that. Like have it be an actual genuine part of the story.
I think something like that.
That's something stupid to say. Like to have that be part of the story is like, after all we did, he got out. The son of a bitch. I think that it just makes sense for the characters to say that anyway. Yes. But you are right. If it does beat you over the head with it, it is a little much, and that is a problem with with writing and how you put it together. You have to have smart writers. You have to put it together nicely. But I do, for now, trust him when he says it seems his main priority will be you do not have to watch blank to watch blank. And we're obviously going to
previously on the DCU.
Yes. If we go into Superman, and again, I am a little worried about that when we're hearing Man of Tomorrow is going to feature Superman and Lex and Hawkgirl and Green Lantern and maybe Peacemaker and maybe Supergirl. It's like, whoa, those are a lot of characters from other projects.
So it might as well be a Justice League movie.
And the Flash.
How are you going to do it? Yeah. We'll see.
And Batman.
Maybe.
And RuPaul.
And Green Lantern.
I said Green Lantern.
Well, I'm thinking Jon Stewart and
that's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying
he commented under the. Oh, well, I mean, Guy's probably in it too, but what is it? Pierre commented under the post, being like, "Hell yeah!"
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Grant Gustin.
But fellas, this is where I take my leave, and I will let you all move on to the next topic. I will be watching Zombies tonight, so I'll be able to talk about it tomorrow. But
Enjoy,
thanks for having me on, Darren.
It's great to have you as always, buddy. Thank you so much for talking Gen V with me, and obviously Peacemaker with me as well. It's always a blast. Go check Ranger Nation. They just posted a new episode. We ranted for like 45 minutes. It was very fun.
Yep.
So go check that out. And yeah, thanks for hanging with us, buddy. See you later.
Bye.
See you, Lance.
See ya.
He's finally out of here. God damn. Man, what? He stayed so...
Yeah, it's crazy. Nowadays, not very many people are named Lance. But back in medieval times,
Lance is a
people were
great
named
name.
Lance a lot.
I knew it. I love that. Such a great bit. Love it. We'll finish with these final two comments and then we'll move on to zombies.
Yeah.
I understand Taz's perspective. This is something that occurs so often in films, but I don't think it needs to be spoon-fed to us. James Gunn is aware you don't need to be presented the entire details.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. I think we both agree, but we're just in kind of different corners of that agreeing, I guess.
Yeah. It's just I'm just worried about the studio interference.
Yeah.
I think is
Me too.
my big
Same.
thing.
Yeah.
But
do
so
think
far,
Man
it
of
doesn't
Tomorrow
seem
was
like
pretty
they've
good.
been interfering, though, which has been good.
I'm curious. Like, I'm so curious when it comes to like, when we eventually do like Justice League and stuff like that. Like, how are you going to prepare it? You know, how are you going to make it so where it's like you get everything, you get all your references and all the details you want, but also any old person can walk in and watch it as well. It's going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think we would get a Kyle Rayner version of Green Lantern. He's the only Green Lantern so far. We haven't seen in live action, and again, borrowing a lot of inspiration from Justice, the 90s comics. Be cool. I feel like they might want to save that big of a character for like either the Lantern series or a big debut. Like, I don't know if we want to see Earth X. That's the thing. I don't think we're going to get any new characters as Earth X counterparts. I think that'd be a weird way to introduce characters to us. I think any
anybody that
Nazi characters we see are like
characters we've already
characters
seen.
we've seen. Yeah, like a Guy Gardner, Superman, Hawk Girl, probably not Hawk Girl.
Yeah, well, maybe they could be part of the Sons of Liberty.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Maybe
that'd be cool to see, like, I don't know, Mr. Terrific or something.
Mr. Terrific, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Actually, that'd be really sick. Actually, have him be the head of it. I could see him. Like,
that'd be cool.
He's smart enough to put all this thing together, being like, guys, we gotta get her together. Like,
right.
He escapes from wherever they're at or whatever. Oh, that'd be kind of sick, actually.
Ooh, you know what? As far as where's everybody being held? In the pocket dimension. Or in another pocket dimension, potentially.
Sure.
Is maybe you tie all that technology into itself. And maybe that's why the top trio are such big heroes in this world.
Yeah.
Is because they got rid of all the people they didn't like and just exiled them into the pocket dimension.
Yeah. I'll say this as a final thing. Do you think we see Earth X Lex?
Ooh.
Because, like...
what if Earth X Lex is the leader of... like, everybody's the leader of the Sons of Liberty.
I've seen...
Earth X Lex.
We were talking about this on Ronin Stream. I was like, I like this, but I want you to save that for a bit later on, because I think that hits harder. When
if it's like Crime Syndicate Earth or something.
Crime Syndicate. Save it for, like, Justice League 3 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that hits harder when you've seen all the fucked up things you could do, and now you have, good. Crime Syndicate shit is always so fucking fun. I really hope we do that. I really hope. That'd be awesome. Okay. I think we do have to move on though, because we have another big show to talk about. I forgot to download the logo. I'll do that here in just a second. But we have Marvel Zombies, ladies and gentlemen. With that being said, I think we're just going to jump into today's episode. And of course, we'll answer any other comments as we go along, or like in between points within the stream. We are going to jump into this week's episode of Peacemaker. This is the penultimate episode of Peacemaker, Season 2, Episode 7. If you have not seen Peacemaker season, especially Episode 7, get out of here. We are talking spoilers upon spoilers. there's a lot to talk about this week. Before we jump into it, though, what has your, not just on season 2, but like what's your general vibe been on Peacemaker this season, also last season as a show as a whole, I guess?
From what I understand, I could totally be wrong about this. My thoughts on the show are very different from everyone else's. I did not like season 1 that much. I thought the plot was very weak about like I wasn't into the whole butterfly thing. For me, it was a very weak plot for a character that was so badass. This season, I love this season. I love the whole like challenging Chris's like identity, him not even noticing like what reality he was in. Like they even talk about like the giant mural, like his absence of realizing, or like even because I was worried at the beginning of the season because I was like, okay, like are we just gonna kind of like tease about going into that universe? And then like the last 2 episodes that we had just went fully in. And like that one part where we had Chris like against the back of the one part of the trophy case, and they're like ganging up on Keith, and he's like that. I have been so impressed with John Cena's acting in this season. And you've been kind of hearing me say this even over on Council. At this moment in time, I am a little bit more into the DCU than I am the MCU right now. And I will tell you, that is the first time since I can remember ever that is the case. Because I've always been a Marvel person over DC. Just when it comes to the movies and like the cinematic universe, I've kind of always been equal about both of them in general. But it's wow.
This is definitely the most positive I've been about like just the cinematic side of DC, because like I had my field day with like the Arrowverse shit over the years, and like I had my era of just being like, well, maybe they'll be consistent someday. Maybe we can get this kind of stuff on the big screen.
I'll tell you, like when I saw Superman, listen, I like Superman. Before this, like, he was fine. I've always been a Batman guy, though. That movie brought Superman as a character from like a 4 out of 10 in my eyes to like a 8.5 or 9. I don't know if I just really resonated with what James Gunn did with the character. And I know this is like a controversial thing, you know, but even just the comic booky, if you want to call it thatness of that movie, and just having it feel proper, just, I don't know, it just felt right to me.
Yeah. No, I think, like, I haven't loved everything in Superman and everything in Peacemaker, but I've definitely, there is something about this world that they are creating that is very energetic. I think especially in Superman. Like, even though I didn't love everything, I loved that they created this world that I want to live in more, that I want to get to dive into. Like, I want to see what's happening, like, across the street, and I want to see what's happening, you know, in space, because it does feel like a world where you turn a corner and you would find some other crazy thing happening that's not centered to our story. And I definitely think it's one of the best, like, set up movies I've seen for like a cinematic universe, because that was one of my fears going in, because it kind of does do that like Batman v Superman thing, or that like Monsterverse thing where it's like, oh, we're setting up a universe before knowing if it's a success. And I think that's one of the better versions of that, where it's like, oh, okay, they kicked it off running, and this is a world that you want to explore more of. Yeah, that's an interesting take about season 1. I remember loving season 1 a lot, but then, like, thinking some of the comedy didn't hit for me, or, like, some of the stuff didn't land as well as I wanted it to, which is, in fairness, still an issue I have with this season. So, like, comedy is still one of the aspects where I'm not 100% with this season either, but I think with this season, what's really been doing it for me is the emotional core of the characters. Yes. That has been this show's biggest strength, where every episode, even if I'm not in love with it, it's like, yes, but this scene with this character, or this scene with this character, or the emotional chops of this, and this is so brilliant that you do just want to, like, praise those elements of it.
Yes, and specifically the one thing that stands out for me, at least, was the Harcourt thing with him and Harcourt. And the fact that, like, you know, from the Suicide Squad through all of season 1, she's always been this very rough-edged person, and she still is. But in that, was it the last episode? No, it was the episode where they went in. She just totally broke down in front of him, and getting to see her whole thing with Rick Flag and all of that just totally just gave me some more insight into who she is and allowed me to actually like her more as a character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Okay, so I'm trying to like readjust. I'm like, okay, what happened last week and what happened specifically?
Yeah, the episodes kind of blend together a little bit.
They do. And that's been kind of a thing for me as well, where like I heard someone say early on inside the season, and again, there's no confirmation of this whatsoever, just kind of theories, but like people saying that they thought this season was maybe supposed to be a movie, but then they found out they couldn't do a movie, so they just kind of put that storyline into a show, which would make a lot of sense for me, because some of the middle of the season has been some of my biggest critiques, where it's like, some of this stuff maybe doesn't need to be here, some of these plot lines feel like they're really stretched, and then other elements feel like it's maybe not enough.
Like a movie format, right?
Yeah. So what was your thoughts on just like this individual episode and where we are with our characters, with the twist? Obviously last week we kind of end the character with the big reveal that it is Earth X, it is not the Earth.
I will say I enjoyed everything that they were trying to do or set up. Now I guess this was just me like hoping for different things. I was hoping to get a little bit more of insight into like what was going on as a whole in this universe, like where the minorities were, where all of these like just I was, you know what I mean? Like I was hoping to see maybe somebody like really surprising, you know, just throw in a little extra in there or something. We didn't really get that. It's not too late to happen. You know, because I was even telling someone, I said, I was like, you know, wouldn't it be cool if like Keith, you know, knowing that happened, calls on to like one of his friends in that world to come infiltrate this world.
Yeah,
that could be a thing that happens. Because they definitely left him alive for a reason. They would have just killed him if they didn't plan on using him. But as far as the emotional moments too, that moment where Chris is like yelling from the trophy case, like to not kill Keith. And the fact that a lot of people have a theory of which vigilante came back to our universe has been a big discussion piece. But I had a really good time with it. I think it was a great second to last episode to kind of kick off the finale.
I do think you're echoing kind of a lot of my sentiments. I think the episode itself is a very well made, very well put together episode, and we'll talk more of the like nitty gritties here in a second. But I am concerned about the story as a whole, because if we are done with Earth X, that does scare me, because I think how we follow by next week's episode and potentially where the season ends will determine how I feel about the season as a whole.
Yeah.
Because if we are building to a larger story, if we are building on what's been established, then I'm like, cool, this is a good season. If this is it for Earth X and they're like, all right, boys, wrap it up, I'm like, whoa. What about Hardcore? What about Rick Flag Jr. that was set up? What about the Flags of Liberty? What about all the people that are in cages and camps for their entire life? The idea of just being like, that sucks. All right, see ya. That doesn't sit well with me. Either. Like again, totally fine if we are setting this up. I really like what you're saying. I kind of love this idea that it's just set up for next season. Like, this season is us going over there. Next season is them coming to us. Really kind of like a take on the like Crisis on Earth X, like Arrowverse crossover that we had several years back at this point, where it's like, okay, Keith knows where they are. Keith is pissed, and he brings all the rebels and resistance of his world to invade their world, and that's kind of where we are. Or even like vice versa, like it ends with like Chris being like, we gotta go back and we gotta go help that Earth kind of stuff.
So I'm gonna kind of tell you a theory I heard.
Yeah, go ahead.
About what this final episode could entail, because the only thing we know for certain is that it directly connects to Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, and someone was talking about, will Brainiac be teased in this finale?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes.
You think? Yeah.
I don't think we'll see him. I think they will tease either like I think it'd be kind of funny if they did like a silhouette similar to the end of Peacemaker season 1, like with the Justice League, or the Justice Gang as it is now in the DCU. Yeah. But I do think, because like the whole idea of this final episode is that that Argus is going to be going to these different like dimensions inside of the thing, trying to find. So I think it'd be really cool if we find out that on this specific version, like this Earth X, that Brainiac is their leader.
Yeah.
And he leaves.
Oh, shit. Okay.
That would be really insane if like he's like I don't want to say, but like the modern day, Nazi guy that's just like taken over their Earth.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, because again, that's my only worry is like, on one hand, I have all these ideas where it's like, okay, this could connect to here, and that sets up this and this and this and this.
So let me ask you this: how would you feel if this was the end of Peacemaker, but then in Man of Tomorrow, the Earth X like leaks in to?
Here's the thing: I would love it. As a fan, I would be like, "Fuck yeah!" It's so comic booky for this thing to lead to this thing. But he's also said on record, you don't need to watch blank to watch blank, and this is a big thing. There's a whole homework, debate going on. So I would be like, but James, you said that, like it'd be really hard to watch Man of Tomorrow and then not watch Peacemaker season 2, and then Peacemaker season 1, and then it's a domino effect from there. I think if you can do it in a way that helps the casual audiences out a little bit, then yeah, I'm in on that idea. I even pitched, and again, this goes against this exact idea. I was almost thinking even like, okay. He said that G.I. Robot would be coming back eventually. Everyone wants G.I. Robot to go onto the Nazi Earth. They also said that the next time we see this cast will be in another TV show. I was like, what if Creature Commando season 2 is like the cast of Peacemaker and Creature Commandos teaming up to go take down Nazi Earth, and there you get to have your like G.I. Robot of everything, because I think that's what people want. I think people want to see G.I. Robot going in there and be like, yeah, fuck these guys, and just killing them. I think that's what people want.
You know what I think would be like kind of like a very interesting thing, and it would kind of really, I would like if they ended this. Ooh, you know what? Yes. So if they ended this season, because the whole theming for this season was that Chris wanted to go to Earth X to escape all of his problems. Rick Flag wanted Peacemaker gone for what he did to his son. Yeah. What if, at the end of this season, they somehow kidnap Peacemaker, take him to Earth X, and permanently like shut the door so that he cannot leave?
Interesting.
Leaving, Rick Flag's happy because Peacemaker's not around anymore.
Yeah.
But also, he's getting what he wants, but not exactly. Because he just, there's a lot to throw around,
I've even heard people like throw around that like Peacemaker dies in this next episode. Which
what?
I don't subscribe to, but like James Gunn did say a thing at one point where it's like someone asked him about season 2, and he's like, "Well, you guys just have to see the finale first." It's like, maybe I don't know, like, and like with where we've left Chris at the end, like the end of the episode, of him just being like, "I don't deserve, like this is all me. All the death is because of me." There's that banger line where it's like, it's not this Earth being bad or that Earth being bad. It's I'm the bad guy. Like I am the problem for everything. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like maybe like, does he like blow up the Earth? He like goes back over there, sets a grenade on like the center of the Earth or something, blows it up. Like, I don't know. Like, takes himself with it. I don't think so.
I just can't imagine that. Even not just Keith, but the world itself is gonna be just A-okay with the fact that they just killed, 2 members of the trio and almost killed a third and just letting them go scot-free. Like, I can't even... I just don't see that realistically happening.
No, that is like Keith just feels like a potential season 3 villain. Like, I think and be a really good one too. Like, I think it's a full, like, if season 3 was your final season, can't really pick a better final season villain than the brother that he killed that you set up in season 1. Like, that's a great full circle moment. And again, if this is a season 3 storyline, if this is something we're fully diving into next season, no problems with any of this. I am A-okay with almost everything you're doing. I will feel a knot in my stomach, though, if by next week they're like, nope, we're done. We're never going back. I don't know. We'll see. Let me go through some comments and then now hit probably some of the things that we're maybe going to go into, or we can dive into other stuff. Harrison James said, yeah, that's my main criticism, I guess, too. Everything we got was great television. It's what we didn't get / shown that gives me questions. But hoping if it's not this season, it does get proper result. That's 100%. Yeah, I get 100% how I feel. Like you said, like I said last week, I really wanted a big world building episode this week. I wanted an episode that was kind of not necessarily explaining how the world got here, because we kind of, that's, done in a line being, they lost World War II. This is what it led to. But I wanted a lot more, and maybe we'll do more next week. I don't know. But I wanted a lot more that like showed the travesty of this world.
Right.
Because
there
are yes, obviously there's stuff that Chris just didn't see because of like the whole like Hitler thing and stuff like that. But
I think it could have been as simple as just showing where the rest of the crew was in this world. I think it could have just been as simple as that.
Yeah, like I don't know, like it is still too good of a world still for what the implications are of this storyline. Like there are many, I've been seeing, and again, these are the toxic people of the internet, but like there are still people online being like, yeah, the world seems pretty good. It's pretty awesome.
Also, and I wanted to kind of ask something that like when I was watching, it kind of had me like with my head turned like on how they handled this part. There was a moment in the last episode where like you see Augie Smith and he's like, he's like, I don't agree, I didn't create the problems in my world. Pretty much just like revealing that he isn't like of his world. Pretty much the opposite of who he is in the regular world. And like, I'm expecting Keith to like maybe like attack him or like full on like do something. And he just kind of like looks at him and I'm like, did he know? Like, is this known about Augie Smith? Like, or is he like him telling everyone for the first time that like, I just felt like that needed to be explained, maybe like a sentence or two more.
No, 100%.
Like there was something that didn't quite connect there.
It's such a huge moment that I almost love. I do like the twist that like he isn't the Nazi here. I like that twist a lot. I think that really, really works. I like that line where it's like, I saw the other version. I mean, there's something dark about him. There's something that was very corrupt at his core. I like that a lot. I like that he is one of the people trying to stand up in a world that he can't fully do it, or him and his family are dead. He's trying to kind of fit in a world that doesn't accept his beliefs, but we don't dive enough into it. It's like, okay, was he a freedom fighter, or was he just doing things on the side so it wouldn't get him caught? I think there's a great storyline here about like, you may not have been a Nazi, but also you weren't doing enough in the fight. It's like, I think that's a storyline that's really cool.
Right, because to me it's implied, because like obviously Augie knows about like what Keith did. Like he was even on the phone with him while he was in the middle of doing it. He's like, hey, get back here. Like, there's something more important going on. And to me, just the vibe that I kind of got from their relationship was that like Keith knows about his dad doing it, like how he is in that universe. But it's kind of like a thing of like, oh, you're just old and you don't understand our ways. Like that's kind of what I was getting from that, of like, oh, you just don't understand. It's like, I'll agree to disagree with you because you're my dad and I love you. That's
yes.
exactly what I got from that.
It feels like when you have like homophobic parents, it's like, I get that. Just the world's changed that. And again, that's a dynamic I want to explore. I want to get flashbacks for like next season. I want to see their dynamic a bit more. I would have liked an arc. Like I kind of don't love that they killed him off so quickly after instantly knowing him. Like I kind of wanted this arc of him being like, yes, I believe what's right. I know what's right, but I am too scared to stand up for the fight. And it ultimately leading to like, you need to help us take care of. Like I think that could have been a really cool world. And like maybe this is just me expecting too much. Maybe this is me wanting a bigger storyline than they are capable of doing. But again, like I see a storyline with like Crisis on Earth X, and I see what they were doing on a small CW budget, and I was like, I kind of want that on a big scale. Like I saw what they were able to do, and I saw the world that they created. That was a world, horrendous world. The skies were red. The world was ended. It was a horrible hellscape. And like we now live in this world where it's like birds are chirping and sunshine and rainbows, and Spider-Man still exists, or Spider-Man shouldn't exist, you know what I mean? And it does feed into the fire a little bit for many people, where it's like, oh yeah, let's just have that world. That world seems pretty good. It's like
something that I really appreciate about Peacemaker that I feel like, you know, has kind of been touched on a little bit. It feels like they do so much, and like with the budget that they have, because you can tell the budget, like they definitely have the room to do some, you know, bigger stuff than the CW, but also not like huge movie.
It's not
things.
Superman.
Right. And I can appreciate, to me, it's always been like, if you can't do the bit, make the stakes matter. It doesn't need to be always some big expensive thing. It just has to mean something to the character. And that is something that I think that Peacemaker Season 2 has done really well. Whereas, like, I thought Season 1 was more about, like, this, like, plot of the butterflies. And, you know, this has been more emotional of Chris, him deciding, you know, if what he stands for. Because I think there was even a line early on in the season where he was like, you know, like thinking about, you know, oh, peace at any cost. And even thinking if, like, that was the right thing, if, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Again, I have to see how they wrap it up. I have to see where it ends. I think to fully, I almost feel like I need to rewatch the season when it's done, because I feel like I need to see, like, a full vision board of, like, did all these storylines wrap up in the way that they did, or, you know, whatever. I think is definitely interesting. Cameron said James confirmed that Vigilante 2 stayed back. Did he?
Okay, maybe in his podcast, they always have a podcast after.
Why would he say that, though? Why would he confirm that in an interview? Like,
maybe because he didn't. I guess maybe just because he didn't want people, like, getting ideas about it and getting, you know what I mean? Like, oh, maybe this plotline, but I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe. That, like, Vigilante 2 would be Earth X Vigilante. Like, why would they reveal that? I feel like that's a twist of the episode. You want to be, oh my gosh, he stayed behind, which again I actually would love as the reason to go back, right? Like that would actually make Vigilante's but his storyline this season, where like Chris forgot to put him inside the letter that he left the gang, and now he's the reason they all have to go back to this hellscape of a world because gosh shit, he's being tortured or something, you know what I mean? So like that would be a cool reason to go back next season if that's where we're heading. I don't know. We'll see. Jeffrey said somehow opening one of those doors will trigger something with Brainiac. I have heard that kind of idea.
The only hope that I have for this next episode, aside, you know, from like them ending it on a note where it's satisfying, I would kill for them to open up a door and it's the silhouettes from season 1 of Peacemaker, and they're just like, no, and he just closes it. I would lose it.
I think there has to be
like a nod, like just like a funny nod to it.
Yeah, I think there's probably some multiverse cameo. I don't really necessarily want multiverse cameos, but like,
no,
because we got so many of them over the years.
I don't think I want a multiverse cameo as much as I just want a nod to the old DCEU, and just to like throw a little bit of like a joke at it.
Yeah, that's probably it's like a silhouette or like
like it doesn't need to be some big reveal or anything. Just like he kind of like He opens the door, he sees it, he's like, oh nope, nothing in here. She closes it.
I've heard people also be like, this is your way that you show that Robert Pattinson's in a different world. You open up, it's Robert Pattinson's Gotham City being flooded, or I don't know. Like, I don't want cameo fest. That's not really what I want in this final episode, but that could also be funny. Harrison said it could be as simple as Argus now having the QUC, and it's just the tech itself that gets Brainiac's attention. I could see that. I could see a world where it's Brainiac's tech to begin with, because we still haven't really got into where it actually came from.
The portal, yeah.
Like, they just stumbled upon it, which, again, would make sense why Peacemaker would potentially be in Man of Tomorrow, because it's like, yo, your family stole my fucking tech, bro. Like, that's not cool. I need to probe your brain to see what you know, or I don't know, something like that. James Gunn said he might explore more X in later seasons. Well, hopefully. Cameron said, I think James Gunn is just using Earth X for character development for the main characters. Sure, but I don't necessarily think that's a good thing, especially when the source material was so deep and it's so relevant to today's culture. Like, there's literally a line in this week's episode being like, this world isn't that far off from what we have now. It's like, I don't know. Especially since they know people are in cages, since they know people are being tortured over there. Like, how can you sleep with yourself knowing that you left a world where that's happening? To be fair, I guess that's kind of our real world as well, where we know things are happening, but we can't do anything. I guess that's kind of a commentary as well, but I don't know. Harrison said, I heard something that originally in the script, the lead Argus butterfly guy from last season was going to be the head of the Sons of Liberties. Forgot his name.
I know who he's talking about, yeah.
Maybe.
The guy that played Villains, Guardians 3, yeah.
Yes. Okay, yeah. That actually would have been cool. I love him as an actor. Speaking of which, we had the cameo from I forget his name, I forget the actor's name, but the guy from last season showed back up in here, which was a nice little...
Oh, yeah.
The guy from Riverdale, and he's a big actor. I don't know why I said Riverdale. He's in a lot of things, but that was a nice little cameo as well. Harrison said Augie's speech ran hollow a bit for me just because of what was shown. Still a great performance and amazing parallels for Chris's character, but to me, he's just saving Nazis from... Yeah. Again, I think there's so many layers to that. There's so many things that we're not seeing and we're not diving into.
Yeah, I think, you know what I felt when I was watching that episode? They were just on the verge of like tapping into something where it's like, you're an outsider coming from another world. Like, okay, the best way I can describe it is how Vigilante explained it to the other Vigilante. To Vigilante, it's something that, like, you don't think twice about it not being like that.
Yeah.
Like, to you, that is what's normal.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to do your part. As in, how it is in our world where, there's something bad happening and we're all trying to do our part to help it. But it's not like this, it's not like this world-breaking thing that we think of. It's just like, hey, we shouldn't do that. That's wrong.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how, Augie Smith sees it. As, he was born into that world. That's a world where that is considered... I mean, even before he, was alive, this was even before his time, it was decided for him that was how things would be.
Yeah.
And you have those select few people that are like, hey, that's not right. And then you have people like Keith, where, again, it's like a commentary of like, oh, you're just, my dad, and you don't see things quite the right way. And I feel like they were so close into tapping into something like really emotionally rich.
No, 100%. I think that's kind of a good commentary on the season as a whole. I think the season is like always tiptoeing like top tier television. Like it's always like right on the edge of being incredible stuff. And it is good as well. Like I'm not trying to diminish the things that it's doing this season because it has been good, but it's like it's always like
if it just took that one step further, if it leaned into it instead of just like not touching on it. The episodes need to be longer, in other words.
like I think 4 and 5 should have been one episode. Like that was the episode where I'm like, I didn't like that little bit, I didn't like that, and like there's literally a plot line about one of our characters stalling for time, and it's like that's what it feels like the episode was, where it's like, oh, we need 8 episodes, let's do that. Where instead, I want to spend more time in this world, like merge that into one episode, and then you have an extra episode of like Chris in the world. Maybe that's like this, like maybe that's episode 7.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, or maybe episode 6, where it's like, yeah, they're exploring the world before this all goes down, before this big, like I think there needed to be a little bit more of the exploration of this world. Like we had the like the Adebayo and Geomaster stuff this week, which I actually did like quite a bit. Like their bonding inside the cabin I thought was really good, but it's like we're stuck inside, where I feel like the more interesting stuff that could be happening is happening outside of those those walls. I want to see more of that. I want to see, you know, like I even think the like chase scene, while as funny as that whole sequence is, it kind of doesn't feel real. It kind of feels like a zombie movie. They don't feel like real people, like what a real person would do in that scenario. Where I feel like, you know, let's say this happened in our world and there was like an ogre appeared. It was just like walking down the street. We wouldn't chase the ogre. We'd be like, 911, government, hello, come take care of, you know, like that stuff. And it felt a little bit too almost slapsticky, a little bit too like Looney Tunes-esque to me. But it's still a cool sequence when he like puts the shocker in the water and kills them all. Like, yeah, like that was still a fun sequence, I thought.
I was almost disappointed when I heard, like, when I saw the preview for episode 7, and I saw that they were going into Earth X as the same episode that they were leaving, and I'm like, yeah, like you can imagine you just seeing that there's not going to be much time spent.
There's like it feels like, what is it, episode 6? Episode 6 felt like the mid-season point. It felt like that's when the season is really starting. We have another 6 episodes. Like, I don't know if you've seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but Agents
one
of
of my favorite shows of all time.
The like Hydra world arc is like 6 episodes long.
Yeah.
We spent like an entire arc of episodes in that world, and that's kind of what I wanted this to be. I kind of wanted to be able to spend a world in this horrible hellscape of a world. But really, like, as soon as you get there, it's over. And it's like, okay, all right, whatever. Let me speed run through the rest of these here. Haven't seen past episode 5, but Chris has been my favorite character so far. Do you have a favorite character this season?
Probably it's between Chris or Eagly, because I'm a big Eagly fan.
Yeah, I think Hardcore was up there for me. I really, really loved her, her little arc this season and what she's been going through. I love James Gunn recently like made a thread about this today. Actually, like there's that scene this episode where like she puts her head on Chris's back, and like he made a thread about it saying like the only reason she did this is because she thought she was going to die in that scene. Like that was the end of her life when they were chasing him. It's like, holy shit, that's dark as hell. Like she's only able to be vulnerable because no one will, like she won't be there to remember that feel. Like I think that's interesting stuff that like I kind of want to, I don't know, I kind of wish that was like vocalized a little bit more on screen, that like, holy shit, that's what's happening there, instead of just saying it off like online. But yeah, no, I thought that scene was great. Harrison James said, I could see Vigilante sacrificing himself in the finale, and that's what finally gets Chris to appreciate his friend / another thing he loses from being blind. I pitched that earlier on in the season. I don't think he'll die, but I did pitch like earlier on what like I said that like, because I thought Vigilante 2 was going to be like comic book Vigilante. I thought it was going to be a lot darker, a lot grittier. I thought he was going to he still kills people, but like actively more of like a more comic book Vigilante. And like I thought, like, what if Vigilante 2 kills Vigilante 1? And like it is the story about like grass is greener on the other side, and like I took him for granted, and now he's dead because of me and my actions. And again, that's probably way too dark that James wanted to go with the show, but just some ideas that I had said.
A lot is riding on this next episode.
Yeah,
agreed. A
lot. James said it at the watch party. He's doing one for every episode on Thread. Yeah. I sent something in Discord about the giant spider. I'm excited to see that giant ass spider. I'm excited. I think that's the stuff I'm a bit more excited for. Like, I don't want as many cameos. I want to see just like these biomes that we get to. I think that's going to be really fun next week. I believe Michael Rooker's character in this is the same character from the Suicide Squad as they both kill birds. I think Gunn said they were different characters. They are separate characters. I was not a fan of his character this season, though. I was.
Yeah, he was just kind of like on the sideline.
Like, again, that's something I said while these episodes were airing. Could have been cut. That's something that felt like it was filler for the show. And now that we're at the end, it's like, what was the point of all? It seems like the point was to set up whatever this like prime ego thing is. But since I don't know where that's going right now, I'm not a fan of that either. I'm like, okay, cool, I guess. But I need more context for what they're doing with that before I can co-sign if I'm a fan of it yet. So we'll see. Okay, sweet. The last, or not last one, but I will, however, take a Blue Beetle cameo, please, and thank you. I don't need it though. Do you think we get Jaime in here?
I would love to see Blue Beetle back.
Yeah.
I really liked. I enjoyed the Blue Beetle movie. I thought it was good.
Yeah, me too. I even heard people theorize that we'll get the original Blue Beetle, like, you know, like he's like disappeared and he's vanished.
Okay.
Like he's on Earth X. Like he got transported to Earth X or some shit, and that's where he's been all these. Like I was like, that'd be kind of sick if that's what they did with it.
You know, I just thought about this. Even if like they do, if I really hope if they decide to do a cameo, it's nothing serious because that'll only lead to more questions. If they're gonna do a cameo, just make it a I can't even talk. Small, funny little thing. Like even if it was just like, I know this would be like really ridiculous. But like, even if they just show it, like they look in the one door and it's like Scorpion fighting Peacemaker in Mortal Kombat, like just just do
That's
something
good.
weird. Like
That's
just
good.
throw something out there weird that is like,
like I'm going through all the things, and of course it's like, well, I love like an Arrowverse cameo or some, like that's one of the doors and blah blah blah. But then that like goes into my thing I've been talking about all season is like, is this the multiverse or is this alternate dimensions or like alternate timelines? Because I do think there is a difference. Like they keep calling it Earth 1, Earth 2, stuff like that, but like, or is it parallel timelines? Kind of like I'm that would be something I'll be curious about. Because they said there's only 99 of them. So it's like, well, there's more than that. There's way more than that. So that will be interesting.
I think it'd be really interesting if that door that alien keeps coming through, the one that like Chris has been like, is the one that Brainiac comes from. Because
that has to come somewhere. Yeah.
Like, wouldn't that be, because like they've been kind of, I know it's been kind of played off as like a gag every time.
Yeah.
But it'd also be like a cool way to like pay off those minutes spent on that gag.
They have to pay it off. It's building to something. And if not, we're gonna look back on it and be like, so why'd you do that, James? What was the point of just that? Like and that goes for a couple bits this season where I'm like, okay, cool. But why? What was the point of setting all of that storyline up? Like what were you doing? Do you have any final things that we haven't talked about this episode? I feel like I'm trying to think. I feel like there's something I'm missing.
I think just the fact there's a lot riding on this episode. Like you said, there's a lot of stuff. Like I would give, if I were to give it out of a 10 so far without the ending, I'd go like 7 out of 10. And I'm only going so high because I've really liked a lot of the emotional moments and I really love the characters, but they need to stick this landing. Right now, there's like, it's like they're wobbling in the air, and we're unsure how they're going to land it. Yeah. Because they have the potential to make it a great season.
I agreed. Yeah.
But it scares me because there's just like something in my head telling me that they're not going to go as deep as we want them to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm nervous. Yeah, I have a feeling it's not. I'm going to feel more disappointed than not, and I think preparing for that is going to be my cure. It's going to be my key, unless they're hiding a lot from the promo. Like the promo feels like they've completely ditched the previous storyline, and it's just now almost like an epilogue. Like it feels like this was the finale. And next week is so coming up on the DC universe and like setting up Man of Tomorrow and what's coming up next. And also James Gunn hyped the hell out of episodes 6 and 8. Like he was like, these are the greatest, like this is some of the greatest television, or like this is some of the greatest things I've ever done. And it's like, all right, man. all right.
I loved episode 6. I liked episode 6 a lot.
Best he's ever done though? I don't personally I liked it.
Yeah.
But it's no Guardians 1. It's not the Suicide Squad. Yeah. It's not Guardians 3 to me at least. Like I don't know. But yeah.
I'm really hoping that best of is coming from episode 8. I'm really
Yeah. Yeah, and I also liked the way it ends. I actually thought the way the episode ended was very good as well. Just like even though I didn't like that we were home already, I do like they went over to grab me and convinced me to come back, and here it is, and like I like that a lot. And I like what they did with Judo Master this week as well, like setting him up as almost one of the crew a little bit. Like it kind of now it kind of feels like he's kind of one of the group at this point, at least through Adebayo. So I'm wondering if we get a season 3, if he's just like one of the gang members at this point, like he's part of the group, would be kind of cool. I think they have a lot of. I think that dynamic is very fun.
Right.
Alrighty. We'll zoom through a lot of these, so just a couple of these comments, and then we'll move on to our next show. Chainsaw Reacts is in the chat. What's going on, buddy?
Oh man.
Man, the show is woke. Yep, you know us. Cameron said Michael Rooker's character was a recast. Michael Rooker took the role as a favor. I did hear that. I think you could have just cut it out though, unless there is a big reason for the Prime Eagle thing we don't know about yet. Like besides that, I think you could have just, I don't know. Night Superman makes the most sense to show up. We'll see, maybe, possibly. It'll be Ted Cord. I think he's trapped. Yes, I could see. I think that'd be a really cool way to end it.
The only reason I don't kind of like you, I don't want like some big like reverse Flash to show up, is because I want the attention to be on Peacemaker.
Yeah, agree.
And that's why I'd be like, okay, if it was like a funny gag throwaway thing of like just Peacemaker in another universe, because it wouldn't really mean anything. It would be funny. It'd still be about the show, but they need to keep it about the show.
Yes. Agreed. I like Judo Master and Adebayo's convo over Scrabble. I did really like that scene. That was great. I liked her hyping up Peacemaker, being like,
that's my buddy.
Yeah, like I said he's nice. I didn't say he was smart. Like I thought that scene was really, really good too. I think James Gunn said there are 100 universes because those 100 are connecting to the. Yeah, I think it's just like, for now, this is what they know of in their vicinity. I mean, I think Arrowverse did that same thing where it's like there's like 60 something Earths, and then it's like, oh no, there's infinite Earths like later on. I'm sure James Gunn will make the landing very safe as he's done before. Yeah, and I think that's how I would describe the season as a whole. Is I think it's pretty safe, great concepts, safe executions. And sometimes I wish they made bigger swings. And then we'll wrap it up this convo with this comment. Creature Commandos and some of the Guardians movies are my favorite things from James Gunn. Do you have a favorite James Gunn project that he's done?
My hot take is that Superman. It used to be Guardians 3.
Okay.
But I mean, I could talk enough about good things about Superman. I adore that movie, and it's like, it's funny because I went into that movie thinking, oh yeah, like I'm probably gonna like this. Totally blew me away in terms of, because I don't think James Gunn has a very distinct style, And I feel like, yes, it was shown a little bit there, but there was just something so much more, like, there were comedic moments, but there was also this, like, superhero feeling that I wanted to feel, and I haven't felt in such a long time that I felt with that movie.
That's fair. That's very fair. All right, speaking of superheroes, or not, I guess lack thereof, I don't know.
Supers!
Supers, said the thing. Gen V Season 2 episode 5 of Gen V. Obviously, if you have not caught up with Gen V this season, in particular episode 5, get out of here. We are talking spoilers. If you don't care about spoilers, then stick around.
So
still hang out with us.
Before we even get started, have you seen the preview for episode 6?
I have. I didn't pay super close attention, but I did see the promo. Yeah.
So you saw the whole thing with her sister, and she was like, "Hey, okay," because that's okay.
Interesting stuff. So yeah, no, this was. Well, I guess let's start off. I guess I don't know your opinions on this universe at all. So obviously we have 4 seasons of The Boys. We have 2 seasons of Gen V. We have Diabolical. What's your kind of general vibe with it?
So my favorite season of any of these shows, of all The Boys and all of Gen.
With that being said, we're moving on to our second major topic here today. Before it gets too much later here, one of the I'd say maybe it might be the most controversial episode of TV this year so far. Peacemaker season 2, the season finale, if not the series finale. Honestly, right now, I actually think I might just call it series finale until we hear otherwise, because James Gunn has said he currently has no plans. So I'm going to say this is the series finale of Peacemaker, and if it gets to season 3, I'll be like, well, it's revived. It's coming back for another one in however many years.
I mean, it's coming back.
With the characters are coming back. Yes.
Characters coming back.
But no, I agree. I don't think that there is going to be a season 3 of Peacemaker.
No,
it'll be something else.
It'll be like a Checkmate show.
Checkmate is what?
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
So Taz, you weren't here last week, right?
No.
You abandoned us. No,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you weren't here last week. Remember kind of where we were in terms of like your thought. So it was episode 6, right? Episode 6. That's when the Nazi thing first got revealed, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he's running down the street, they're chasing him. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So then I missed episode 7 discussion with you guys, and not a lot happened there. Like, it was the conclusion to the Earth X story, right? And it seemed like it was setting up for a big finale, and the finale had absolutely nothing to do with that episode for the most part. Outside of just the aftermath of it, right? Like we got some really cool elements there, though. Like I really loved Adebayo and Judo Master kind of bonding in that episode. That was fun. I loved the, of course, kind of like more, Peacemaker, Harcourt, like, I guess not relationship stuff, but like very sentimental kind of things, right? But obviously the big thing was the kind of pent up trauma coming back to the surface for Chris, and seeing his dad get killed again, seeing his brother almost get killed, that was his breaking point. And that is kind of the tease that we're left on. Vigilante had absolutely no chill in that episode whatsoever. They leave Keith kind of on a bit of a cliffhanger as far as like he could come back, he might not.
Yeah.
The idea was, he's gonna invade Prime Earth in the next episode, in the finale episode, but he never came back. That was the last we saw of him, which was in my mind really weird. And I know, Darren, you and I have talked about this kind of all season, is like, if the Earth X story doesn't culminate in something meaningful, it will almost seem pointless. And I kind of had the counter argument there where I was like, you know what? Earth X doesn't really matter. It's kind of a plot device. It's just a means to an end, right? That was just the catalyst to get to the point in which Chris realizes, okay, the grass isn't always greener. I need to go back with my friends, with my family, basically. Yes, I have, quote unquote, everything I ever wanted, but it's not in the way that I would have wanted it. Like, I did kind of like the twist that his dad on this earth was not necessarily evil. Like, he was seemingly a better person than the version of him on Prime Earth.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yes.
He was
Yes.
a better person here than he was in the main.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a great person, but he was.
No, but a better
yes,
person.
yes,
right?
he
Like,
is better.
and I saw people throwing around those stupid theories. Like, I don't always say, like, stupid theory, that this version of his dad was his real dad, and, like...
Oh my god.
Like,
No.
Yeah.
And there,
very tinfoil hat.
Out,
and people were like, "Oh, that's why he was defending Chris, and he didn't really care that he had killed his son." Is like, no. But all that to say, where we pick things up in the finale is we get back over to Prime Earth. Yes, that is our vigilante. The other vigilante stayed on the other Earth.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
But we kind of have that confrontation between Chris and Flag. He gives over the portal device, gives himself up, and is like, "Hey, I deserve this. Arrest me." And that's kind of where we pick things up in the finale. And so, what do you guys think going into this? Because I was like, it's good setup, and they just need to execute it properly.
I want to have Alan say his thoughts first, because I feel like I'm a hot take comparatively to a lot of people online.
Well, I have been seeing your takes, so I'll say I don't think we're as far off as you might think.
Okay, cool.
So I'm going to talk about the whole season just because I haven't been on any of these really.
Of course,
I think
go ahead.
I was here for episode 1 on the show that we did, but I think that there are a lot of positives of this season. I think there's a lot of entertainment value out of this season. I think it is a holy mess of a season narratively, in the way it's structured. Positives right off rip, the character arcs and the emotional character moments of this season, some of the best that we've gotten in this universe, in this series in particular. The scene with Ads and Chris in episode 8, absolute tearjerker. Very well acted. Taz, you talked about the moment where he breaks down when he's seeing Keith getting killed. Amazing acting by John Cena, one of the best moments of his career. The relationship, the dynamic between him and Harcourt all season, and kind of the will they, won't they, back and forth, was very, once you get into the final episode, and they finally, embrace each other. Feel good moment, felt incredible. Felt like the most natural conclusion to their arcs. Mm-hmm. I think the way, like you said, Earth X kind of being a means to an end. I feel like that's the best description of how they used Earth X this season. I think it was the first time in this whole multiverse era that we're in comic book properties where they used another dimension to actually improve the character arc and the story, rather than just say, "Hey, look at this cameo," or "Look at who's coming back." I thought that was all great. My problem, though, with this season is, why did we spend 7 episodes on a dimension that essentially is a metaphor for the character and to get him to his personal end, his inner end, and coming to the natural conclusion of his character, and then just kind of scoot it aside, and then spend the last episode speed running through a bunch of this, when that should have been extended out, and we should have ended Earth X a couple episodes ago. But instead, we sped run it in the last episode. When also, and I want to say,
I think it should have been 10 episodes instead of 8.
I agree. 100%.
It could have been 13. It could there was so much.
Yeah, 8-episode seasons in general, I think, are like the death of TV. I mean, that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
I hate when shows are 8 episodes. It's never enough for anything. And I feel like, that kind of just encapsulates, I think, everything wrong. There's a lot that I loved about this season, but there's also so much of it that just didn't work from a narrative perspective. And I do think everything in this season that was interesting did happen in Earth X. like all the actual external threats that were happening with like Argus and Rick Flag Sr., like I just didn't really care about it. And it wasn't like there wasn't
and a lot of it seemed like it didn't matter in the end. Like we never went back to Red Saint Wild. We never went back to Prime Eagle Eagly. We never went back to a lot of these things. We never went back to like a lot of the Rick Flag Sr. stuff too. Like he felt like a. Here's my biggest thing with the finale. He felt like a completely different character from what we saw in Creature Commandos, which felt like a very different character from what we saw in Superman
even this season.
Like he felt like 3 different characters. It's almost like he's being used as whatever James Gunn needs him to be used as in that specific project. Like he was fairly like almost like troubled heroic in Creature Commandos. He was, I'm just a guy doing my job. I'm doing what I'm told in Superman. So if I'm the bad guy, I'm the bad guy. If I'm the good guy, I'm the good guy. I'm just following orders.
There's an episode missing for his arc. Like
like power trip. I drank 1 sip of the Lex Luthor Kool-Aid and now I'm a megalomaniac. Like
I didn't understand
like just like a maniac. Basically, like he
of the puzzle.
He just cracked out of nowhere. And
like
you can't tell me that was all for revenge against Chris. Like there's no way.
Even back to when he was about to like kill Peacemaker in the interrogation room, like
I bought
that. Even seemed like more in character for him. Is like. Yeah, he wasn't really going to kill him, but like, okay, this is how he kind of gets some revenge, get that out of his system. And then, my theory was eventually like, okay, there's going to be some larger threat. I thought it was going to be Earth X Keith coming over, and the two of them would have to team up because Chris knows what happened on the other Earth. Rick Flag Sr. does not. Okay, yes, Argus, we've been at odds the whole time, but now we need to combine our team, combine forces, and fight against this larger threat. Okay, cool. Peacemaker, you helped take down this threat. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I'm still going to be mad at you until the end of time because you killed my son. But because I was in charge of Argus for, X amount of time, I understand you were just following orders. I've done things in the past that I don't like or agree with because I was just following orders. Maybe it's time for us to, chart our own paths and make our own decisions. That would have been a perfect way to end it. Maybe a little bit too, too lighthearted, but like I don't like the little rug pull ending either. Like I think the episode should have ended before that end scene. And I know we're kind of jumping far ahead, but fine. Like I actually really liked this episode. Like I think it culminated a lot of things very well. I loved how the music was intertwined because that's James Gunn's style. Like he tells a story through his song choices, which I love. I went and listened to this whole soundtrack, right after I finished the episode. And again, I love the character moments. I think James Gunn is a very strong character writer, very strong character director. Like he makes very dynamic character moment scenes that could just very easily be very straight static shots, but he takes a lot of fun liberties with those things and makes it enjoyable. Like I enjoyed an episode that had very little to no action whatsoever, just because I really do love and connect and enjoy these characters. I think it's very similar to later seasons of Legends of Tomorrow, right? Like season stories, stupid. They make no sense. They feel like they don't connect whatsoever. But the interpersonal character moments, the slower, relationships and things like that really stand out and make it a great project. And I think that this, again, is the classic example of the James Gunn insert in a way, right? Like again, he talked about this a lot throughout the season, is this was very much so tied to personal situations, personal connections. Like he loved how these relationships played out, and he used these songs because he enjoys these songs and things like that, which is great. And I love it when a storyteller can just nerd out and be unapologetically who they are, but the story has to connect in some way as well. Especially when you're building up this new DC universe, especially when you're trying to have continuity between projects, when one of your main characters feels so inconsistent, not just within the show itself, but across the other projects that they've been a part of. When you take the last 5 minutes to set up something that, or set up multiple things that only like deep cut comic book fans are going to understand, and the rest of the general audience is going to be like, what the heck? Like, what's checkmate? What is salvation? Like, I don't, like, they're going to, 90% of people that watch this have no idea what that is. Like, nothing was set up, nothing was foreshadowed as far as any of that goes. And then he drops those bombs and is like, yep, that's the direction that the DCU is going. We might be doing New Gods. We might be doing, you know, this, that, the other. Great. Awesome for us. That's really, really cool. But for the general audience that is just watching these connected projects, it feels like nothing is really connected, and it's all fairly not separate, but it doesn't. It's tough to connect those dots.
Let me go back to the start a little bit, just to like.
Yeah, we went all over
Just
the
to
place.
imprint.
Let's take this back to the
We
beginning.
did it. We did
No,
kind
no.
of get all over the place there.
No, that's completely okay. No, I just want to get the statement across, I think.
But I do love this show, though. I really did.
Yeah,
Sure.
I
absolutely.
want to preface that I have tons of critiques, but I really did enjoy it. And I think I enjoyed it more than most people did, actually.
I love the finale. I did. I thought this was probably my favorite episode of the season. But it was a great finale to the wrong season, is how I feel.
Yeah.
This was like the perfect ending to a season 3, maybe, to a season that they were not setting up.
Maybe even a mid-season finale.
Maybe. I'm flabbergasted how, in my opinion, how badly they fumbled the Earth X stuff. I am like appalled with how much disrespect, with how much interesting, nuanced conversation is just left on the table, just sitting there. This is one of the most interesting stories I think that they can tell, and they don't do anything with it. There are so many elements that are set up, so many things that was in play. Just, you know, okay, we have the Sons of Liberty, and we have this, you know, alternate hardcore, and we have Rick Flag Jr., and we have all these elements, and everything with Augie, which is fascinating, and everything with Keith, and all these elements. And to like, you can't just be like, yeah, we'll do it someday. Don't you worry, guys. We'll be back. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can support these characters, as they know there is a Nazi world. People are in cages, and they are sitting there on our Earth being like, well, sucks for them. I don't know. And again, like, I understand that's not an easy story to tell. I know that's like, as from a character direction, it's like, okay, how do we actually do that? But then I'd say don't tell that story, especially in this day and age where a storyline like that is so important. And in my opinion, they still did not do a good enough job showing why the Nazi world is bad. Yeah. That is still a relatively good world. Obviously, it's bad. They're putting people in cages. We don't see that. And there's a whole group of people right now. They're
like, oh, this world is no different than ours. It's like,
I was gonna say, Judo Master did have that one little throwaway line of like, yeah, it sucks here, but it's not so different from the world that we come from.
And that's like, not a.
Well, no, and again, but I don't think
is, though. Like
but I don't think that was the point, right? Again, is the point was not to go to this other Earth and save this Earth that needs saving. Like, again, that's not who Peacemaker is. Like, it'd be one thing if that was, you know, Superman went over there, cool, but the Peacemaker squad, like, they're heroes now, but that, as bad as it sounds, that's not their job. Right? Their job was to go over there, get their friend back, and get the heck out of Dodge. Like, they did not need to involve themselves in another Earth's war. And to that same degree, do you think that they should have gone into, like, the, you know, giant skull spider portal and, like, you know, fought all of them, or gone into the, you know, the imp world and fought all of them? Like, they, at that point, then you could, like, take it upon yourself to go try to liberate all of these Earths. And who's to say that you're doing the right thing? Like, why should you do that? In a very similar way to, like, you know, Chris was in that world and he was like, oh, Sons of Liberty, they're the bad guys. Let me, you know, take these guys out, just to realize, oh, wait, no, they're actually the good guys. So without the full context, yes, we do have the full context now for Earth X, but you can't really do that. Like, you shouldn't, I feel, involve yourself in the other Earth's affairs, because like just like we've seen in other projects, is that has sometimes come back to bite them when you go back in time and get involved in something that you shouldn't, or hop to another Earth and get involved with something that you shouldn't.
But then pitch it as a tragedy.
Right.
That would be my big pitch. Pitch it as, oh, this is horrible and we can't do anything to do about it, and have that be the tone. Instead, there are people online, like right now, being like, "I wish I could go there because that feels like a better world than what we have now." Like that is the messaging that James Gunn has given people, because outside of
I'm like,
okay, so I think maybe like one
insane,
like maybe one line where like maybe they sat there and were like, "Yeah, that's a crappy place. It's terrible. I wish we could do more about it, but we don't have the firepower to liberate an entire Earth." Like just a simple throwaway line, like to acknowledge how bad it is, but also I guess to the other context of, okay, is this a story that's going to come back at some point? If Earth X Keith comes back over to our Earth at some point, do we eventually retackle that story with a stronger team now?
I almost think it's going to be too late at that point for me. Like, I think it's too little too late. You can't introduce this huge story and be like, we'll get back to it eventually, especially if it's in a different show. And I'm sorry, like, I just don't think they showed how bad it was. Like, that world was basically just our world, but we just didn't see a certain amount of people, right? That world is should be fundamentally different. It is a different world if all marginalized people are just gone. They mentioned things like Spider-Man. You would not have Spider-Man. You would not know who Spider-Man is. The music, the culture, the way we talk, the way we speak, the way we build our home, it is fundamentally a different world, and I just don't think they did enough to show why this is a bad reality that we need to speak in. There's all things like, it's not that different from our world, and why, yes, it's getting bad, and things are changing, and things are morphing. It isn't our world. It isn't. It is a fundamental different hellscape, and if that was the case, our world would be way worse than what it is now. And I just wish they put just a little bit more effort. And I think it's just one of those things of like James Gunn kind of being in his own little world sometimes. And I sometimes wish there was a little bit of like, hey, James Gunn, can we look at that real quick? Can we have some other people bouncing off ideas, especially a story as important as that one?
I will say, I think the reason that we didn't get that is because of the fact that they spent, practically 7 episodes, or 6, because it was the end of 6, hiding the fact of what this world really was, because it was all from Chris's perspective, right? So that was why we couldn't really get because I guarantee you there was like super horrifying stuff they could have shown you from that world. My problem with that, though, is that once we get the reveal, I thought, for sure, like if you would have asked me after episode 6, I thought we were heading towards a finale where there was going to be a confrontation, like you said, Taz, between Keith and between Chris. Because Keith, quite clearly, is a Nazi in that world. That was established by the end of episode 6. So how you can convey that, and it intertwine with Chris's personal arc for the season, is have a confrontation with Keith where, like you said, Keith follows them into their world. And there has to be a confrontation where, hey, this is my brother that I've always wanted, but this version of him is an evil, deplorable piece of shit who I have to take out to protect the people that I truly love in this universe.
Imagine an interesting moral dilemma, too, of like, okay, well, that's how his father was on this Earth. What if his brother had survived and turned into this? Like, did Chris, by accidentally killing his brother as a kid, did he save himself and the rest of the world from having this version of Keith out there doing whatever he wants and, being just a horrible human being? Like, it's a very difficult thought to have.
Yeah.
But I feel like even that could have been an interesting route to take, is okay, everything happens for a reason. As sad as it was that my brother died at such a young age, maybe that had to happen in order for me to turn out, number one, the way that I am, and to see the error of my father's way. Because if both his dad and his brother were like this on Prime Earth, maybe Peacemaker would have turned out a little bit closer to Earth X Peacemaker than Earth Prime Peacemaker.
And that, I think, would have been infinitely better than what they did with Earth X. And that's where I agree with you, Darren, is that, like, Earth X was the most interesting aspect of this season when it came to, like, an external threat.
Yeah, no, for sure.
They were just, like, basically, once they realized it, they were like, all right, bye, guys, we got to leave this universe. And no resolution.
It's like, all right, we got to set up for the next project.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay.
This is all issues I had last week, but I couldn't say them yet because I didn't know how episode 8 was going to do with them. I said I have this problem, this, and this, but it all depends on how the season ended. But I wanted the season.
We said this after episode 6.
Set up for next season in either option A, Keith comes through a portal. It's literally CW's Crisis on Infinite, or Crisis on Earth X, where there's a Nazi world invading ours. Or 2, our team is like, we have to go save them. We have to go back and try and help them. And you know, like, you can still have the whole checkmate thing being established, being like, ah, shit, like, we're doing all this for our Earth, but there's a whole Earth out there that we still need that. You know, like, I wanted either one of those two things. And I do think them just being like, well, that's over. We're done with that. It's so like, yeah. And again, I've been so conflicted on this season because, like you said at the start, there is so much I love. And I think every episode is like this for me. Every single episode this season, almost every single episode this season, I've been split right in the middle of things that I love and things that just did not work for me. And I've been like, I don't know how to feel. I don't know. And to be fair, I kind of think that's Gun's MO. I feel like most of his projects are filled with things I adore and things I do not like. And it's something that maybe he'll work out eventually, or maybe that's just his style. Maybe he's a creator that I will never completely, and there's some occasions, I love Guardians 1, I love 2, I love Suicide Squad, but then I look at Creature Commandos, which me and Taz had many issues with. Yeah. I just watched Guardians 2 for the pipeline. That's an interesting movie. That movie has some of the best MCU moments and the worst MCU moments every couple seconds. And I'm like, I don't know how to feel about this movie. Which I guess is kind of a nice little transition to me just saying, like, I don't know if I'm in love with the DCU at this point. It's probably the most conflicted I've been about a cinematic universe over these last couple years of cinematic universes, because, like, Creatures is good sometimes. It's sometimes pretty awesome, and sometimes it's not. Superman I liked, but not as much as a lot of other people. There's things that don't work for me 100%. And then you go with Peacemaker, which is another, like, 50-50 for me. And I think it might be one of the most shaky startups to a cinematic universe I've seen personally, where it's like, okay, Iron Man is like, great start, fantastic, branch into the MCU. Arrowverse starts with Arrow Season 1, Arrow Season 2, and The Flash Season 1. Brilliant start. Say what you want about Man of Steel. I don't love it, but it knows what it is. Like, it's very confident in what it is. Although then you go into Batman v Superman and stuff like that too, which shakes it up. But, like, I don't know. I just think it's been a very weird start for me personally.
Well, it's again, we discussed this again a couple weeks ago. It's James Gunn trying to balance his style of storytelling and his style of filmmaking with that of trying to start a new universe, right? Is he wants to still tell those smaller, self-contained, character-driven stories about the obscure C-D list characters that you wouldn't necessarily expect a project about, but then he also has the task of starting up this whole new universe. And again, I think he does a great job with both. I really did enjoy Superman.
Sure.
I really enjoyed his Suicide Squad. I enjoyed Peacemaker Season 1. I enjoyed aspects of Creatures. I enjoyed a lot of elements of this season of Peacemaker as well. But I feel like there's not enough of a solid, concrete direction. Like, I think this overall storyline now, in the direction that we're headed, it seems like, okay, Rick Flag Sr. is going to try to throw all the metahumans on Salvation. Something's going to happen to which I think maybe Lex is going to end up over there. Superman's going to end up over there. And we're going to have Lex and Superman forced to team up. maybe instead of, this being the New Gods training ground, maybe somehow Brainiac ended up here. Yeah. Like maybe they're gonna retcon it, and this is where Brainiac is from, instead of
what,
him
Salvation,
being from.
You mean?
Yeah. Like maybe they'll combine it, or like maybe he's been traveling throughout the multiverse, and and he's found salvation himself, and he wants to bottle it up or something like that. But it's like maybe he's drawn because of the surge in like metahuman population or something like that, and then now it's up to Superman and Lex to get everybody out of this universe because Rick Flag Sr.'s gone off the deep end. But why has he gone off the deep end, right? Like, again, as I thought he was going to be our kind of like anchor figure, not necessarily like a Nick Fury, but like the connective tissue where some of our characters like him, some of our characters don't like him, we'll begrudgingly work with him when we have to, but is kind of our connection between the superhero and the government side of things. Is he's kind of like the liaison, but now he's all in on the anti-metahuman government Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say that I think is kind of interesting. It's like James Gunn said that Man of Tomorrow will not focus on where Peacemaker's at. Like, it won't be like diving into that. What I think might be that loophole a little bit is like, he said it's going to set up lanterns. He said this Salvation storyline setting up lanterns. And then I actually kind of maybe like that potential idea. I heard someone on Twitter say it, so I'm totally just stealing their idea. But it's like lanterns is Jon Stewart and Hal investigating where all the metahumans are going. Like, all these metahumans are going missing, and it's like, we have to investigate, which is why it's an Earthbound story. And it's that, like, investigation, which then leads to Man of Tomorrow. Like, maybe he's out of Salvation. Maybe Peacemaker is in Lanterns or something, which is the homework thing that James Gunn was talking about. I'm a little iffy on how that's going to go, right? Yeah. But, like, maybe he gets out of there via Lanterns, and then this all leads in, like, that leads into your theory, Taz, is like, the Lanterns accidentally let Brainiac free from Salvation or something. Like, he was stuck in that world. He gets in there, and then that's the Man of Tomorrow stuff. Because he did say Lanterns will set up the DCU. He said that is setting up the direction of this entire universe, which, again, is a bit concerning with, again, what he said about homework and
everything is, like, but everything has been set up, though. Like, everything, it's set up. Yeah. What's I think Supergirl, though, is the next project, right?
Lanterns.
No, Lanterns is coming out before Supergirl.
And then Supergirl after,
Yes,
okay.
Lanterns, Supergirl, Clayface. Yeah.
Okay.
Which someone,
and then Man of Tomorrow.
Let me bring up this comment because I did want to bring this up next.
I did see the theory that Rick Flag Sr. is Clayface. That Clayface replaced him after Creature Commandos, but that wouldn't make sense because unless Clayface is being very method, why would he care about his son? You know what I mean?
Cameron brings it up. I mean, we have to wait on Supergirl, Lanterns, Clayface. 100%. This is something I brought up on Ronan's stream where I said, I love James Gunn. I desperately need a DCU project that isn't James Gunn. James Gunn is such a less is more director for me. I like his projects in moderation. And now we've had arguably 4 projects in the DCU kind of back to back with him. And I need to be like, cool, man, I like your stuff, but I need another tone. I need another vision quickly. Same goes for, like, I love Legends of Tomorrow, but if that's the only thing the Arrowverse had, I would have gone insane. I would not have liked it as much. I need the tone of, like, an Arrow and a Flash and a Supergirl to balance it out. I need different flavors, and it seems like we're going in the opposite direction. With, like, these are 3 seemingly kind of darker and more serious projects to contrast the 3 sillier ones we got this year, so it's going to be interesting.
I kind of want to piggyback off that, too. Like,
yeah, of course.
It's pretty clear there's some fatigue going on with James Gunn right now. He did these 3 projects back to back. There's no way that you can be writing, directing episodes, directing a movie, running a studio, and not be fatigued and this catching up to him. So I am very interested to see what this universe looks like without him at the forefront, at least. Obviously, he still has to be kind of that, like, behind the scenes producer role. That's always what he's going to be at this point when it comes to DC, but I want to see what this universe can do without him at the helm. And I feel like he was so gung-ho on trying to get this universe off to a good start that he said, that he said, he wanted to take control of these projects when
Yeah.
I think, like, me personally, I did like the Superman movie,
Yeah,
and I actually even loved portions of it.
Yeah.
I still don't think he was the right choice to be the first person to bring back Superman. I know why he wanted to do it, but I just think James Gunn is at his best when, especially in the comic book space, when he is with niche characters, like Taz said, C and D level characters that you could tell these super personal stories about. It didn't work all that well for me for Superman, and I'm honestly not even too happy with the fact that he's helming Man of Tomorrow, because I kind of just wanted him to start the universe and then give it to somebody else. But that's another conversation. But I'm very curious to see other projects where he's not writing, he's not directing, and see how those turn out. That will be the indication to me if the universe is going to be strong going forward or not.
Yeah, I think I do think the strength is going to be all of these different directors and creative minds and ideas helming their own individual thing. And like, while not everything is working for me right now, I think there's also something very special about like, okay, that didn't work for me, cool, but I can go over here and I can have lanterns. That's really my style. And like, you know, I'll say the same thing that I'll say to like any other universe where it's like, this is stupid, I don't like this. Like, oh, I don't watch. You know, like if it's that bad, I can be like, I have all these other projects that are really my speed or really my style, which again is I need to see the style of these other projects. If they are in line with what Peacemaker and stuff like that, it's like I could possibly be out. Like I could possibly, it could not be my cup of tea. But again, I don't think that's the case. I think that he is very passionate about letting every director and every visionary and every showrunner have their own thing. I also think I'm excited to see a proper showrunner or like a proper TV people, like because they have that for like Booster Gold, Lanterns, and Waller. Like those are all TV
like
people that are
showrunners.
helming them.
Yeah.
James Gunn is not a TV guy, and I think that was
no.
one of the issues. The same issue that the MCU ran in for years. They make movies. They do not make TV shows. And this season of Peacemaker was formatted like a TV show. There was Act 1, there was Act 2, and then there was Act 3. And I think that's the issue is all different acts are like different movies almost, or different
parts of the movie.
And
yeah.
It's like each part almost needed 8 episodes to themselves sometimes. And it's like, it's too much. It didn't quite work for me.
And I think this too, and I'll just keep saying it, he needs to stop talking. He keeps shooting. He keeps saying the dumbest things. Like, I know people are trying to backtrack now and be like, "Oh, well, he didn't say that there was going to be big cameos in episode 8." He literally repeated episode 6 to 8 are some of the best work I've done, and there are big surprises to come.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but Lex happened in episode 6. There's no way that's what he meant.
I think he was talking about the Foxy Shazam cameo. Come on.
Oh yeah.
He was. He was, and
which
like,
are they named after Shazam in universe, or is Shazam named after them?
That's a great question.
I didn't know the band name at first, and I just saw that, like someone say, "Oh, it's Foxy Shazam," and I was like, I literally thought just seeing that, I was like, "Oh, there's a Shazam cameo in the episode, and he's a fox." I don't know music. I'm not a music guy at all, so I did not know the name of the band. So when I was like, "There's a Shazam cameo! Holy shit! Why are people complaining?" No, okay, I get it.
No, but I will say I did love the music in this. Like I'm a rock fan. Like I think that his music for Peacemaker has been great.
Oh, yeah.
You know, again, I think that is one of the best elements of the Guardians films is the music.
Mm-hmm.
That's always been a strong point for him too. Even Suicide Squad had great
music.
He's always been good at that. Yeah.
But again, I think slight backtrack, right? Okay. To James Gunn saying like, "Oh, 6, 7, 8, those are like the best episodes, best work I've ever done." Again, I think it is that personal connection that he has with the characters, the story that he's telling, the musical guests that he was able to get, the music that he was able to license and use in said story. I think that is why. And two as well, you know, just because you don't think that it is his best work, or just because we don't think that it ended as strongly, you know, I think the fact that he is proud of his work and was like, "Oh, this most recent thing that I did is the best thing that I ever did." don't you want to think that as well? Like, don't you want to end this stream and say, hey, I think this was the best stream we've ever done.
Yeah.
I'm going to do an even better stream next week, or this most recent video that you posted. I'm so proud of this video. I think this is the best video that I've ever posted. Like, don't you want, like, isn't that what you strive to do in your own work? So I think that aspect of it is commendable. Do I think that this is James Gunn's best work? No. Is it my favorite James Gunn project? No. But do I enjoy it for what it is and respect the work and effort that went into it by him, by the cast, by the crew? 100%. 100%.
I think the problem, though, is that he is wanting to play producer over director and writer. So I think in these certain situations, he hypes it up a little too much. It's like, just bring it back a little bit. Be the director writer that you normally are. Don't hype it up as much. Like, there was even discussions about those last episodes before the season was even out, how he was like, "Oh, I had to keep the last 3 episodes away from the critics. I couldn't show it to anyone."
I was gonna say there was nothing. Like, there's nothing to spoil. Like, other than like, there's literally
the
3.
There's
there's 2 or 3 things this season. It's Earth X, Eagly, maybe, I guess, spiritual Eagly.
Yeah.
Checkmate and Sanctuary.
But even then,
Lex.
We called all of that. Like, literally. We called the Earth X thing week
no
1.
surprises. Yeah.
We said, like, Lex was a nice surprise, but like we
kind of thought about that. We kind of called that too after like episode 3 or 4 when we were like, okay, well, they're really investigating all these rifts and stuff. We reference back to Superman. Okay, this is how they reintroduce him.
Yeah. The only cameo, I guess, that I would say I didn't know about or I didn't think about was the guy from season 1 that showed up in episode 7, the like police guy from the first.
Oh
season.
the
cameo,
Black Hood.
But like, I was like, oh my god, yeah. But no, and like, you know, I think what you said, Taz, is like you are right, where it's like, if this is his favorite thing, if he thinks he sold it, and there's a lot of people who have loved this season, like they've loved it a lot more than me. I think it is a success. Maybe not for me in particular, but what I will say, to lean over on your thing a little bit, Alan, is like, this is the first time, at least in a long time, if not ever, where the CEO of a company is also the creative of said thing. We've never seen that before, not really, and it's such a blessing and a curse, I think, because he is so in deep. Because like you said, I think it's also easy to kind of drink your own Kool-Aid when you're surrounded by it so much, which is not always a bad thing. You need to feel confident, but like when you are in it and when everyone around you really loves it and supports it, sometimes you don't see the like larger picture, the larger fandom at large. He made a statement lately that I thought was very interesting, where he was talking about the whole Batman thing and what, about like how the casual audience is like, the casual audience always get it. It's the fans that don't. And it's like, I love you, James, but you are in your own inner circle. What? Like I was like, how many casual audiences are you actually listening to and talking to? How much of the actual fans are you like? Yes, he's on Twitter. Yes, he's seeing that kind of stuff, but how much of it is in your little bubble? Which is not his fault. Like, that's very easy to do. It is. I'm not berating him for it, but like, it is easy to get trapped in your own bubble of positivity and stuff like that too. So
I had so many family members when the Flash, when the Flash was still being introduced, asking me, how is Michael Keaton in this movie with Ben Affleck's Batman? Yes. How is that possible?
They don't get it. Yeah,
they don't get it. I don't know how he could possibly think that.
Here's the thing. I do think too is, as the co-studio head of DC now, and as a big writer-director for a lot of the projects, I think maybe his inner circle is not giving him the critique and the feedback that maybe they once were. Like, say again, is if he was not part of the leadership there, maybe he would have gotten a lot more notes from people.
Right.
There's but no one because he's in charge of it, he's allowed to go full on, beautiful mind James Gunn on all of this, right? Like, nobody's telling him, okay, hold on, maybe
No,
we
it's
dial
reeling
it
him
back a
in.
little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe don't use this song here, or maybe, don't set this thing up here, or okay, continuity-wise, would Rick Flag Sr. really act this way there? Like, should we really be, wasting all of this time in the season where we don't necessarily know where we are and save it for a big reveal? Do you think the audience is really going to care about that, or are they going to catch on to it super, super early? Like, I think he needs almost like a fan liaison in a way, right? Is like somebody to like, right? Is like so how like with the Disney Plus Marvel, like they have like their show Bibles and things like that now, right? Is like, all right, you got to stick to these certain things. Like if he had somebody to just reality check him on certain things, like, okay, people care about this, people don't care about this. This is a great idea. This is a horrible idea. This is all right, do it at your own risk kind of idea. I think something like that to maybe streamline the process and make sure that he is not thinking whatever he's doing is going to be the best, and just having somebody, bring him back down to earth in a way. Yeah, exactly. So, and again, not to say that he's had bad ideas, but just so that we stay consistent.
Which is why I stand by that. I think James Gunn is at his best when he's restricted a little bit. Guardians 1 is still one of the best things he's done. He was new at Marvel. You had that power dynamic of Kevin Feige and James Gunn together in that kind of peak era. You had it again in the Guardians 3 when he was back at them. He was kind of not as
free
popular.
To do what he wants.
Yeah, he was like, okay, I'm just back for this one. I need to not go as insane. And then you've seen Guardians 2, where I assume they were like, do what you want. Guardians 1 was a huge hit. People love it. You do whatever the heck you want. And he went nuts. He went insane. And I think he felt that with Peacemaker as well, because I think he held back a little bit in Superman because this is his first thing for the studio.
And he held back a little bit in Peacemaker.
Like
and he played
like
a little bit safe in the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker Season 1 as well. But then, everything after that was just,
Well, to me, even in Superman, I feel like there was so many plot lines going on in that film. That was my problem.
Oh,
I felt like there was too much.
Yes.
And I know it wasn't like the super over-the-top James Gunn style that we're normally used to, but I think from a story perspective, he was trying to do a lot.
It's so what I was going to say, though, it's kind of funny, though, right? Is from Superman, I almost can feel it as in, like, James Gunn is trying not to be too much like himself. Right, he was trying. He's like, okay, I recognize, like, I do so much. Like, I have signature things. Like, I'm not gonna make this, revolve around the songs. I'm not gonna, have as many, stupid, like, quippy jokes and that sort of thing. Like, he'll sprinkle some of that in there, but he's trying to make it feel like a different project. But then when he gets back to Peacemaker, he is 110% himself. Like, I think maybe my biggest issue with this season, outside of some of the story stuff, had to be the over-reliance on these just, like, very vulgar jokes. Like, not like
I agree.
that I have a problem with them, but I just think that maybe the overuse of them, right? Is like, it's funny once, twice, 3 times, but when it just, like, it's so shoved in your face. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like Doom Patrol, was I thought it was like, I have the opportunity to be like a very mature show, so I'm just gonna, drop every F-bomb I can, just, do all, exactly, and I don't like that. I like when it feels more natural. Like, in a lot of ways, I thought the humor in Season 1 felt more natural than the humor in Season 2. Absolutely. It felt very forced. It felt like somebody who thinks that their own jokes are super funny, but they don't know their audience, and their audience is like, okay, that's like, I don't know about that one, Chief. Like, I think that's kind of how it was. And not to say that you have to conform to that. I am the king of telling jokes that only I get in certain scenarios because I think that it's funny. And sometimes I think that is the most funny thing, is when you tell a joke, you crack yourself up, and everybody else is like, huh? But that on a large scale here.
Yeah. And I also think it's about placement, too. Like, I did not find the, like, quiz me on animal facts bit the whole season funny. I was like, I was like, the way they're doing it. I actually liked it in episode 8 because I thought it was placed in a spot that fit better for the tone.
With bird blindness,
it was. I thought fit better. I was like, oh, that's actually really funny. And these two actors, how they banter back and forth, is actually kind of funny. But it wasn't interrupting a scene. Every time they had done it previously, it was during a scene that messed up that tone and messed up that flow. So again, I think that's another big thing for James Gunn. Don't mess up the flow of your story. There's that big scene in season 1. That's my biggest problem with the whole season, where Chris kills his dad. He just murders his dad, and like a very good scene, very emotional. And then like Vigilante comes in and is like, "What's that on your face? What are you doing?" It's like, you just ruined the best scene in the show with your own bit. There's a time and there's a place to do these, and I sometimes don't think he. And again, if that's his thing, if that's what he wants to do with it, fair enough. Who am I to say it's wrong? It's your thing, right? But
the
for
bird
me
blindness
personally,
joke is like a prime example of that, where it just keeps
too
going
much.
and keeps going, and I'm like,
yes.
pull it back, man. Come
It's
on.
funny the first time, and then by 2, it's like, okay, by time 3, I'm like, I'm done. You lost me. And also, again, it's the placement of it. If it was placed in a different spot and done with some, because I didn't like Tim Meadows' character for most of the season, and then once they like episode 5, something happened for me. I was like, oh, you grounded him a little bit. Like you gave him some sincerity.
Pulled it back. Yeah.
Once you did that, I loved him. I was like, oh, this is great. This is like you gave him some reality. So Gunn can do it,
especially in the finale too. I think he was great in that.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I liked him. I was actually kind of happy he like joined their little. Again, like that montage when they're like building checkmate and they're doing that. I'm like, I love this. This is incredible. I love it. And again, I'm super down for like a checkmate show. We kind of pitched this episode. Was it 2 or 3 tabs? We're like, okay. Clearly, we're building to creating a team. I did not expect to have everyone involved. I did not expect there to be Bardot and Meadows' character and Judo Master, which we talked about last week as well. Judo Master joining a group as well. That was fun. I don't know.
I think just in general with the creative, what he's saying in public, like he just needs to just pull it back a little bit. You know, just calm down, don't overdo it, pull it back. Because I feel like some of the I usually am on the side of the creative where I feel like sometimes fan expectations get like way out there and get too crazy and like we're overhyping ourselves. But in this case, I'm like, it's kind of justified because of the way he talked about it and how he overshared about it and he hyped things up. Like
that Blue Beetle comment is just a straight up lie where like he's like,
that's what
I'm not going to say he's not in it.
Yeah, it's like, dude,
what do you?
I mean, well, okay, I was going to say that's not necessarily a lie.
But
it's a lie of omission.
Doing.
Yes,
yeah,
you know what you're doing.
What you're doing. Like,
he's
not
he did not.
Like,
well, he could have said that. He could have said that about like, I'm not going to say Batman's not in it. I'm not going to say he's in it either. But
it's and you know what? I did see him try to fix it like the episode before the penultimate where he's like, our show isn't about cameos, it's about this, but like it was too late at that point.
You said it for 7 episodes straight. You can't just bring it back after episode 8.
It felt like he was trying to like throw people off the set a little bit, being like, oh, it's not about cameos. It's like, oh, but Batman shows up or some shit.
But I will say though, I did like the fact that James stuck to his guns more so than falling into the trap of turning the finale into a cameo fest. I think as many issues as we have with this finale, once again, it is unapologetically a James Gunn project. And I think for that specifically, you have to commend him for that. We might not have agreed with all the decisions, but again, I think at the end of the day, what matters is that the creative got to be creative.
I agree.
I think there just should have been an external threat. Like everything was inner turmoil. There needed to be something. And again, I'm not one who's like there needs to be a big fight.
There has to be though.
There doesn't. But there had. I feel like that was the part that was missing. Is there was nothing.
Yes.
To kind of like push this forward and to make
it felt like we
out of it.
It felt like we ended at the rising action, right?
Yeah,
is that we were building.
And then
we just leveled off instead of actually having the conflict, the resolution, that sort of thing. And like they tried to do that by having the big little stinger at the end, but
that was a post-credits scene to me. That's like the effect it had. It wasn't even really.
It was not really part of the episode. But and then again, it kind of rug pulled all of that. Like I still think that it would have been a much better ending if it just ended. All right, we're checkmate. We're gonna go do good things now.
I agree.
But the fact that Chris just got completely ripped from his friends again, after just reuniting with everybody.
Yeah.
And now we're not going to know what happens for like a year.
Yeah.
A year plus.
Maybe even longer. Yeah, I was going to say maybe even longer.
Yeah.
Because didn't he say that Peacemaker is not even really going to be involved in Man of Tomorrow? So we don't even know when really.
They said they're not going to resolve where he's at in Man of Tomorrow, which again makes me wonder if that's like a twist on the word.
Something right? Is it's going to get resolved in Lanterns, or it's going to be resolved in Supergirl, or something like that? Yeah.
I could see that being. I hope it's not Supergirl. I do not want.
It's funny. I don't want it to be. I don't want it though to be the next project. Like I feel like that then that's too quick. Like they could very easily just like, all right, let's reverse it again. Like
it's Clayface now.
I mean, it could be
September next year.
Yeah. Okay. It could be though if they're going down the route of Clayface is Rick Flag Sr.
That would be disappointing.
Yeah, I don't want.
Yeah,
but it would definitely explain him acting out of character. It would explain him acting out of character, and people are like, "Oh, it'll explain the fact that his hair is different." And
no, yeah, I'm kind of already over Rick Flag at this point. Like I think especially with how they ended it, it's like
he's the through line, which is so weird. Like I never would have
villain.
He's literally just Crossbones again.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He can fight a little better though in this universe.
Yeah.
Send me the link, Jeffrey, and I'll pull it up. Do we have any? There's a couple of things I want to mention after we're done with Peacemaker. So, is there any final thoughts on this finale? Peacemaker as a show, potentially. Again, this could be it. This could be our final time talking about the Peacemaker show. Yeah. We're not done with the characters. Again, I think in a couple years. Actually, James Gunn has been pitching like, "Oh, there's a secret TV show I'm working on. I'm putting together." I would not be shocked if that's Checkpoint.
I would honestly gather to say that Peacemaker season 3 and the Waller show get folded into one series, which becomes Checkmate.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because there was comments about Waller recently being like, "Yeah, we just can't get it right. Like we're really struggling to get the script together."
Mm-hmm.
Blah blah blah. Which then I'd say, well, you shouldn't have announced it during the video all the way back in 22 if you weren't ready to. But I think that's a Warner Brothers shit. I think that they were I think David was announced all these stuff to get people excited, and
I wonder how much this is going to affect Creature Commandos season 2.
That's another one where
and I wonder, imagine this is something that's resolved in Creature Commandos because
Rick
Flag Sr. was such a big part of the Creature Commandos series.
Imagine iRobot.
Yes, and here's the thing too is you could do it for a lot cheaper by putting it in animation, right? Is you could, show a lot of stuff that would be very difficult to do in live action, save some budget. It's probably cheaper to hire John Cena as a voice actor than it is to hire him as an actor.
But that comes back to the homework thing though.
Yep. Yeah.
Are they going to have any of these live action projects really get resolved on a show like Creature Commandos?
But that's the best way to drive viewership to something like that, though.
It is.
Make it. Again, everything is connected, and the homework argument is so interesting because again, I keep going back and forth on this. Right? Is it homework or is it just the next piece of the puzzle? Right? We have. I would say it's homework if there are so many spin-off shows that give you little things, but if we're telling that story in order and it's just the next project to come out in that viewing order, then it's not, then I wouldn't necessarily consider it homework. You should watch Iron Man 1 and 2, Thor, Captain America before you watch the Avengers. Would you say that all the other movies are homework to have you understand it, or are you just watching things in sequence?
Yeah. All right. They wanted us to bring this up, which I think is fair. It said, have you seen the criticism of the show in the final episode? James Gunn said, definitely not everyone can love everything. I love the episode, but I understand not everyone does, which is completely fair, which is, I think, a pretty good response to that. Then someone said, why did you lie about Blue Beetle being there? We miss Jaime Reyes. He said, "I never said Blue Beetle was going to be there. I said
like,
people might be in luck who want to see Blue Beetle." Like what
the guy
manipulation?
He's now just rephrasing it. Yeah.
No, but the guy asked about Peacemaker, so it's like see, this is what I mean. When he says stuff, I'm like, dude, just stop talking.
Yeah.
Please, just don't. Stop responding.
Yeah.
I know he wants to be transparent.
Less is more.
Exactly. Less is more. Like, just you never see Kevin Feige responding to people like this in comments.
No,
like,
no, not at all.
It's it's a positive and it's a negative to him because it does make me like more invested in this universe.
Right, it's more personal. It's more personal, right? It's like, oh, cool. I could like ask James Gunn a question on Twitter or on Threads and get a response from the co-studio head of DC.
Yeah,
like I think if you sent it at the right time and on the right day, you could get James Gunn on the podcast. Really, like that. I think it is way more likely to get James Gunn on the pod. I think it's more likely to get James Gunn on this podcast than it would be to get John Cena on this podcast. Not even joking.
I agree. Yeah,
not even joking.
No, Gunn does podcasts all the time. Like I saw he did a podcast the other day. Had like 2K subs. I was like, what the hell? How did they manage that?
Yeah.
What did they?
Yeah.
But I love that.
Okay,
like,
that'd be crazy.
New Year's resolution, guys. We get James Gunn on the podcast, and we just get to ask him everything about
this
DC.
stream is gone. I'm privating every shitty thing we've said about him. There's also this Creature Commando season 2 will connect to the Salvation storyline too. Oh, it's in there.
Yeah, I buy that more.
It's being written now, and they've got a couple of... Yeah, again, like, I pitched this last week, I'm pretty sure, where I said, like, I kind of, outside of the homework thing where he keeps harping on about, I do kind of love the idea of it being this crossover kind of event, where it's Team Peacemaker and Team Creature Commandos teaming up together, going to Earth X and taking it. Like, that sounds awesome to me. That sounds really, really cool, where it's just, like, Peacemaker, King Shark, the Bride, GI Robot, all this shit, just like causing mayhem. That sounds cool. That sounds kind of awesome. I would really be down for that. But then it's the homework thing, being like, wait, I have to watch Peacemaker to understand creatures, but then now for Peacemaker, Checkpoint, now I have to watch Creature Commandos and Peacemaker and Suicide. It's kind of a big... It's a big thing right now, and it's, again, like, at this point, you can't avoid it. Like, you cannot avoid the homework thing. He's tried, and I think he will do better than a lot of the others about it. I think he's going to do his best to fit it in narratively, but there are just going to be things that are unavoidable. This is one of the downfalls of a cinematic universe. You cannot have you cannot do a cinematic universe.
That's what you get when you get a cinematic universe, right? Yes. Like, that's literally the name of the game. Everything is connected. It's
connected, yeah. And I will say too, though, he made the comment before Peacemaker started about how, like, oh, I'm putting Superman on HBO Max early so that everyone can watch it because it's essential. And then you watch it and you're like, it's not really that essential.
No.
Like,
in a way, it's almost more. It's kind of more confusing because again, Rick Flag Sr. is not the same person. Yeah. He's not the same character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it just keeps going. I know I keep repeating myself. Like,
no, you're good.
Pull it back. Stop talking so much. Like,
But
calm down.
For the record, James Gunn, we love you. We love you on the podcast.
Yeah,
please come talk to us about it, and I'll pitch you my ideas for my Red Hood movie.
No, for sure. No, there's a couple like New York Comic Con things I want to bring up before we leave here. Taz, there was, hold on, let me set things up here really quickly. There was a teaser for a show that we really like.